Yo, what up?
Yo, what beta key were you doing?
Seat of the triumvirate.
Wait, how did that one end up?
Terribly.
Really?
Yeah.
I've always really liked that dungeon.
Well,
I
I
didn't.
mean, it wasn't the keys problem. It was more about me being on Blood Decay as a problem.
Oh, I mean specifically, like, how did that dungeon turn out as a Mythic
Oh,
Plus key?
like
Yeah.
that. I see. I see. I would say pretty all right, honestly.
Yeah, Seat was
I mean, it's
always
a
good.
completely different dungeon. It's like literally nothing like the original Seat, to be fair.
Well, the
They
original Seat
changed it
was
more
goaded.
than most other dungeons.
All right, I'm excited to see it.
Are
All
we
right.
calling JB2 or fuck him?
I mean, I'm gonna call him after, but I'm not gonna talk to him about tanks. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm probably gonna talk to him about Rest Druid after. Okay, so we can kind of start wherever you want. Actually, no, we're not gonna start wherever you want. We're gonna start where I want.
Okay.
We're gonna start
Okay.
with Blood Decay. So
Okay, that's literally where I was gonna start too. So
great. Well, you just got off the key and you said it
yeah,
was because you were playing a Blood Decay. Well, I actually want to start this with
yeah.
just a simple question of how many buttons do you feel like you lost, if any? Is Blood Decay a spec that feels like it
3
got
maybe.
over pruned?
It feels the exact same, except you lost the bloat in the beginning of your rotation. So you went from doing somewhat of a nuclear launch sequence in order to get going, which in my opinion feels bad for Blood Decay because, as a Blood Decay, you want to get all your plates spinning and then you want to get into the flow of hard striking and death striking, right? But in War Within, it was extremely annoying having to go into a pole and then you get your bone shields up, you get your D&D down, you put your tombstone on cooldown, you put your bone storm on cooldown, you get your reaper's mark up, and then you can finally start playing the game. So they took away bone storm and tombstone are the big ones.
But those were, do you feel like those were like fun, or at least Bone Storm was like a fun damage thing, at least kind of. Do you feel like that was replaced at all? Or you missed that?
So we have consumption now, which is what is it called? The channeling thing.
Empower?
Empower. It's Empower cast, yeah.
Okay.
Which is kind of weird. A lot of people don't like it for various reasons. I mean, as a Blood Cage, trying to channel an ability is kind of absurd. So that is like a replacement ability. But no, it doesn't necessarily feel worse overall. Because like Tombstone was a very whatever button, right? Like you never used Tombstone for its intended purpose of giving you an absorb shield. You always used it for the sake of CDRing and just to put on cooldown. Bone Storm also has always been a whatever button. I would have actually really liked it if they kept Bone Storm and made it actually impactful. But if
Yeah,
they
I've
did
always
neither of
liked
that,
it.
so yeah, so I don't think Blood Decay really lost much going into
Hmm.
Midnight.
Okay, I mean, Blood Decay has historically been like just an extremely crazy good raid tank and has always had its like huge issues in Mythic Plus. Is there anything that you feel like is changing in that way? Like, are they better at one than the other now, or do
No.
you feel like it's the same thing?
No, I mean Blizzard said that they intended on making the class less self-healing and more DR heavy, which didn't turn out
Haven't they
to
done
be
that? Haven't
anything
they
like that at
done that
all.
or said they've done that for
Yeah,
like, I swear it's happened so many times.
yeah, it's literally a tale as old as time, and it's the exact same. It's still complete dog shit in M plus, and it's still all right in raid. I mean, like it's got the things that make it good in raid, right? Like AMS generally is really good at ignoring certain mechanics. Uh, Depth's advance is always pretty solid. Being able to have AMZ and grip has always been good for raid. So it's like the same story, honestly.
Okay. I guess just any free space to talk about it, like stuff you like or don't like before ranking it.
I liked the goals they had for Bloody K. I mean, I've always felt like they had the correct direction. Like in War Within, they did the whole Death Strike change, right? Where if you did 2 Death Strikes in a row, your second Death Strike didn't carry over the damage taken from the previous one. And it made sense why they were moving in that direction. It made sense why they nerfed Blood Shield. It made sense why they nerfed DK's healing and resource generation. But it never played out. I mean, it's kind of like the whole add-on situation or private orders, right? Like they had a noble goal. They wanted to make Bloody K more consistent in M+, and they just never hit. The class has been completely terrible since Shadowlands. It was literally the last time it was good.
It was completely terrible since Shadowlands, and then it was terrible for like years before Shadowlands, like except for Legion, right? It was like Legion it was OP, Shadowlands it was OP, and outside of that, it's been terrible Mythic Plus every single time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although it is worth mentioning, they were extremely OP. Like they were way, way, way better than anything else during those seasons. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, it just felt like Blizzard cared a lot less about balancing the game as tightly back then, and so enabled Blood Decay to have opportunities where it was super OP. Like when we think about Legion, we had 20% leech, 45-second cooldown. It gave it to your entire party, and then we think about Shadowlands, where you just had like the most OP combination of Kyrian plus jail weapon plus tier set, and I just don't see a world where we have that anymore because the balance is so much tighter. Like Blizzard never goes that far.
Yeah.
Just like strictly design wise, this class is just flawed for M plus at least.
Yeah, I mean, I at least if I could like defend, if I'm Blizzard and I'm defending that, I do think it is probably hard to do that because like the same thing that makes Blood DK get one shot in a Mythic Plus pool is the same reason why people love playing Blood DK in a way, right? The reactive gameplay, the like the decision making you make on that class and higher content is something that like most people would argue, and I used to argue for many years when I was tanking, like it's just the most fun tank to play, and most tanks at a high level would tell you that, especially raid tanks. And I think making the class not feel like that and then also making it tanky on pull is like impossible to accomplish, or very, very close, right? Because like that's kind of what makes it fun, is you get owned and you have to like really greed out low HP death strikes. But if you are just really tanky, they either have to nerf your healing by a ton, and then it would just be like another tank. It's the thing that makes it uniquely
Right.
Blood DK.
Yeah.
So like I think it's almost impossible to solve, clearly, because they've been trying to for many years, like solve this problem without it just becoming another tank.
Yeah, I don't know what they can really do without removing the class fantasy of Blood DK. My suggestion has always been to give more runic power uses because right now it's used strictly for death striking. But like,
Yeah.
say if they gave it a way to just like consume Bone Storm and you were like getting DR based off of the amount of mobs you were hitting, that'd be kind of nice.
Yeah,
Like the class just
yeah.
doesn't scale well.
That's kind of like Frost DK, right? Like you having the ability to not Frost Strike and instead press the other things at Avalanche. Like you have an ability
Yeah.
to spend runic power for AoE, like just a version of that for Blood DK.
Yeah.
Okay, rank it. How good is it gonna be?
I mean, I feel like raid class or raid tank ranking has always been weird because it kind of depends on the other classes.
Yeah.
And I do think DK DPS is looking pretty solid, but if it wasn't for that, I'm probably just like A, just like your typical. It's good, but it's not crazy, and
Yeah, it's weird to rank it because like you could.
it's probably
if,
what you would
if
resort
you're
to.
playing in a guild where the raid buff's already covered or the amount of grips you need already covered, you're less likely to play it because you're going to bring another thing. But it's like how well does it stand on its own merits? Like, would you tank on a Blood DK and it would be totally fine? The answer is yes, but also that's been true of every tank in every raid in the history of WoW. So what are you even ranking at that point, right? You're like talking about things that make you special or better than that. So yeah, I think A sounds fair.
Yeah, but also I guess another point to address is are we talking about like current tuning? Because there are tanks that are just straight up doing double Blood DK's damage and are just like significantly better in so many ways that it does not stand alone.
Yeah. I think you have to. I know yesterday they had like a major balance patch where a lot of things that were like doing a ton of damage got nerfed pretty heavily, but some obviously not enough. Like I'm trying to get this out before early access when people choose their classes. A lot is going to change after early access comes out before the season happens, and even after the first week of the season, because there's a heroic week, right? So like a lot of this stuff
Yeah.
you might have to we might have to update it or something, but I think for now the only thing you can do is base it off of the current information, right?
I'll just give it like a caveat, I guess I'll say. So probably right now I'd probably say Blood DK probably belongs in like B because there are certain tanks that are just pretty overtuned.
Yeah.
I know I talked a lot about tank damage on the PiTyy, and right now like some tanks are just doing unreal amounts of damage, which seems like something Blizzard will quickly nerf, which I hope not. Please, Blizzard, just let tanks do damage for once.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll probably just leave it in B, honestly.
I mean, that makes sense. Let's
because
just
of how
say
other tanks
Warrior is
better.
doing so much fucking damage that I'm just making this up. You haven't talked about Warrior yet. But like,
Yeah.
let's say you were going to make Blood DK an A. If the difference between like whatever the best is, there's only so many ranks on the tier list, right? So like you would have to put it 2 tiers away, even if you felt like it was A on its own. But because this thing's at the top and it's definitely 2 tiers better than Blood DK, this has to be B. That logic makes sense.
Yeah, because like we had situations like this happen in the past. I think Dragonflight Season 1 was one of them where Brawl Warrior was just doing an absurd amount of damage and people were playing that at the highest level, even if it wasn't brought for specifically Battle Shout.
Yeah. What about Blood DK and M+?
This shit stinks. I'll probably put in like C or Midnight Default UI, which is crazy ranking.
I thought it's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I really don't think the gap is that big, so maybe I'll just put in C to be fair.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because like you realistically could play Blood DK in fairly high keys, and I'm never the type to just say like, oh, like this is unplayable. But it's certainly bad at the moment in all metrics. It's not good damage wise. Well, AoE damage is pretty good, but like single target damage is stinky. It's not good at living. It doesn't bring a raid buff. Its utility is kind of just like whatever. It's just your typical DK utility. So there's nothing really going for the class. I mean, like it's certainly capable of doing high keys. I just would not play. It's not a reliable tank whatsoever. It's a great key for Resil keys, is what someone said in my chat earlier, and I think that's a good way of putting it.
Okay, that's a good reason.
It's
to
not a
put
reliable
above
tank.
Midnight default UI. W. All right, I want to go to the other tank that's like less traditional in Guardian. So before talking about it at all, what is the button situation from pruning with this class?
Okay, they actually made this class more complex compared to most other classes in this game.
Okay.
That they made, I think this is one of my favorite versions of Bear. I'm just gonna like straight up.
Oh, that makes me really happy.
Yeah, Dragonflight Season 2 was the only other time I would say Guardian was like fucking amazing, when you actually had to think about how you spend your rage. Because like for all of Warfin, literally all you did was spam Iron for Thrash and Mangle. Nothing else. There's no reason to press Maul. There's no reason to press Raise. You literally just hit those same buttons over and over, and it was extremely boring and dog shit. I didn't like Bear at all. Like, in fact, Warfin was the only season that, or only expansion that I didn't play Bear Tank, because almost every expansion I play Bear Tank at least once, because it's like my most played character by far, right? And it was just not it in War Within. So they took away the thing that made Ironfur do damage, so there's less of an incentive to hit Ironfur, and they added a ton of stuff to Maul, Raise, and Ravage, aka Massive Attack, which is what they used to call it back in beta.
That was a fucking goated word.
So yeah, that was a fucking beast name. Yeah, they made Druid of the Claw good for once, and that's kind of cool. Like I always thought Druid of the Claw was cool as hell, the idea of it. You also do an insane amount of damage with Feral Frenzy, which is what Heart of the Wild does now. Like you actually just go into cat form and just fucking blow up a single target boss. But the class is kind of squishy at the moment. I don't like what they did with this class defensively. It's probably the class that is actually the squishiest outside of cooldowns, which is kind of weird to think about. Bear has always been traditionally a pretty good tank outside of cooldowns, but I'm pretty sure it's like actually the weakest tank outside of cooldowns now. You have classes like VDH that can like sustain better with just spikes, and same with Prop Paladin, and that's kind of weird.
Okay.
But yeah, the class does crazy amounts of damage right now, is the TLDR, and it's pretty fun to play.
I think it's been a long time since bears have been like the top damn tank. Was it even that
Yeah.
Was it in Dragonflight? Was it that season where they were like the top damn tank, or was it just because they were Mark of the Wild?
I think they've had times here and there where they do crazy single target for like raid, when you can like dump all your rage into Maul and stuff. But yeah, the class has always been kind of lacking in the damage department.
Okay. I mean, I feel like you pretty much summed all of it up with that. Okay, you can probably rank it.
Raid, I want to say, oh man, I really want to put it in crazy style, but I just feel like it might be squishy. I don't know. I mean, for non-race war first guilds, it would definitely be in crazy style right now.
Well, why would it not?
First,
why would that not be true in Race World First guilds, right? Like, if I were to guess, Race World First guilds are ones that are more likely to play a in quotes squishy tank because it does more damage.
Yeah,
because the margins are higher, right? Like it would actually be the other way around.
That is true. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll just put in crazy style for raid. Fuck it, why not?
All right, slam it.
I mean, the class is probably gonna get nerfed anyways. Fucking Blizzard.
All right, what about Myth Plus?
Put it in A. Yeah, it's a little bit weak defensively, honestly. I just find it too much of a liability unless you just play it extremely well. I mean, I think it's definitely capable.
Is it just
of playing
doesn't
the highest
have
keys.
cooldown coverage? Is it like doesn't have enough things to rotate?
Yeah, and it's also a lot of its damage comes from single target, which is like very valuable. But there are also tanks that are kind of competitive in damage, to the point where it's like, why would you really bring a bear? They're competitive and they're tankier, and they possibly bring a better raid buff because rest of the Druid's looking extremely dominant. You will almost never play two of the same specs in a class. And yeah, I mean, just you get cannibalized by rest of the Druid basically.
But you think in raid that's less likely to happen? Like, so it sounds like you think in raid, like Druid's Guardian has a decent chance of being like the Mark of the Wild.
It also just does a shit ton of damage, so I can see it standing alone.
Okay. Where are we going next? Let's do Brewmaster, actually. Another unconventional tank.
Okay, yeah, Brewmaster probably received the most changes.
Like pruning or just changes?
Just in general, like pruning and the way it plays.
Okay.
So they definitely pruned a lot from this class. For anyone who's like worried about how daunting Brewmaster is, it's really not anymore. In fact, I would even argue it's probably the easiest tank now, which is kind of like a crazy 180.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so yeah, it's just super forgiving. The rotation right now is like Keg Smash Fire, and you reset that every time with various other abilities, right? Like whenever you Celestial Infusion, that resets your Keg Smash. Whenever you Iron Skin Brew, it resets. Whenever you Purifying, you have a chance to reset. Whenever you Black Ox Brew, you have a chance to reset. So your rotation's like Keg Smash Fire, Infusion, Keg Smash Fire. Maybe you get another Keg Smash Fire, then you can do like a Iron Skin Brew or some shit, and then Keg Smash Fire again. And you're constantly Keg Smash firing,
Okay, so I
but
have.
it's really satisfying to play. I will
Oh,
say,
that's what I
yeah,
was gonna ask, because like I feel like if they dumbed it down, that's something where like the OG Brewmaster player might be like, okay, well maybe this will be less fun now because I'm trying. But
yeah. Actually,
you're saying it's a
no,
good
no,
kind of.
you're right about that. So my read on this has been I've been telling people that a lot of the OG Brewmaster mains have found it to be less enjoyable. But I mean, it makes total sense, right? Like these guys have been playing it for years. They enjoyed it for what it was, and they kind of moved away from that direction. It's kind of like the whole Breath of Sindragosa situation where Frosty K players they always loved Breath, right? And when they took it away, then you saw people that were like not so okay with it, but everyone else was like, "Oh, this is amazing."
Yeah. That
So
makes
I
total
do think
sense.
there is some of that going on, right? Yeah. So I've definitely seen a lot of Brewmaster players complain about this, saying how like if they've dumbed it down too much. But personally, I find it to be really fun to play. I mean, I found the old version to be really fun to play too, right? But like this one is a lot more intuitive and it feels really nice. Like it just flows really well. The way you're just, it's a lot more like 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 instead of like 1 3 2 4 1 3 2 4. You kind of get like an idea of what I'm saying with the rotation, right?
Yeah, I get it.
It's a lot more like the other tanks, basically.
Okay, yeah. Also, if you're playing a class right now that has a lot of hidden intricacies to it and you enjoy that, definitely play the shit out of the game and enjoy it while you can, because obviously the direction of this game is going to where it is only going to become simpler, right? Which, not saying that's a good or bad thing, that's just what it is, right? So, you know, Brewmaster, one
Yeah,
of
I mean,
the
another thing with
examples
Brewmaster
of that.
too is for most tank players out there, what I've noticed is most tank players they can multi-class well, right? Except for Brewmaster. That's the one class that almost nobody plays. It's not like part of their repertoire. And with this change, I think it'll make Brewmaster a lot more like the other tanks.
Okay. I also still think Brew has intricacies too, because it has like really good movement, and at least in raid, like there's still a lot of things you can like do as that class that you cannot do with others. That's like really fun. What about
Yeah.
so what about strength? Where would you put it strength wise?
This class is the craziest it's ever been. I know this gets like said a lot about Brewmaster, but I honestly think this is the craziest Brew has ever been in at least like since M Plus came out. Like I can't speak for Mop and Wad, but this is the only time Brewmaster has been fully self-sufficient. And whenever a Brewmaster is fully self-sufficient, that is fucking crazy.
What do you
Like
mean fully
because normally a
self-sufficient? You could do
Brewmaster,
it. You could do dungeon with no healer, and it would be totally fine.
yeah, you don't need a heal at all. And that's like kind of unheard of for Brewmaster because the class has always been all right, you stagger damage and then you receive healing extremely well and you're able to purify off a lot of damage, which also results in like rolling your healing. But right now, like this is the only time the class can actually fully self-sustain without a healer. And I think that's a pretty big tell for
I
how
think
OP this class is.
I think it's also telling you one other thing, right? Like they're just for sure gonna nerf that. Like Blizzard hates that. Blizzard hates tanks being self-sufficient.
Probably, yeah.
Like every time a tank has
Well, I
gotten
mean,
close to being self-sufficient, especially at the beginning of like end of expansions, you get enough stats to where it enables that kind of stuff. But at the beginning of expansions, they have like a blue post every expansion that's like, we don't like this. We want healers healing tanks to matter. Obviously, if any tank is able to, any non-blood DK is fully self-sufficient, they're going to fucking nerf that. Like I at least
well,
feel like
no,
it
I
with
mean,
me.
I would say for the past few expansions, that's not as much of the case. Because, I mean, realistically, all of the tanks have been fairly self-sufficient. Like, I'm not gonna say fully
Which is a good
self-sufficient,
thing, by
but
the
they've been
way.
fairly,
All of us are fans of that, right? Like we tanks having the skill
yeah.
cap of like if it's hard to live on your own, but you can, we're fans of that. Like the whole you need a healer to heal you thing is ass. I don't know. I would you bet on this class not getting nerfed, basically, if you were a betting man?
I think it's getting nerfed. It's just the best tank right now. I'm gonna say it straight up. Like, I think it's the best tank in all content right now, and it'll probably get nerfed, which will really suck. But Blizzard's gonna be Blizzard.
You can also nerf things that are really good and have the nerf be fine. Like it can be nerfed and not ruined is the point. Okay, where would you rank it? Sounds like you're going crazy style in both.
Yeah, I'll definitely go crazy style on both.
So its damage is
It's
really good too. Then
Yeah, its damage is really good. Single target's like really solid. AoE is really solid. Aggro's good. Utility is like it's a Brewmaster, so it's not the craziest, but it's all right. And it's got the worst raid buff, but it's fine. Like the fact that you're still playing this class. So like what people have been doing on beta is they're playing a Brewmaster with a Mage and a Warlock and an Og. And when the fuck have we ever seen that?
Yeah, that's
You feel
really
like it
interesting.
feels like you'd be better off playing a VDH, but people are playing Brewmaster instead because of
I
just
mean,
how good it is.
what's really interesting to that with that for me is the almost all of those raid buffs are terrible. Like the mage buff is good, and then the everything else like warlocks, if they even have a raid buff, I guess you could argue hellstones or gateway every now and then. But then evokers in quotes raid buff is like I guess isn't necessarily just blessing of the bronze. It's the combination of all of the shit they do, which again has been like reined in. So I don't know. That just means all those classes just do a ton of damage, right?
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, I really like Brewmaster where it is right now. It would be nice if they brought tanks up to Brewmaster rather than bring Brewmaster down.
Yeah,
Also, I
like
mean,
the
it would just be
feel.
really
Yeah.
cool to just see Brewmaster being good for once because this class has legit never been meta a single time. So
Yeah.
you just throw him a bone.
Okay, so now we're into like the more traditional tank specs. So where would you oh, I guess Vengeance isn't, but all right, well let's we'll do the shield tanks last. Let's do Vengeance.
Okay.
So same initial question. Does this class feel pruned at all coming to the expansion, or how does the button situation feel?
Vengeance plays the same, honestly. It plays the same, except the passives have been heavily pruned, which makes it a lot less punishing to play. Because before, at least like specifically in season 2 of Warfin, even though the class has been relatively simple in terms of the amount of buttons, where you literally just have like Demon Spikes, Immora, Soul Cleave, Fracture, that's about it, right? But it's more about how you engaged in dungeons, how you set up a pull, how you get your defensives ramped. Basically, they removed a lot of the stuff that were passives, and you didn't have to think about. Yeah, it's to think very heavily about how tanky you were at all times. Whereas nowadays, they kind of just made all those flat DRs. So like one of them is frailty, where you had to build up your frailty stacks on the mobs, and that gave you percent DR, that gave you percent healing. Every time you consumed souls, you would get percent DR. Now it just gives you a flat amount of DR. Yeah, so they basically made the class a lot more forgiving to play, but it plays basically the same. You kind of just do the same shit. One cool change they did do is, I mean, I don't really want to call this cool because it's kind of it removes a lot of the identity from the class. Is Firebrand when you apply on the mob, it just puts it on you now. You don't have to spread your Firebrand to get DR rolling.
Yeah, it was like one of the few tank DRs that was actually different, and like the talents that involved spreading it
Yeah.
and extending it and stuff like that were like different. But yeah, now it's just like another DR. But I mean, maybe there's a reason for that, right? Like it wasn't there was problems with it being like that.
It's part of just what makes it easier to play without actually changing how you hit your buttons. But yeah, basically and Spirit Bomb is also back, which is kind of cool. It's now a cooldown that you hit every so often instead of something that you do rotationally. Because they couldn't fit Spirit Bomb for the longest time since it always competed with Soul Cleave, and the hero talents are just not. It just doesn't work well with Spirit Bomb, so they just made it a cooldown instead that you hit every so often.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I've always felt like how they've handled that, especially in regards to like Soul Cleave and stuff, has been really weird from the very beginning.
Yeah.
Okay. It sounds like just from because other tanks being really good means that the new tanks that we're ranking are probably going to be lower because there's only room for two tanks in a raid and one in Mythic Plus. I'm gonna assume this is like in the A or B range for both.
So Demon Hunter is kind of weird right now because we don't know how the class is supposed to function. There's one really big difference between pre-patch and beta with Firebrand. So on pre-patch, Firebrand doesn't extend in duration. I don't know how it's supposed to interact because like they changed how it works, right? Like before you applied on the mobs and then you would extend it on the mobs. But now whenever it jumps, well, because on pre-patch it doesn't extend at all. On pre-patch it's just a 10%, it's a 10-second DR, and on beta, whenever it spreads, it would reapply that brand on yourself. So if you were fighting like a pack of 10 mobs, you would just constantly refresh your brand, which made the class so much stronger than what it should be. So
Oh,
it's kind
okay.
of hard to tell what the intended way of Fire Brand is. And assuming it's the pre-patch way, then the class suffers big time. You're losing like 10 plus seconds of Firebrand, and that's pretty bad.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know what the intended way it's supposed to be is. But I mean, like currently on beta, I would say it's definitely one of the best tanks. I don't know if I would put it quite on Brewmaster, but it'd be like right alongside Brewmaster.
Okay.
But assuming that's not going to be true, then the class is going to be
What
kind
is
of
the
bad.
percentage chance you think that won't be true?
I don't know, 50-50. I have no idea.
Everything's 50-50. What a good answer.
Yep. I mean, that's life.
Yep, it either
50-50,
happens or it doesn't. Yep, you have the choice.
For raid, I don't really see Vengeance getting played. I mean, when was the last time this class was even played? I'm probably putting like B, and especially with like Devourer being a thing. Yeah, I mean, maybe even C. Honestly,
Damn.
I'm probably putting C. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I'm trying
Like
to
really,
think.
when was the last time VDH was played?
I believe we played Vengeance DH
Denathrius?
on Sire Denathrius, and it was only because Havoc was like really bad,
Mobility?
like the worst
Oh,
it's ever been in raid. Yeah, it was specifically a Havoc being bad thing. It wasn't even a Vengeance being good thing. So the other time before that was Nyalotha, which is actually right before that. We didn't actually play it in the race, but that was a mistake. I think Vengeance was the best tank in Nyalotha. It just didn't get
Wait,
played.
really?
Yeah, and it was just a corruption thing. They were just like unkillable, and they did the second most damage behind Blood DK, but you wouldn't have ran 2 Blood DKs with Echoing Void. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you're just not gonna play this shit at all. Devourer is like the new shiny spec too, and it's really good. So
Yeah. Yeah.
no chance.
Okay, so we're putting it in Mythic Plus. You said where?
Probably, I don't know. It's between Crazy Style and A. I think I'll just leave it at A, honestly.
I mean, it sounds like
Yeah,
you think
maybe even
Brewmaster
drop
right now without changes is
tank.
just the tank. So if that's the case, I mean, you can look
Yeah, I also don't know how it's gonna work, right? Because like it's 50-50. Either it happens or it doesn't.
at true.
Yeah,
It's so true.
fuck you, just put in Crazy Style.
Okay, fuck it. Okay. To the shield tanks. You can go either way.
We'll go with Warrior. Yeah, so Warrior is basically the same shit, honestly, because it already got its rework in Warfin Season 3, so we kind of got an insight on what exactly they were going to do. It's kind of like Frosty K, right? Like, they already reworked the class. I mean, it does have a couple of new, really cool things. They actually added more utility to this class. Oh, I was going to say, too, for Vengeance, I forgot about that. They nerfed the utility on that class. It went from the craziest fucking utility in the game, where you go from silencing mobs for 10 seconds, 2 charges, 40 seconds cooldown, and you have like 2 of each sigil, down to it's like pretty dog shit utility. But Warrior, on the other hand, Warrior got a shit ton of utility. Their shout that interrupts mobs is
Yeah.
insanely good. They have a new talent that makes Shattering Throw a silence for 3 seconds, so you actually just have an Avenger shield on a 45-second cooldown as Pro Warrior now.
Does it AoE?
So you have like 3 different interrupts. No, it's only one target, but it's still like pretty cool, right? Like you just like fucking toss your spear at one of the mobs and it just silences them. Yeah, the uncapped AoE fear, their rallying cry is better now. So this is actually one of the most utility heavy classes now. It's actually kind of crazy how much Warrior has come up.
And it's funny that it's just is it just Prot, or do the other specs get it too?
I think it's no, actually no. It's on the class tree, so it should be for other classes too.
Okay,
I
because
could be wrong though.
that's
I
been
don't
like the
even play them.
biggest complaint with Warriors for like the longest time, right? Is that like they had actually nothing. So the fact that all of them get it is good.
Yeah, but I mean they still have the shout thingy that DPS Warriors don't have, so
Yeah.
it's still kind of a big deal. But yeah, so Warriors got really good utility. I mean, it's honestly mostly the same as Warf in Season 3, where it's a very staple tanky class that doesn't really take any physical damage at all, but does kind of get destroyed by bleeds and heavy magic damage, especially with the removal of spell block. One cool thing about Pro Warrior is they merged Last Stand with Shield Wall, which makes it a lot more friendly to use. So basically, whenever you use Shield Wall, you just get 30% healing for free. And for newer tanks, that's like a very common mistake where they'll see damage coming and then like the damage happens, then they press their
Then
DR,
they
right?
then they do it. Yeah.
It's like an oh shit button. Yeah.
I mean,
which
I
is
feel
a very
like-
common mistake that
Let's not even say all tanks. I think that's or new tanks. At least for players, I feel like even the best players know the feeling of like taking some unintended damage and hitting the panic bark skin at like 10%
Yeah.
HP. Bro, everyone fucking hits that shit every now and then.
Yeah, so they made that a lot more forgiving. Like it's actually better to shield wall a little bit later now instead of just like hitting it before the damage happens. Well, I mean, it depends obviously, but it's actually like as long as you take some damage first and then you hit it, it's kind of nice. It actually just like heals you on top of giving you DR, makes it a lot friendlier to use. But yeah, so Warrior, I mean, it's the same shit.
So goated, bad, good.
Well, if you liked Warrior how it is right now, you would probably still like it. In terms of performance, yeah, I'd say it's probably like A in raid and probably like A and M plus too. It's like a very solid tank. The only thing I would say that's a little bit lacking in M plus compared to Warfin is the dungeons aren't as Pro Warrior friendly as they were in Warfin Season 3, and there are just simply better tanks right now. Also, Battle Shout is not nearly as good because
The
the
people you're
classes right
buffing
now are
don't care
just
about
not.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, that's all changing on Tuesday, so who knows? Maybe we'll see some actual classes that'll benefit big time from Pro Warrior, and that class shoots up a bit.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, but you said A in one of them. I didn't hear where the other one went.
Yeah, I just put an A in both.
A in both. Sweet. Okay.
Also,
Ahead or behind
Brewmaster,
Guardian?
yeah, Brewmaster is so forgotten. Nobody knows what this class is. That someone's asking your chat, what's even the icon with a bull? Like literally, nobody even knows what the fuck this class is.
I mean, that's just a first time message, bro. The first time messages today have been absolutely insane.
Well, he's not being a first time chatter. He's just like legit curious. Like, what the fuck is that? I've
He is
never
a
seen that
first time
before.
chatter.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like, normally it's like a troll message, but
Oh
I
yeah.
don't think he's trolling.
Yeah, I see. No, he's not. He's just like, what the fuck even is that, bro? All right, last tank, the Paladin, the old prop Paladin.
So I've heard a lot of dooming about Prop Paladin because the people just like don't like the way it plays now. They lost a lot of their defensives. They lost Eye of Tier. Their what else did they lose? I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what else they lost, but it's just like defensive uptime. I mean, a lot of the passives are lost, that's for sure. So it's kind of like a similar situation to VDH where you don't have to worry about keeping up all of this bullshit in order to be tanky. But one thing I will say about Prop Paladin is
Have
yeah,
you
they
not
lost
played a
Hammer
lot of
Grasp,
it compared to other
right?
tanks?
Definitely not as much as they were tanks. I was playing around with it today. I actually really like how it plays right now though, because the Apex talent feels amazing. It's a proc. Whenever you proc, your Avenger Shield generates 3 Holy Power. You know how people have been complaining for the longest time how Holy Power isn't generated from Avenger Shield? Well, now you
Yeah.
get 3 of them.
Yeah, that whenever they made
And
that
during
change,
wings,
I was just gonna say whenever they made that change, it just felt like it didn't make any sense and that the economy was wrong with making Holy Power. Not a huge deal.
yeah, well, they actually moved all of the Holy Power to elsewhere, right? So you have 2 charges of Judgment, and your wings judgments just generate a whole lot more. But the big thing is your wings feels amazing right now. Whenever you're in wings, you're generating an absurd amount of Holy Power, and you actually feel like a fucking god in wings. The problem with Prop Paladin right now is, well, this has been a problem since Dragonflight. The Sentinel talent or like that choice node is such a problem. You're either choosing between an insane amount of tankiness or an insane amount of damage. And that's like always the worst choice to ever have to make as a tank.
Yeah.
Because that also means that the tank is probably tuned around the defensive part. Like you just can't live without it. So we're in a situation where as a prop paladin, you need Sentinel to be living the highest keys. And if you're not playing it, you're gonna die. But if you are playing it, then you're doing no damage. So it's a feels bad situation to be in.
Yeah. Is there another tank that has that? A choice node that's like that major in either direction?
I don't know, honestly. I can't really think of one right now. I mean, there were moments like that for Vengeance, for example, where you had to like choose between Cheat Death and say Firebrand Spread or Soul Crush, but that's like no longer a thing. Yeah, I don't know if there are any other tanks right now that have that big of a choice.
Yeah, I know it. I know when that first came out, it was a problem as well, right? Because like you said, I think there's an opposite problem too. The problem of, oh, you're saying that, oh, it's going to be tuned around the defensive thing, but I think it also has the issue of the defensive thing being really strong, but the better players like pushing everything for damage. So you might try to play the like damage focused one, and then people like read a Wowhead article and do that when their keys would go so much easier if they just use the other one.
Bro, that shit was a classic back in Dragonflight. When this talent first got introduced, it was recommended from Wildhead that you played damage wings. And so all the pug tanks were doing it, and I heard countless complaints about how Paladin was just like dog shit, and you had like all these pug healers and pug DPS that were like, oh, I never want to play with a prop Paladin because they just fall over. Except it
Yeah.
turns out that the entire time, all these pug paladins were playing damage wings, and it was just straight up just not good at the time.
Yeah, the classic.
It was straight up poisoning the well.
Yeah, I won't even look past the irony of the fact that I think this tier list is doing that exact same thing to a lot of people, but all good. Okay, so where do you think Proc goes?
I don't think it's that bad, but I'll probably put it in A for raid because I mean it's always been a pretty solid tank.
Yeah,
Maybe I don't know, maybe even B. Yeah, somewhere around there, A or B. Because
Yeah.
like paladins have always been like fairly solid in raid.
okay.
And then in M plus, man, I don't even know. A or B too. Probably put in B just to even it out a bit.
So you think there's
I
not
do
a
think
chance that
it's-
it's meta though?
No, there's no chance it's meta, but it's also not that bad. It's actually like it's definitely better than Blood DK. Let's just say that.
Oh no. Okay. All right. Easy enough.
Yeah, I think this is fine. Yeah.
You're happy with it? You can make any final changes if you want to.
Yeah. I'll link this too.
Okay. Oh, I don't even know what I'm looking at, but I'm oh, it made me download it. This is amazing. Oh, it's just what? Just a picture of someone instantly. Oh, just a picture of a paladin running in and taking one melee and dying. Yeah. I'll just link it in chat if people want to see
it. We need that Ruby Life Pools clip. You ever seen that one? That one's such a banger.
We have a bunch of those in our guild from like during races. Like there's a really good one of Dryny getting one shot. All right, W. Thanks for your time.
Yep.
Right, love you. Bye. Let's see who we got. We got Ellesmere. We got JB. And potentially Automaticjak. So we're just gonna do some healer stuff. Yo.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? Have you been
All right.
Have you been a beta demon?
Yeah. Yeah, not by choice. Blizzard has just left me staggeringly little else to do.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Oh, so you're like you're sad there's no Fated Season 4 thing, right? Because for Mythic Plusers, that was just
not even Fated. I am at the point now where I am so desperate for WoW content that I actually played like hardcore for a week.
Oh Jesus.
And I would have done Burning Crusade if I could have found a single other soul that I knew of that was like playing Burning Crusade. I asked around for like a week trying to find anybody else that I knew that was playing, but like nobody, like the only people that were playing it that I knew of were people that were already like playing Classic, and I didn't really want to play by myself on Burning Crusade and like try to find people to play with for like 2 weeks to fuck off for midnight. So yeah. I feel like I've just been left with beta. Like there's just nothing else to do. So
yeah, I don't feel that way. I got all kinds of stuff going on, but in the real world, you know,
I don't know.
Okay.
And now it feels kind of like you're fucking flexing on me. I'll be honest.
No, I mean, I playing TBC with no one else sounds awesome, man. Okay, so Resto Druid. Just what I'm starting all these with is like, actually, I feel like with healers it might be relevant to talk about the UI stuff. But before that, how do you feel about like button pruning? Like, does your class feel pruned or different, bad or good in any way? Like, what is the button situation going into midnight?
Druid kind of escaped much button pruning. Blizzard made, I think, a concerted effort to prune Resto Druid's hots, which I assume is a reflection of just we have to fit all of these hots on the unit frame now. And Resto Druid had a lot of just random passive bullshit hots that showed up. So
well, I feel think there's more reason than just that though, right? Like isn't part of the complaints from healers being that you wish your power was more focused in just your base hots rather than the thousands of talents that amplify them in some way? And I guess in Resto Druid's case, those were actually just more hots on your frame.
I mean, there were some active hots you were using. Like they got rid of like Cenarian Ward, which was actually like a button press, and then they got rid of some passive stuff. But in terms of the actual buttons you're pressing, I think really only Grove Guardians got turned into a proc instead of a button, and then Flourish got baked into Trank. But besides Cenarian Ward, in terms of your like rotational buttons, I don't think Druid really changed much at all.
What about gameplay wise, very generally speaking? Like if you can separate it from the UI, hopefully, but like, do you feel like the classes like they made good changes as far as how fun it is to play, or bad?
Yeah. I think they actually made Druid a bit more involved than it was in War Within. Especially in dungeons, you're using Rejuve more than you used to. That was kind of a dead button for a while, and now it's back to being used pretty regularly. And in Raid, I think our rotation is going to be fairly similar in terms of the spam Rejuve until you've got your buffs up, and then hit regrowth a lot. I think that kind of core gameplay loop is going to stay pretty similar. So I think Druid ended up in a good spot in terms of its rotation and feel.
Okay. They also lost like actually I think they just buffed healer damage recently, but any thoughts on like the healer damage situation or the loss of your kick?
God bless getting rid of kicks. Any healer that is sad that they lost kick is a full-blown victim of Stockholm Syndrome. That shit sucks. I was really happy to never have to worry about kicks for a long time in Mythic Plus. Then they gave me a kick, and I had to pretend like I was happy to get it. But now I'm not going to pretend like I'm sad that it's gone. Fuck kicks. Nobody wants to do that shit. And I'm happy to not have to ever think about it again. So
unless you play Resto Shaman.
Unless you play Resto Shaman, then you have to think about it once every 30 seconds. as far as damage, I mean, every healer's damage is beans right now, and I don't see that changing anytime soon because in order for healer to do competitive damage, they'd have to buff everybody by like 300%, and Blizzard's never going to do that. It will take 4 or 5 successive healer buffs for healer to start doing the kind of damage that's relevant. We may eventually get there, but it'll probably be 2 expansions from now, or some insane amount of borrowed power. But yeah, healer damage seems like it's kind of an afterthought at this point, and I've made my peace with that.
Okay. I guess just if there was any space to talk about things that you think are good or bad about the spec before ranking it, you could do that.
I mean, I think Druid's in a pretty good spot rotationally. Like, you feel like your buttons do something. Like, it feels like you're being encouraged to use most of the buttons in your kit. Probably more so now than maybe really ever with Resto Druid. It feels like all the buttons kind of have a place and do something. And the I was a fan of pruning in general. Like, I felt like a lot of specs ended up really bloated after Dragonflight talent rework. I mean, that's just like the thing I've compared it to is if you're doing like bodybuilding, you have the cycle, you know, the bulking and the cutting.
Yeah.
And the Dragonflight shit was the bulking. They had to come up with entirely new talent trees. And there was going to, I mean, in order to fill out a talent tree that big, you're going to have to throw a bunch of bullshit in there that, like, you don't actually think is important, but you just need a certain amount of quantity. So there was a lot of shit that ended up in the Dragonflight talent trees. And I think we got to the point now after a couple expansions where Blizzard had a pretty good idea of, like, what mattered and what didn't. And so now we're in the cutting cycle of, like, all right, you know, we've had some, every spec has, like, kind of had its rework. We've got a pretty good sense of, like, what needs to stick around and what doesn't. So now we're going to start cutting, making the classes leaner, getting rid of some of these buttons that are just filler. And so I was a fan of pruning in general, and I feel like Druid ended up in a good spot afterwards. And it feels like I was okay with basically everything they got rid of. So I'm happy with where it ended up rotationally, and I feel like we've got less, like, cooldown buttons, and I don't like cooldown buttons in general. I just want my spec to be kind of good all the time.
Yeah.
And so I think we've gotten closer to that, and I like that.
All right, sweet. Where do you think Mythic Plus and Raid separately? How good do you think Resto Druid is going to be?
Well, it's probably the best healer in Mythic Plus right now. And the I mean, I think for people that are kind of penciling in early metas, I think Resto Druid is the expected meta healer right now for Mythic Plus. For Raid, I think it was based on testing. It felt like it was kind of middle of the road, and then Druid got a little rebalancing this week where they tried to nerf it in Mythic Plus, but, like, keep it relatively the same in Raid. And it was a fairly big set of changes to Raid talents. So I'm not sure how Druid ended up in Raid after that. But my suspicion would be that it would be like a pretty good healer, but I'm nothing like crazy and nothing like dog shit.
Okay, that sounds like a B or an A.
Yeah, I mean, I think depending on where other specs ended up, like, I would probably put Druid. I mean, there was like Disc Priest was really good for a while, but it's been nerfed a few times. I'm not sure where it ended up. But, like, Disc Priest seemed like it was doing pretty well. There were some fights where I think Prez was doing really well. And I would maybe put Druid, like, a bit below maybe the top 1 or 2 spots, but I wouldn't put it in, like, the bottom couple spots. So kind of middle of the pack, whatever letter that ends up being.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind with other people, because it does have to work relatively with other healers. So you think they're right about third? That makes sense. I'll check that out. All right, W. Thanks, bud.
Oh, also,
Go ahead.
I wanted to say that I do say I think Resto Druid is the best healer right now, and I want that on the record for anybody that's going to come back later and be like, JB never says shit about how his specs should get, like, about how his specs good. I just want that on the record as being like, I said Resto Druid was the best healer right now, and I'm gonna hold some other healers to this in the future when they're talking about their spec. If they don't say that shit with their chest about their healer, we're going to come back to this conversation in the future. And
Yeah,
I
it's
also
on
think,
the
just as a
record.
general rule, if you ever get on social media and you call for buffs to your spec, you should have to quote tweet yourself from the past asking for nerfs for your spec when it's too good. Those things should have to go together.
True. So true.
You should have to point to yourself saying my spec is too good and deserves to be nerfed for every time that you're going to ask for buffs. And if you can't do that, and if you haven't made a statement like that since the last time you asked for buffs, you're not allowed to do it.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty factual. That would be, I don't think anyone's ever done that. Has anyone ever been sitting with their class being really good and tweeted that they think their spec is too strong and needs to be nerfed. There's zero chance because everyone would just kill them, right?
Yeah, if there's a person who's done that, they're dead. They've been.
Yeah, they're gone. They've been gone. You don't even remember them because they're dead. Yeah. Okay. That's good. All right. Thanks for your time. See you later. Love you. Bye. So yeah, I mean, people do that on these lists, man. They like, if you are, people always get mad for like, they're saying they're sandbagging, but do people get mad at them for ranking it too high? I guess so. People of that class, you're going to get us nerfed. That's why they do the other thing, right? Okay. I'm going to call Ellesmere real quick. Now good. Last year, people put Hunter in C. Dude, Hunter's in one of those weird spots now where it's going to be real, because like I think raid buffs, whether you realize it or not, oftentimes people will literally cite this, like especially tanks and healers are like, I think this class is good, but because it isn't going to be the mark of the wild, it can't be S tier. And like part of that is true, right? Like let's say Resto Druid was the best healer, but Guardian was the best tank by more, to where every group had a Guardian, that would nerf Resto Druid because you would play another healer instead. That's just true, right? Hunters are in a really interesting spot where their raid buff is so good and it stacks with the amount of targets that, you know, you might end up bringing multiple of them on the average raid fight. Anytime there's a, like the Hunter raid buff is so good that if they're not absolutely dog shit, anytime there's a second target while you are hitting the boss and they both need to die, you're gonna bring a second Hunter because you want the buff on both of them. And that is that's a really common occurrence on a raid fight, probably more often than not. So I feel like Hunters most likely would be put a tier higher than their power because they just have like a stackable raid buff kind of. We won't find out until this tier exactly how strong that is, I guess. And I don't think they're going to nerf it before the tier because, or at all maybe, but they won't do it before the tier because they just changed it. They would need a reason to. Hunter's Mark stacks. Yeah, so like you can only put it on one target, but now it's just damage all the time instead of above 80%. So you're able to use it on like any target, right? Like say there's say it's a 2-target cleave fight, you would need one on each. Say it's a boss where an ad spawns that you swap to while you're cleaving the boss down, which is like most fights. If it has enough HP to where that buff has a lot of value, you would run a second one, yeah. So the council fight needs 3 hunters. Well, the council fight's a little different. So there's a council fight with 3 bosses, except for like 90% of the fight, you're only hitting 2 of them at a time because the third one is taking 0 damage during its like ult phase, is what I call it. So like you probably could just do 2, but like there would still be some value in a third. But yeah, you would need 2 without question. Yeah. Just because of that, which is like a weird raid buff situation. Is there any fight this tier where you can stack a trophic poison this raid with rogues? So I haven't. I'm gonna call Ellesmere in a second. I just wanted to dispel this because people still think you can stack a trophic poison. So there was a time on like PTR sometime last expansion where like they made a change to something and a trophic poison was stackable. But we like triple checked this last year, at least going into last year, that did not work. You could not run 10 rogues and have a trophic poison, even DR'd, stack to like a pretty big number. That just doesn't work. And we cleared this with Blizzard as well, because we were concerned about that being a thing, and they were like, yeah, this just doesn't do that. We're like, okay. And it hasn't been. I don't know if it is in the expansion, if they like change something else, but I highly doubt it. It seems like something people keep saying, but it just doesn't actually work. Anyways, hello.
Yo, what's up?
Oh, yeah, I need to turn you down a little bit. Nothing much. We're talking about some WoW. Yeah, all good. We're just talking about some WoW classes, and yours is a really interesting one because I feel like you've been through a journey, you know, as a
we're still going through a journey
as a Holy Paladin player. Yeah. Actually, I want a thought about something JB just said. He said that anytime anyone on Twitter is calling for their class to be buffed, they have to quote tweet a tweet of themselves in the past asking for their spec to be nerfed for it to be valid to do that. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I would pass that test because I did call for several nerfs to Ashen Hollow and season 2 of Dragonflight on Twitter. So
oh shit. All right. Well, then you're about that shit. Okay. So I kind of want to start. What I'm starting all these with is just asking someone if, like, how has, if at all, the button pruning felt for your class? Like, do you feel as a Holy Paladin like there's less things to press, and how you feel about that? Now I know they literally like removed stuff and in some cases added it back with your class specifically, and then made some more changes recently. But like, how do you feel like your class has come out of the great pruning?
It's definitely a lot more simplistic, especially in M+. There's probably half the buttons Whether or not that's a good thing is kind of player dependent. I know some people are enjoying less buttons, but having the buttons be more effective. And some people are sad about the buttons. I personally land somewhere towards the being more sad. I do wish we had at least one other button, but in general, I think that it's been okay, especially with the latest change where they brought back basically before the change that happened 2 weeks ago. It was really bad. It was in like a dreadful state. It was incredibly boring. Then they temporarily for one day brought back Crusader Strike and messed up everything. Then they reverted that. And after that revert, it's been very fun since then because they basically reintroduced 2 spells that we were never pressing that were part of our core kit, which is Flash of Light and Shield of the Righteous. So with those back in play, it's actually been very fun. I've found HPAL incredibly enjoyable. But yesterday or 2 days ago, no, I think it was last night, they announced more healer tuning, and with that tuning they, I think, accidentally just destroyed one of our core rotational buttons, which is Judgment. So now we really only have Holy Shock and Flash of Light. The way that they destroyed it was by severely over nerfing the one thing that was making Judgment worth pressing, which was Empyrean Legacy. So with that massive nerf to the Empyrean Legacy talent, we don't really press that anymore. So now I would say we have officially gone back to, we do not have enough buttons. So hoping that they look into that Empyrean Legacy nerf.
Okay. Not talking about pruning necessarily or power yet. How do you feel about just this spec in general? Like, you've now come out of this, they've made these changes. What do you think? Like, would you, so you could even say like good or bad, like what are some good things about Holy Paladin and bad things? Like what coming to this expansion is like, okay, this is a lot better than it was in a previous one.
Holy Shock feels better and Judgment felt better up until yesterday. Holy Light is actually kind of nice. I really like what they ended up doing with Holy Light, despite the fact that it does cost a huge amount of mana and we don't really have a way to manage our mana. I still like that they removed the linking of Holy Light to our infusion and instead just made it like a big bomb spot heal, and it really is big. It does a massive amount of healing. So Holy Light, I enjoyed the changes to that. It's one of those buttons that you're not going to press super often rotationally, but when you do, it's going to feel really good, and I love that. Light of Dawn, best change they've made by far. Just the way that they switched it from a conal ability to a 360 degree and made it go from 10 or 15 yards to now 40 yards. Incredible change, 100% needed that. So that's been my favorite change personally. Lastly, giving Shield of the Righteous a mana return, and more recently making that mana return actually meaningful in some way, because it was like basically useless up until they buffed it, but now it actually feels like pretty good. So I think those have been the best. And then some of the button pruning was actually really good. The way that Hammer of Wrath was baked into Judgment and the way that Consecrate was baked into Judgment via the talent. Both those buttons have not felt good to press in a very long time. So I think that was actually good.
Okay, so you think overall positive on the pruning angle then?
Yeah, except for the change yesterday that now makes Judgment a terrible button. Yeah. Other than that, yes, I think most of the pruning has been good.
Yeah, I also think with the tuning yesterday, unless they had a dev note about it, I think it's unlikely they made that change to make it that you don't press Judgment. It sounds like one of those things where that is an unintended consequence of them making that change. Like, do you think the purpose of it? Yeah, okay, so hopefully would change there.
I think that they thought that Judgment was better to press baseline than it actually is, and didn't realize that how much value of Judgment was actually just in Empyrean Legacy, the talent itself.
Okay. All right, sweet. How good do you think Holy Pally is going to be in raid next year?
I think a lot of it depends on tuning. If we're going by what happened last night and nothing gets changed, then probably not great. We're going to be basically spam casting Flash. Our spot healing is going to be pretty weak.
How is your spot healing going to be weak if you're spam casting Flash? That's crazy. Wouldn't that mean that...
Because Flash, we spam cast Flash as a generator. It doesn't actually do any healing, basically.
Beautiful.
Like it does some if you have infusion procs, but if you don't have infusion procs, then it does basically 0 healing. So and your infusion procs are going to be less because you're not pressing judgment, so you're not getting the CDR from that in order to press holy shock, and holy shock is how you get them. So basically less infusion procs and less powerful spot healing. I think overall we will be able to spot heal like in specific circumstances pretty strongly with Holy Light, because Holy Light is such a giant spot heal, but we have to be very careful about where we do it because it costs so much mana and we have no mana regeneration tool, so we can only cast Holy Light like maybe 10 times a fight. So it's going to be like very specific where we pick and choose how to use our spot healing. Overall, like HPS throughput wise though, I'd say we're going to be middle of the road. I don't think we're going to be like dreadful, but I don't think we're going to be great either. If you do decide to factor in all the DR that we bring from our beacons and our new beacon, and the Devo aura obviously is always talked about. So if you factor all those in, I'd say we're standard, like a little over middle of the pack in terms of like how much lives we're saving.
Okay, so you'd say B, maybe? B is directly in
I'd
the
say
middle.
B. B
Okay.
seems fair.
B seems fair, and maybe a little higher if they end up changing the judgment thing. And then
Yes.
all of this is subject to change anyway with tuning. There's going to be a lot of tuning before the actual season comes out, so
Yeah, I was actually shocked to see all the tuning yesterday, because I'm like, what data are they using? Are they using pre-patch data or beta and plus data? I'm really not sure.
I don't think a lot of it. So when I asked them a lot of questions about that the last time I was there, and I think the community perception is like they are using exclusively like logs and community information and maybe sims to like make changes. And I think that is a little bit overblown. Like they have internal tools. I didn't get to see it, but they said they had like internal tools they do to tune a lot of things, even though I think it is obvious to all of us that they do look at logs and what is the community is actually doing to tune things. So like you might be like, okay, well, we need to wait till the season is out, or maybe they're doing it on pre-patch. Hopefully Blizzard never makes a change based on pre-patch, because that's just completely bad information, but or relevant information. Like there's just too many things that are missing. But yeah, I don't know. I think you're going to continue to see notes all the way up until the season, honestly, probably weekly. And it's just them. The class designers aren't doing anything else until the season comes out other than preparing for the season. They're not really working on season 2 yet. So I think you're just going to see them look into it and just double check where specs are based on whatever information they have available.
Gotcha.
Okay, so Mythic Plus then.
M plus, I'd probably put us in the same category. Again, if you had asked me yesterday, I would put us probably A tier, like high A tier. But after that change, probably B, even maybe C. But I'm going to say B because we do still provide a huge amount of DR from our beacons and Devo and stuff. So like that is going to be decent for high keys. But overall, our healing got hit very hard, and our damage got relatively, like, we were, one of the things that was the selling point for HPAL the past few weeks on beta is the fact that we can do so much damage relative to other healers. And it's still not a crazy amount because all healers don't do very much damage. But with this tuning pass, they buffed a ton of healers' damage, but they actually didn't really buff HPAL much. They just kind of offset it because it was overperforming on beta. So we've kind of lost that selling point, which is fine. We're more like evenly tuned, but that was kind of the selling point. Now I don't see why you would bring HPAL aside from maybe the DR factor. But if you're really going for DR, you probably want HPS throughput anyways. And at that point, you're better off with a few other healers.
Yeah, not to mention that raid buffs are a big part of Mythic Plus, and I think Paladin just has one of the... It's not an irrelevant raid buff. Like, there are classes that have nothing. Like, having DR is good, but it's not the same. It's not something you feel like... there are other healers that have raid buffs that you say, okay, we need this raid buff. Where are we going to get this in our comp? And Devo isn't that. So that's also a losing battle you're fighting. Which is hard to represent on a tier list because you're mostly just talking about like its potency. So, okay.
Yeah, the raid buffs are basically split into like the good raid buffs, which are the ones people care about, which increase throughput, and then all the other raid buffs, which do not affect throughput. If you're on the throughput list, people are going to want you for M+. If you're not on the throughput list, then you're going to be sad.
I haven't played Mythic Plus in the last season or two. Is there not like, do you feel like you don't need Fort anymore, for example, or is it just nice if it's there?
Well, Priest was more about PI, right? Like Fort is like a nice thing, and you also get a little bit of lenience if you're playing Disc, but the big raid buff that people actually cared about with Priest was always PI. Whenever we would like look at logs or like compare groups or whatever, it would never be like, oh, they have Fortitude. It's like they have PI for this pull, so then this pull becomes a lot easier. So it's like, again, it just comes down to throughput, really. I don't think like you can always make up for missing some stamina or missing some DR. Like you can figure out ways around that, put on more verse, figure out how to shield or play your defensives better, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
But you can't play around just
manufacture
missing
damage.
raw throughput.
Yeah. Got it. Okay. All right. That's all I need. Thank you.
All right, cool.
All right,
Thank you.
Bye bye. Oh, fuck. I forgot. I'm sick. It doesn't matter. You can't get mad at me for forgetting. It's okay. Okay. Let's call Jack first. Hello.
Hello?
Oh my God, you're so loud. Yeah, I'm turning you down real quick.
My bad.
Yeah, you're good. Dude, wait, I wonder if it's something on my end, because, like, I've talked to... Are you on your phone or something?
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
Oh, that'll do. Okay, because I was just talking to Ellesmere, and it was, like, so fucking loud, and I think it was, like, he was on his phone. I think maybe what happened... Let me check it, actually. You know how, like, every now and then you, like, restart your computer, and you normally have Discord at, like, and your sound mixer... You have Discord at like 30, and then like you do a quick little computer restart, and it's back to fucking 100. That's exactly what happened. Okay, literally it. I can probably turn you back up again.
Okay, how's this?
Yeah, I mean you sound normal now. It's just Discord. All right, sweet. So we've already done Resto Druid and Holy Paladin, and you referred out Prez, which is fine. So you'd be talking about the two priest specs, little Mistweaver, and a little Resto Shaman, right?
Yeah, sounds good.
Sweet. So before we're talking about any of them specifically, what is your take on the ever-evolving, like, healer UI situation? How's that
I would
been?
say it's like I'd say it's mostly there. I think for some people who got really used to like very, very specific tools, it is still really painful for like what they lost. An example of that is like being able to specifically put hots in like certain corners and make sure that like their eyes can move to exactly that position. But one of the Wowhead guide writers, Harek, actually just made a new add-on tool that allows you to color your frames for specific buffs like Atonement or like Riptide or Echo, which is a really big deal because previously Gander's frames, which is like the other healer add-on, he could make it so you could change the entire color of your frame, but only if it was like any buff present, which got really, really annoying. So I would say it's like
Was that the thing? Was that the thing where people were going into their game files and like deleting like buffs they don't care about?
But they fixed. But he actually made like a non like weird workaround for that doesn't involve game file deletion anymore.
That's just I haven't followed it that closely with healer problems specifically, but that was just one of the things that.
Oh, sorry.
What's up?
Oh, my bad. I just dropped my phone.
Oh no, yeah, you're good. That was just one of the things that crossed my feed, and I was just like, how the is this add-on situation so bad that we are deleting fucking game files to make things work? But I'm glad to see it's moved on past that. Do you want to talk about Priest first? Or you want to start with one of the other two?
Yeah, let's start with Priest.
Cool. So let's start with Disc first. How is this class fared in the great like pruning? You know, there's a lot of classes lost some buttons, some didn't lose as much, some lost complexity, some gained it. I know Disc probably received some of the most changes in regards to its like identity, right? It's like they've been like the burst healer prototype, even though other healers could do it too. And like now it's like it's like a little bit more spread out, or how would you say that's turned out?
I think it's mostly good with how they're probably one of the biggest highlights is being able to set up your healing much more rapidly. And being able to better develop abilities like evangelism, which used to extend your atonements, but now it helps you apply them a lot faster, which kind of comes into like the same net effect, but it's nice because it skips having to place as many single atonements. So instead of taking like 15 seconds to apply 20 atonements to your raid, it now takes like 5. So that stuff I'm not too worried about and I'm like pretty happy about. I think the concern is they're still trying to find ways to incorporate our pets because previously you would use your pets to like set up your Shadow Covenant and bonus shadow damage. And now they're kind of doing it as like light damage and some mana regen and making you like actually care about your mana. It's kind of irritating how many tools you still have and how they're still trying to make a lot of those tools relevant in different ways. So even though it's not an active button, it's like a passive to summon your pet and then get some extra damage and some mana back. And then they make you care about the mana, so you're kind of pushed into running those kind of things.
Oh, okay. So you feel like it could be better maybe if you didn't have to run the exact talents you had to do?
Yeah, and I feel like the pruning kind of highlights how we don't really need that many talent nodes to make a coherent and interesting build. But then, you're forced into taking them, and so some talents just feel like really weak.
How do you feel about barrier being on the choice node it's on?
It's interesting because Uppies is still the competitor for barrier, and there's some situations where like really high damage on like Voracious, which is like this T-Rex looking dude in the next raid. His like highest damage period is a time where everyone's running all over the place. And so being able to like go up in the air and have a defensive and like rain down penance bolts kind of felt more useful than having a barrier, because the time where you could use barrier was like moderate damage, but everyone's stacked, and that's like way easier for healing in general. So it's interesting. Uppy still kind of feels meh, especially after they nerfed a couple talents that supported it, but it's also still like powerful enough to worth running, especially if you can stack it with your evangelism and archangel buffs. So it's kind of like you're stacking multiple different buffs on top of each other to make it feel really good.
Yeah,
So you have like situations for it.
I also feel like it's like throughput versus, even though you could look at damage reduction as a type of throughput, but you can't actually see it. So I feel like people are just going to default to the actual healing CD like every time, unless there's like a very specific instance where like people want barrier. And I just think that's like a very interesting development in disc, because like you've known, oh, I have a disc in the raid, that means, oh cool, we can like barrier something, and that's just like not true anymore. Unless you like absolutely want them to, and if they have to take it, they're getting nerfed, which is weird. So I just think that was like a thing that with the changes that I saw to disc that was interesting.
Yeah, and it's also interesting too because the damage gets a lot less spiky in raids, and almost every single boss fight has like 10-20 second duration dots they put on the raid. And so all your damage isn't like this one big burst you have to survive where the damage reduction makes all the difference in the world. It's like the damage gets spread out, and so barrier kind of loses value on some of those fights because it's not capturing and reducing as much damage as well.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. How good do you think disc is going to be in raid and plus?
I think raid is going to be, I guess, good, but not the insanity that it was before. It was like absurd in raid testing, and then they nerfed it 4 weeks in a row. So I think it's in a position where it's probably going to get outshined by preservation in like race to world first. But if you're like a disc player who just enjoys playing the spec and you're just kind of gaming with anything outside of like top 50 world or something like that, I think you just play what you like and you play it well, you'll be fine.
All right, where does that go though? Give me a letter.
Where do they put like Druid and Paladin?
So,
is this like an overall tier list, or like are they split?
They're split between raid and mythic plus. And in the raid one, the Resto Druid is A and Holy Paladin is B because of the changes to not pressing judgment yesterday. But it would probably have been higher without that.
I guess I would put disc for raid and like B behind Paladin, because I think Paladin gets played in world first before Disc Priest does.
Do you think that's due to its power or due to its raid buff?
Like Paladin getting played? Kind of both. I think raid buff good, but also I think there were a lot of like flash heal dominant setups that I saw from like a log perspective, even like Chinese logs that were running some flash heal stuff, and it still felt like it was like a powerful healer. So if it was me, I would have put like Paladin higher for raid, because anything that's going to be like in race to world first, I think would be at least A tier.
Yeah, it's really weird looking at like lists, and there's so many different things. There's like raid buff, because like let's just say, for example, Paladin was an okay healer, but then like prop Paladin and Ret were terrible. That would, because you would always play a Paladin because of that, it would make Paladin appear higher than it is, right? You're like, at the same time, you're combining a class's potency, how strong they are, as well as the raid buff situation, which is relative to other classes that have nothing to do with you, and how strong other things are. Like, for example, your class could make it into like the raise comp, but maybe something else is just so broken that it never sees the light of day, therefore it's worse than it actually is, right? Same thing. Yeah, so you're saying you just want to, you're relatively putting it behind Paladin, which I think is fair.
I think Paladin's like in a better spot than it was in Mana Forge Omega, and it was brought to world first.
Yeah. Okay. We have so Mythic Plus then for disc.
Where do they put Druid and Paladin so far?
Druid is in crazy style and Paladin is in B. Again, the reasoning for B instead of A is it was doing a lot of damage in Mythic Plus for the last few weeks, but they buffed all healer damage yesterday, but not Paladin really, which kind of offset how ahead it was on. This is his words. offset how ahead it was, and then also the judgment thing, put it down in B where it otherwise would have been at the top of A, he said.
Okay. Yeah, again, I still feel like Paladin's stronger than Disc by quite a while. So, I mean, I'd put like Disc in C tier then for M+, because Disc literally runs out of healing in a lot of like high M+ environments where you're not able to sustain your output for the rot fights and for the burst fights. You have a 1.5-minute cooldown and a 4-minute cooldown. If you don't have one of those, like everyone dies. So those
That's
like 4
weird.
straight
Isn't
weeks
that,
of nerf.
Isn't that like kind of what they tried to change with healing in this expansion?
Yep. It is.
Yeah, that sucks. Okay.
And the reason, and I think the best healers, you know, like Druid, for example, everyone can agree is the best M+ healer. And a big reason for it is because its sustained healing is so strong that, you know, it doesn't depend on having a cooldown to do excellent healing. And Disc is in the exact opposite scenario right now.
Okay. Fair. Holy Priest, same pruning argument. Where does Holy Priest end up after the great pruning?
I think they overdid it a little bit with the pruning, but a lot of it was needed. Making like, I'm glad they got rid of Renew. Some people, that might be a little controversial of a take, but I'm really glad they got rid of Renew because it was just a button that like didn't really do anything besides give you some cooldown reduction for your Holy Word. Getting rid of like Shadow Word Pain is a little bit overdoing it for like leveling because you can't really tag mobs very well, you know, for the weirdos like me that are leveling as a Holy Priest. And I think the worst one though is Heal. And Heal wasn't really a button you used in War Within. And so I always see people like head scratch that take. But Heal was really valuable, or would be valuable, I should say, in Midnight because damage slows down and you need to be able to still heal effectively without consuming mana really quickly. And right now your options are Flash Heal and Prayer of Healing. And both those cost quite a bit of mana. And so the playstyle is kind of pushing you towards building up stacks of Lightweaver with Flash Heal that buffs up your Prayer of Healing and using your Surge of Light procs, which give you a half cost to your Flash Heal. Well, now they also work on Prayer of Healing. So you want to use them on your AoE heals. But you don't really have a cheap, effective way to build up those Prayer of Healing stacks. And so you're kind of just fighting mana burn all the time. And even though the Spec does phenomenal healing in raids or in dungeons, it's constantly holding itself back because it can't spend, you know, mana too quickly. Otherwise it ooms. So the play style that's going to be coming around if they don't change anything is smiting during downtime at low damage to fish for Surge of Light procs to have cheaper Prayer of Healing. So Heal would fix a lot of problems just if it came back and had some good synergies.
So you're wishing for the one thing back, but like the other thing that's gone. How do you feel about like just gameplay? Like, is it fun to play Holy Priest in Midnight?
Yeah, it's more fun to play Holy Priest in Midnight than War Within, in my opinion.
Okay, so positive in that way. Like they made good changes. Okay.
Yeah, and they didn't really have to reinvent the wheel for the Spec or anything like that. But what they ended up doing was they ended up nerfing a lot of passive healing. And so it just started making your active heals way better.
Where do you think Holy ends up in raid then?
On the bench beside Disc Priest or behind it for World First.
Okay.
Because the big downside that they removed is Symbol of Hope. So
yeah, you cut out for a second. Did you keep talking after you said Symbol of Hope? I was about to cut you off, but
what's up?
I think we might have gotten like disconnected for a second or something. But do you?
I think the Wi-Fi dropped.
Yeah. How much value do you put in? Wait, is Symbol of Hope the personal one or the mana one?
As both.
Oh, W. And I think at least for the personal side of things, I think that is one of those buttons that is extremely, well, I guess it's gotten nerfed a lot since it first came out, but had a lot of value when used correctly. And like you actually planned your personals around it on a fight, like the whole raid. And if you didn't do that, I would almost argue that it has zero value. It does basically nothing.
I think that's fair.
And so like an Erase World First thing, which is kind of what you were mentioning when you said it, which is accurate. That is something that we pay really close attention to. But I wonder the average guild, I bet like those symbols are just going off and they're just happening. And almost no one actively changes what they're doing, knowing it's going to happen at a certain time in the fight, especially because it might not. Like maybe your healer forgets to press it every pull, right? So like you actually don't have it at the same time every fight. So you don't actually plan around it. It ends up just being a nothing button, honestly.
Yeah, I can see that happening sometimes. But still, it's like, it's always one of those things that, let's say like it did have value for a season, then like it got brought to World First, then I feel like it gives other people hope and then like encourages them in their guilds to play a Holy Priest.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. right behind Disc or about the same as Disc. So you think there's about the same chance? So you think it's one of those situations where if you play a priest, there will be fights you play Holy on and fights you play Disc on?
That would be hype.
Oh, you don't think so?
I think Disc would probably edge it out a little bit. So.
Okay.
How you done? Congrats.
Okay.
Sorry,
What about?
one sec.
Oh, you're good.
All right, what you got?
What about Mythic Plus for Holy Priest?
So this is where it's interesting because Holy Priest is actually a little bit better than Disc and M Plus right now.
Okay. You think for what reason?
So Holy Priest does really, really good healing, and
I think you're cutting out a little bit.
it actually just.
Yeah, you're definitely cutting out. Where are you at right now? What are you doing?
There we go. I'm in the garage.
Oh, well, that'll do it. Okay. So you just got home?
All right. Opposite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm going out.
Yeah. Where are you going?
I'm going to a friend's house. Got dinner.
Oh shit, that's cool. What a well-adjusted adult. All right. Well, I can speed. You're at their house now.
No. I'm like leaving right now. So it's gonna be it's a drive. So this is all good.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Okay. We might cut out one more time when you're leaving your Wi-Fi and then driving away from your house, I assume.
I just get out of the garage, so we're all good.
Okay. Hopefully we're good. All right. So Holy Priest and Mythic Plus, you said it was better than Disc. That was the last thing I heard.
Yeah, so it does really strong amounts of healing, but it's also incredibly cooldown centric. So if you don't have your healing cooldowns, you basically light your mana bar on fire just to do like some kind of healing.
But in dungeons you can get away with that, right? Because you can drink.
In a lot of cases, yeah. On some fights, kind of like Viceroy in Seed of Triumvirate, it's like the third boss.
Mhm.
He hits 3 players with like a sustained 5-second dot. Then he spawns tentacles, which do crazy random damage to people. And then he knocks everybody back and stacks everybody on top of him and does a whole bunch of pulsing damage. So it's kind of like 3 different major damage mechanics, and you can't have cooldowns up for all of them. And so at some point, you just keep on burning your mana bar away, and you don't really have like an outlet to solve that problem besides just get an Innervate or Source Magic or something like that to help.
Where do you think that ends up on like the letter ranking? Like you had Disc at the top of C only because the reference of Holy Paladin being in B.
Yeah. So Holy Pally's in B for M plus as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we'd be putting like Holy Priest just ahead of Disc in like late C tier, but I think that there's like a couple other healers that are better than both Priest specs for M plus right now. So
Okay.
we might be stacking the C tier a bunch.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, fuck it. We will. Okay, Ellesmere. Well, we'll talk to Ellesmere after, and we maybe make some changes. But also, not to mention, going into this is. I wanted to get this out before early access, but also, like in a situation like this, we're gonna have to change this going into the season because it's like the season is literally more than a month from now.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Let's do. We can do Mistweaver or Resto Shaman, whichever.
Let's do some Mistweaver.
All right, sweet. What? How has Mistweaver survived the pruning?
It didn't seem like they got a lot of pruning, and in some cases they kind of just like picked winners and losers for talents. Like Jade Empowerment is one where your Crackling Jade Lightning will do extra damage, and it does more healing and stuff. They decided they were like done with that, don't want to deal with it, made it really bad. There was some like bug on beta for a while where it did like way more damage than it was supposed to. Kind of led some like false hope for a bit, but they kind of picked like some winners and losers, but there wasn't really like a ton of overall like pruning going for the spec compared to others.
Okay. Do you think what about gameplay wise? I know personally I've followed like Megaset saying like no one should ever play Monk in the upcoming expansion. And then I think that changed with some changes. Like have you followed that at all? Is Mistweaver fun to play right now?
Yeah, so I was talking to Meg a bunch, and I also talked to the Wowhead writer Swirl about it as well. So shout out them. Monk's really fun to play now.
Oh, cool.
And it actually does like really, really good healing in dungeons. And so it's not perfect. Like it has some really big weak spots, but it is much, much better in terms of its healing than it used to be. It's really strong against rot damage, like ticking damage, because it has this talent called Mistline, where your Renewing Mist is 500% more healing on your lowest health target. So if somebody's low, it'll kind of jump around and keep on pushing up health bars and help you even out healing a lot more, which is awesome.
Okay.
You have, honestly, like Conduit of the Celestials feels a lot better. That's your hero talent. That feels a lot more real in terms of the healing that it's bringing to you, which is awesome. And I like how the way the crane setup works at the moment, because you basically are extending your renewing mists really long. That's helping your rot damage, your rot healing. Your way of the crane is your damage to healing conversion. It's like your spinning crane kick turns into healing, that kind of stuff. And that feels really valuable on high targets. And so you feel like Way of the Crane gives you really strong sustained healing. Being able to extend like enveloping mist on players can help you do more prio healing and help you deal with like expected upcoming big single target damage and dots. The downside is that you do really poorly against burst damage. And that's where the competing talent Way of the Serpent kind of comes in, which allows you to Soothing Mist on the move and kind of switch targets really freely. And you do more casted healing out of like your Vivify or Shayloon's Gift, which Vivifies your single target heal, and Shayloon's is like the upgraded version of it that also does AoE healing. And so basically you can choose to be better at burst, or you can choose to be better at sustained, but you can't do both the way other healers can.
Oh yeah, that's like the this is like the healer version of DPS specs that have to talent into AoE rather than just getting it for free. I haven't heard of that being a thing before. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and it's really, really irritating because the consistent healing is a lot more common than burst. So, you know, Seed of the Triumvirate's the best example because the final boss is just almost pure ticking damage. But then you go to that Viceroy fight I mentioned earlier, and it's a lot of burst, and it's a huge impact to not have those tools when you need them.
Yeah. Okay.
One of the big things that Meg wanted to talk about was how you're kind of like one talent point short with both of them to have like a coherent build, because there's a lot of like mandatory talent options ahead of you. And so when you're kind of missing one extra talent point, it makes it a lot more difficult for the build to like actually kind of cover all your weak spots.
Oh, that's interesting. So you're like, I mean, maybe that's not too far away. Like, there have been a decent amount of changes classes have gotten in the last couple expansions where like a patch note comes out and it's like, oh, we just gained a talent point, or we gained 2 spec points or something. And you're saying Mistweaver, if they were to get a change like that, would benefit a lot by gaining like a talent point or 2.
Yeah, and or even just like, you know, this talent gets moved up from the like bottom row where you can only spend, 10 points or whatever it is, and we've instead moved it up to, a middle row, and so you can get it more easily, and like that could just amp up the spec and buff it a ton.
Yeah. Okay. How do you feel Mistweaver will do in raid, and do you think there will be one in the race world first?
I think it'll be like good healing, but same kind of story with Holy Priest of like you're not bringing enough to the table to warrant it into race to world first. Like a balanced healer doesn't get brought to world first. You have to be like busted in terms of output or necessary for like a raid buff.
Yeah.
And Brewmaster's really good.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
So you feel like they might lose out because of that?
Yeah. And I think that there's not any sort of like healing profile that would also help them have some special niche edge over other people either.
Okay. So where would you
So
put
it's not like the doom and gloom, you had mentioned before, but it's still not like enough to put them over the top.
So I'm assuming it's like behind Priest and B?
Yeah, I think so. Because I think, you have stamina, which I feel like would be more useful, but there are some like good Shadow Priest fights. But also you just bring PiTyy to the table, and so like there's one little extra thing that can help kind of push you.
Well, also it sounds like you think there might be a Priest in the race, and it sounds like you don't think there's going to be a Mistweaver, so maybe it is a tier below that, I guess.
Yeah, I think that could be fair too. You could drop it down another one.
Yeah, you're basically like, do you want to drop it down a level basically just because of a raid buff? Yeah, it's weird. All right, fuck it. What about Mythic Plus for the spinner?
Monk has elite levels of healing, great defensives, is very outshined by Brewmaster, and deals with burst damage very poorly. I think it's better than both Priest specs, worse than Paladin.
Okay, better than both Priest specs, worse than Paladin. So is it behind Paladin in B or above Priest in C?
I'd say it's above Priest in C.
Okay, easy. All right, and then now maybe the most pruned spec, or one of the most, at least that was the initial narrative. I haven't followed it since then. Where did Shaman end up at the end of all of this pruning stuff?
So boring. So boring.
Yeah.
Actually crazy, because not only, you're correct that like they over pruned it, but also they didn't make all your other spells feel good. Like if you're gonna gut out a bunch of extra stuff, then everything that remains should feel good or useful or have situations for it. And that's just not the case right now. You play Farseer Shaman, and there's no earthly reason to use Healing Rain. I tried it in a dungeon, and it did less healing than like my Unleash Life, which is, you know, a 15-second cooldown you
Wow.
press. It does like almost no healing. And, you know, the Healing Rain was just doing nothing. Chain Heal does almost the exact same healing as a healing wave, but I believe it costs more, and it's also spreading out the healing between like 4 or 5 targets. So it doesn't feel like health bars are moving at all when you cast a spell.
That doesn't sound very good. So it sounds like very negative, very boring to play. Okay, I feel like the classes that have been loud about this, which I believe Resto Shamans have been,
Yeah.
the DPS classes have actually gotten a decent amount of changes to have them be less boring, at least a few of them. It's really interesting that they're not backing down on the Resto Shaman thing. They're just like, this is just what it's going to be.
Yeah, and I think it's almost that like shamans don't have hope. Okay. And so hear me out on this one. Hear me out. I know it sounds bad. Paladins have been pretty unhappy with how they've been playing for a long time. I think that Dragonflight and War Within, I think Paladins have had like, you know, it's mediocre or I'm like slightly unhappy at best, right? And now they got like a sniff of like, we're really good. And so the second they start making like the judgment changes, people are all over them. The second the Empyrean Legacy changes come out, they're all over them. And then, you know, Blizzard made a change for the judgment stuff, the Crusader Strike stuff, I should say. Sorry, that's what I meant. And I think that they're going to relent on the Empyrean Legacy stuff. I hope I'm right. Like, clip it if I'm wrong or whatever. But I think that Paladins are going to win again because they got the hope. And they're just going to be so loud and keep pounding, you know, Blizzard's door until they make a change. And I don't think Shamans have had much hope because there's been a lot of times they've been unhappy with how the play style has been, and like nothing really happens. They're playing like Riptide Whispering Waves and Mana Forge Omega, basically pressing like 2 or 3 buttons, and it's like, oh, well, I guess that's just how we play now. All right.
Do you think that Shamans maybe, and I'm coming up with this on the spot, it just occurred to me, but do you think they struggle from not really having a guy? Like every other healer spec has a guy. They have someone that if the spec is in a really bad spot, literally everyone in the WoW community, like it or not, is going to hear about it on Twitter because they're so upset about it, right? Like Ellesmere plays Paladin, you play Priest, JB plays Resto Druid, some other ones are escaping my mind, but like I feel like every other one has that, and I think Resto Shaman has a few, like Thune, I think, like comes to mind, but he's not as big as a creator. He doesn't have, and he's also not as doomer. Like I don't think.
Thune's gone.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, and did he quit?
Yeah, he's quit. He's done. He got a farm upstate.
Oh, I didn't even know that. I mean, he's in here right now saying I quit. Cool. So.
Yeah.
So you have him, and I'm sure there's some other ones, but like they don't at least come across my feed, and my feed is not very WoW centric. But all the other healers ones that I don't know how many, I don't follow almost anyone on Twitter, so like they come across it, and I wonder if that matters. That I don't know if Resto Shamans have like a loud enough beacon to where when they're complaining, it's heard by everyone.
Yeah, we need Lauren. He is the big shaman goat. We need him with a bigger spotlight.
Yeah. Poor shamans, man. Okay, so that's about feel, but that's about feel. What about power? How strong do you think they will be, like in raid specifically? They have a raid buff you need, right?
They do. They do have a good raid buff. I'm not sure how Enhance and Ellie are, but I think there's like an outside chance that Resto Shaman could be like a 4th healer. But the thing with World First, though, is that most of the time you don't bring 4 unique healers. You bring like, you know, double disc or double prez, then you bring 2 raid buffs or, you know, 2 powerful other unique healers. So
yeah,
I don't think you're bringing 4 unique healers. If you did, you could probably enter Shaman into that conversation, but I think that they're kind of like an outside case. So I'm not really expecting it. Maybe Slink would be all right for that Paladin fight with absurd amounts of healing orbs that they were putting out onto people, but you were also moving and spreading a lot. So I didn't find any fight where I'm like, wow, like Spirit Link would be like insane here or something.
I mean, Spirit Link, there's like one fight in expansion where Spirit Link is like absolutely broken, and outside of that one fight on average, it is a very overrated raid cooldown. It's fine. So yeah, I don't know if that'll be the case, but it's unlikely. Like I think there's a lot of people going into a tier where they're like, but you're gonna need Slink, and that's just hasn't been true for like a very long time.
Right. It needs to be busted.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, when it is good, it's just like the only thing in the game that can do that. It's just like you very rarely actually need that, and people overrate the value of what it does in general. Okay, so Resto Shaman, you think outside chance of being a 4th healer maybe, but it sounds like you're putting it below every healer so far? Maybe it sounds like below Mistweaver in your opinion?
I'd put it ahead of Mistweaver, but
Is that just because you think that there's definitely already a monk buff in the raid and you're not sure about Shaman?
I think that there's definitely a monk buff in the raid already. I literally am like fully ignorant about Shaman, but I mean, I'd be shocked if there wasn't like a DPS Shaman. I feel like they usually make one good.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't read chat right now, so maybe everyone's like, "Oh my god, Enhance or Ellie is good" or something like that. I just got no clue. But I think it's more likely you'd bring a Resto Shaman than like a Mistweaver.
Okay. All right, we could do that. So yeah, just above Mistweaver in C then, or do you think below the Priest in B?
Let's put it like below the Priest in B, I guess.
What about Mythic Plus? Even worse?
So Shaman's like really cooldown centric, and I think that works against them really hard in M+, where they bring a great buff. You know, they have a kick, it's 30 seconds, it has some decent value to it. But they're also really single target healing based. And so in situations where you have to deal with burst damage, you basically have to rip Ascendance. I know some people have been messing around with Healing Tide Totem. It's been a while since I played with that one. But they made like your Ascendance like double tap, where it crits your target, and then it does a full strength hit to another ally. And so that feels like super powerful, but then outside of Ascendance, it feels like super, super weak. And so you only have a couple tools in your toolbox to really deal with damage. I was running Totemic one time, and it felt like healing was good, and the downpour talent where everyone stands in your healing rain and you could pop extra healing felt good, but if people are spread, it just like was a disaster. So I think that it's in a position where like maybe it's kind of similar. I would say it's maybe a bit better than like Holy Priest, but in some situations I think it's worse than like Monk when it comes to your healing checks.
Okay, cool. So it kind of, I mean, it can just perfectly slide in right there in between those two.
Yeah, where does that put it? Like, is that the B or C tier?
It's in C tier, yeah. But it
Okay.
seems like everything in C is just knocked down because Holy Paladin is in B. It's at least if I'm reading between the lines that you feel like Holy Paladin should be higher, and then those things might be in B. Well, we can adjust that at some point if that ends up being the case.
I think Holy Paladins are really like righteously upset about how the playstyle is going to get worse, but I still think the power level of like the spec is pretty high.
Okay, yeah, W. All right, cool. And that's all I need. Have fun at your friend's house for dinner on Valentine's Day.
Sounds good. Love you.
All right, love you too. Bye, babe. I got rattled. He fucking said it first. I it's like halfway said bye. I didn't even do it. Fucking got owned, man. That's called getting cooked, fellas. Okay, we're gonna talk to someone new named UT. That Jack recommended to me. What's with Prez? Oh, we just haven't talked about it yet. Although from every healer that's talked so far, they've had some off-the-cuff comments like, it's not as good as Prez, so it sounds like people are super high on Prez for whatever reason. Got some fans. We have fans. Let me call this guy. Prez is Giga and Raid, dogshit and Mythic Plus. Hope this helps. Dude, hasn't that bit, if that's true, isn't that like Prez's bit now? Like, that's just like what it is. I feel like Preservation has just been like, it's like every other tier, they're completely absurd. When was the first year they came out? Vault of the Incarnates. I mean, Prez and Vault of the Incarnates, absolutely crazy. I don't think they were good in the next raid, and I don't remember in Amir Drasil. But then the expansion after that, Nerebar Palace, they're maybe even better than they were on release. And then last year, they were not as good, I don't think, as Nerebar Palace, but they've been basically Preservation Evoker has been out for 6 tiers now, and they have been double stacked in 3 of them. So there's a 50% chance they're a good enough healer to where it's the singular healer spec you choose to bring multiple of. That's a pretty good rate. That's like a ridiculous rate, right? Like, that's not true of like any other spec. That's basically like Disc Priest and Holy Paladin until the end of Shadowlands and like every expansion before that. Okay, calling this dude. Max 100% another double Prez tier in the next raid. You think so? I will say, of all of the pre-raid community takes of like what's going to be good, what's going to be bad, the one that's been gotten wrong more than any other role, and it's not remotely close, is healer. Like, I swear every tier that comes out, like the popular healer tier list from creators as far as like what is going to be brought is like, at least in raid, is like completely upside down. It's just always wrong. And that's even like deep into an expansion when you'd expect like you'd have a better idea of that. All right, I'm calling this guy. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I'm trying to get your volume good. I think you are good. Yeah, is that your cat in the picture with the glasses?
That is my cat. He is quite a sweetheart.
How'd you get the glasses on him? Does he need those to see?
Honestly, I don't know how the glasses got there. It's not a picture that I took, so
I mean, chat needs to see the picture.
I've got lots of pictures for you if you really care. He's adorable.
Bro, look at his cat. Dude's got the fucking Harry Potter goggles on. Holy shit. All right, cool. All right, so we're gonna talk about Prez. So I'm actually really interested to hear like what is different about how it plays, because I think Prez was like a reason that Disc has felt bad for the past couple years, because Disc used to be like the big burst healing class, and Prez, among a few other specs, but I think was the main one where it's just like, oh, okay, you're just not the only class that can do that anymore. I can just do the ramp thing if I want to. Plus, I also have another build that's different. Does it still do that? How does Prez feel after the pruning, and if in any way, how was Prez affected by the pruning, positively or negatively?
Yeah, so Prez got a lot of major pruning. To start, we lost 2 major healing cooldowns. Along with that, we lost a empower cooldown, empower spell in the Spirit Bloom, and we also lost Lifebind, which was like our big way to just instantly chunk the entire raid whenever we felt like it. However, we got our Apex, which has been nerfed by 50% multiple times, but it is still probably by far the best Apex talent in the entire game by far. The spec,
what does it do?
So there's 3 parts to it. The first part is Marithra's Blessing, which we call Bloom. So essentially it just overwrites your reversion, and when you cast it, casts reversion at all the targets that are echoed to start, and then it does this burst of 4 bolts onto targets. So you hit somebody, it bounces around in smart healing, so you can just echo the entire raid, use Marithra's Blessing, and it's smart healing, and it just bounces everywhere and hits the entire raid, and it does a turbo amount of healing. And to go with that, since it's applying reversion on everybody, the second part of our Apex makes people that have reversion on them take less damage and also heal back the damage they take. So if you take 100 damage, you're going to take 1 less damage and also heal back 1 damage. So we kind of got a pseudo fake raid buff in that sense. To go with that as well, with echoing reversion, we also have something called Golden Hour. People talk about how Rewind is super broken, and it is still by far the best cooldown, even after the recent nerfs. But Golden Hour is basically just Rewind at a very low percent every time we press reversion on a target. So with health bars going way up, us being promoted to constantly be ramping out these big reversion ramps, we do a lot of healing in raid.
Okay, yeah, that sounds pretty good. How do you feel about? Okay, so sounds like it has a couple strong interactions. They've been a big beneficiary of the Apex talents more than other specs. But what about gameplay? Is it fun to play? Is this a fun version of Prez to play?
I personally am a huge hater of reversion, but with how Marithra's Bloom works and how it kind of works with the kit in general, it kind of brings life to reversion. Even though reversion does these 15,000 different things, the Apex brings a lot of life to it, and it feels very, very good to play. You put out all these echoes, you consume it with reversion. Reversion gives you essence bursts, and you can start your next ramp and just go right back into it. So it's just flowing, and it feels very, very good to play.
Sweet. Okay. So you mentioned it in raid. Am I getting the vibe that you're going to put this at the very top of the raid tier list?
Oh yeah. So if you talked about this before the nerfs that just happened recently, which are technically more buffs than they are nerfs, Rewind used to be a 2-minute cooldown. It was by far the most broken cooldown, bar none. Nothing came close to it. Now it's a 3-minute cooldown, still the most powerful cooldown in the game. And that just made us have the also second most powerful cooldown in the game. With Dreamflight is extremely powerful. People are gonna gasp at that one, but that spell is disgustingly strong as well. So before the nerfs, you probably would have absolutely seen 2 Prez, maybe potentially 3. Just because the spec is so stupid busted, and the earlier you're doing fights, the more healing it does, because it's the only healer that scales with damage taken. A lot of what we do, our healing increases the more damage we take, which sounds stupid, but we straight up scale with it. We don't need extra gear to do more healing if the fight does more damage. So after the nerfs, probably still going to see double Prez. I'm not going to lie to you, unless there's a fight that has a ton of healing resorbs like Paladins, where you might drop a Prez for a disc. But absolutely, this spec is crazy style in raid, and I'm super excited to play it.
Oh, sweet. Okay. What about Mythic Plus?
Oh, and then we get to Mythic Plus. The worst part of the week is doing my dungeons. This spec historically has always been really bad in dungeons, and unfortunately, our Apex doesn't super help that. The Apex has a small bug interaction right now, but even if it got fixed, it wouldn't help a ton in Mythic Plus. The spec has always been extremely bursty. You know, you rely on your cooldowns, so you get punished outside of your cooldowns. And now we've had our main bread and butter of Lifebind and Spirit Bloom removed, which is 90% of what Mythic Plus relied on. So the spec, it's when people play the spec, they always feel that they're kind of running on fumes. They're running out of gas. And that still exists, and it can feel even worse now. You have buttons, but if your buttons don't do the healing, you have nothing else. We don't have a way to spend our mana to do the healing that we need to do in Mythic Plus. Like Druids can hit regrowth, and they just top the entire group per regrowth cast. Disc kind of has the same feeling, but Prez is just even worse about it. Spec does no damage. Spec doesn't have a meaningful raid buff, not even a remotely decent raid buff in Mythic Plus for it to ever be considered in the healing spot. There's no benefits to bring it. I don't want to say no, because there is one benefit that a lot of people don't know about and are not talking about. Prez can have double TD, so you can have 2 charges of TD on a 50-second cooldown. And then now, since Renewing Blaze has been baked into Obsidian Scales, the talent Life Cinders in the Flame Shaper tree, you can give Obsidian Scales to somebody else. And that also gives them the Renewing Blaze. So technically, if Prez did enough healing, like if we were by far the highest damage healer and had the resources that we needed to do the healing that these dungeons require, I think Prez would be absolutely disgusting. And just out of the fact that we have 4 externals, like 4 meaningful good externals is something that I don't think any class has ever seen before. But unfortunately, the spec just falls short. Like a lot of these dungeons require you to just be able to bomb healing into one person, and that's just not the spec for this. It would require almost an entire overhaul of the spec for it to be ever like remotely considered in Mythic Plus.
Yeah, I feel like they're like the Blood DKs of healers, where they're just like kind of fundamentally not good at the content.
Yeah. So we had one tier, season 1 of Dragonflight, when we were like 80% overtuned over the next healer, and people still didn't want to play Prez in Mythic Plus. So that tells you all you really need to know about Prez in Mythic Plus.
Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, thanks for the time. I'll keep you as a resource for future Prez stuff, because there's not a lot of people that have like seen themselves like a Prez main, and probably because it's so recent. But all right, cool. Is that what you
love
do?
This spec. Yeah, I absolutely love this spec to death. It's so unique.
Yeah, it sounds like
it's so different than every other spec. So it's been a pleasure. It was nice meeting you.
Wait,
do you ever have any questions?
Yeah, actually, where did you actually want to rank it? Because you said it was bad.
So like, you know how you have all the healers in C tier right now?
Yeah.
There should be a D tier, and then there should be an F tier, and then Midnight Default behind that, and then you put Prez in Midnight Default.
Oh, okay.
It's not even close to any other healer. Yeah. So
I'm glad I could make use of that category. I like the name. All right, but it's there, and you wish it was even more tiers away from the other healers.
Yeah. So.
All right, cool. All right, thanks for talking to me, man. All right, so
yeah, it was a pleasure. Love you.
He started to say it, but he got fucking absolutely slaughtered. Smoked, kid. Oh, hi, buddy. He actually knows. Did you know I just talked to the last person? Okay. Hi. Does anyone else have a what breed Reptar is? A blackmouth cur? Does anyone else have a dog that's mixed with that, or a purebred blackmouth cur? It's unlikely. They're like farm dogs, and they're not like a popular breed people get. You do, bro. So apparently it's a breed thing, but they like sing, and they're very vocal dogs. But he just like, bro, you can just like make a noise, like a high pitch, and he'll just mirror it and just start guttural screaming the pitch. It's the crazy. I don't even want you guys to hear it, because it's like life altering, bro. He like huskies, yeah, but it's not like a howl. It's like a. Also, he has this issue where he gets very excited very easily. Like when he sees a dog on the other side of the street, he like is so excited to potentially say hi to that dog that he just starts screaming. And I don't mean barking, he literally screams. And it sounds like I'm abusing him. So for me to teach him how to not scream, I don't want to reprimand him because I don't want to have people around me see that I'm like telling him no as he's screaming, because then it's going to sound like me doing that is why he's screaming and I actually am abusing my dog. Bro, I'm trying to figure this shit the fuck out, but he is a loud boy, dude. He is loud. Love him, though. He's a little baby. He still has puppy face, too. You can see here. Reptar, come here. Reptar, come here, buddy. He's like over 2 years old now, but he still is like so puppy faced. Are you a little pup? Are you a puppy? Yeah, you're a little pup. He's a little baby dog. Very sweet. And he got a bath recently. He smells very good. Anyways, we'll finish the rest. Oh, you heard me say anyways. Oh, God. We're going to finish the rest of this tomorrow with DPS men.
All right, I'm here. What's up? Whew. All right, I'm powering through this shit. I'm here, but I am an absolute husk of a human being right now. All right, so I'm just warning you guys right now. If I don't seem super enthused today, I'm gonna try my best, you know. But if I feel like I'm fading a little bit, if I'm not talking as much, I'm trying. You know, I'm just extremely low energy right now and not feeling very well. Hello?
Morning. Hello.
Morning.
I'm
I'm
here.
here.
Know that I climbed out of bed 5 minutes ago just because you texted me.
Really?
DM'd me.
Wait, where do you
In
live?
there.
Like what kind time zone?
I'm in Florida. It's 5 p.m.
Yeah, that's wow, dude. That's crazy, DGen. I thought you were a like balanced adult, you know?
You know, balance. There's a lot of things that can go into balance, right? But it's okay. I was watching TikToks for an hour in bed, so I'm here now.
Oh, extra degenerate. Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we can start with whatever spec you want. Which one do you want to start with?
Okay, so I will admit I haven't looked at the list very much.
It
this
doesn't
last
matter.
couple days,
No
but-
DPS have been ranked yet at all. All you can, I
Okay.
mean, you'd basically be ranking them relative to where tanks and healers are, but honestly, that's like not really relevant. So
Yeah. Okay.
let's.
Okay.
Which one do you want to start with?
We can start with demonology.
Well, before you do
me.
that, before you like start cooking on Demo, I just want to ask you the first thing straight up. I know Demo was one of the most affected classes initially by the pruning. Like I know one of the initial rotations was like straight up some Burning Crusade Shadowbolt for a minute type shit. Is that still the case? And if so, or if not, like what has your reaction been to the pruning for that class? Like what did it end up as?
Yeah, I mean, demonology, there were some cool things initially, but it was pretty rough. You were limited on a lot of stuff, like how many pets you could summon. We lost like a pretty good bit of buttons and all that. There was a lot of feedback given on that, like week 2 or 3 of alpha, and they came in and changed like basically everything. Gave us a few more buttons back, like manually summoning in a Doom Guard. Gave a second kick, which is pretty cool, which is a button and like a pet that does damage as well. So I think demonology landed in a fun, solid spot.
Wow. Okay. A lot of other classes can't say the same. Like some of the classes that got pruned are still just like aggressively dog shit.
Yeah, I not to spoil too much. I think Warlock is probably one of the more fun range you should look at playing, like for midnight, if you're looking at like an altar or main or something. But we'll get into that.
Did they make movement feel good? I know that's always a concern.
They made it a little better, I guess. In a sense, they made like our Dreadstalkers. It's not super in-depth instant cast and free resources all the time, so there's a handful of spells you can cast and move. Demo's already sort of mobile depending how you had cores and stuff. It feels pretty decent, I'd say. Yeah.
Okay. You can go ahead and rank it for Mythic Plus, or actually, no, fuck that. Tell me some things you feel like still need to get changed about Demo you're not happy about.
Okay, so the question for this ranking is this taking into consideration the nerfs that came in 2 days ago? So those
Yeah.
are the pre-patch, but they're coming to beta. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
so we might have to alter this because like usually for the expansion ones, it's much easier on patches because things are already much more set in stone, but like there's literally like a month until the actual season comes out. There's gonna be more tuning. Stuff that's OP is gonna get nerfed, right? Stuff that sucks is gonna get buffed. So we will probably, and I will give you the chance to like amend this at a future date, but for now all you can do is going based off the tuning that exists right now.
Okay. Yeah, I guess if you want to change a couple things or a thing for Demo, I think there's our new Apex talent is a very large portion of our damage. It basically changes how the spec plays and what talents you choose to a certain extent. Like once the expansion hits, it's very, very RNG. It reminds me a bit of like Aberrus, like a couple expansions ago, where sometimes you had just insane nuke damage, and sometimes you were like, if you scuffed it, you were just sort of like, you can roll 1 of 4 pets and sometimes the certain pets that come out, 2 of them are really strong, the other 2 are pretty rough.
Okay.
They nerfed all 4 pets by half a couple days ago, but the problem is 2 of the 4 suck. The other 2 are really good. They probably should revert that nerf and nerf the 2 really good ones, and probably buff the pretty bad ones. It's still gonna be super swingy. But
I wonder if that's intentional. Like, I feel like what I've heard Warlock say before is like they'll be like, I got a Doomguard or whatever, and they're just basically referring to like the best pet that you could get. In the past, I've heard that, and it's like I feel like they have to kind of be unbalanced for you to ever be hyped that you got the good one. So I wonder if that's an intentional design thing, because it wouldn't it be like, even though in the sake of balance and no RNG, you'd love that like gameplay wise, but if they're all like the same power, you don't actually think about it at all, and it's just passively happening. What do you think about that?
I mean, that could be a thing. Like, funny enough, 2 of the 4 pets you summon, it's the Shadow and Fire Lady from Sunwell, the Aerodar twins. You literally summon them, but those 2 are the ones that suck. They're really bad. But it's cool seeing them because like Fire and Shadow Mommy are here. So it's like,
Yeah.
But it could be, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind some level of like smoothing it out. 'Cause, like sometimes one of the pets is like 18% of my damage. Sometimes it's like 3. That's both the case for the Apex talent and like one of the hero talents for Soul Harvester. There's a crazy amount of RNG in them. But yeah, it could be. I could see it being that way too a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, some people in chat are like, who cares about getting hype mid-rotation? Bro, you guys never, like, have your cooldowns come up and you get, like, your RPPM trinket to proc and you get, like, the best possible RNG and you're just like, holy fuck, I'm slamming. I feel like that's, like, what sets WoW rotate... Or you get a bunch of procs or something. Like, I feel like that's what sets WoW rotations apart from, you know, like, the Final Fantasy style where it's just, like, the same thing over 5 minutes for most specs in the game. I don't know. I feel like that shit owns. You don't want, like, all of it. You don't want, like, your... Like, MM last year, right? Like Hunter, if you were looking at like single target in the last phase of Dimensius, they were like topping by 20% of your next class, or they were like, okay, right? Like I guess that's not super fun, but I don't know. I think a little bit of
that's what it is, sort of. Like it is a bit worrisome about like damage profiles and consistency. If you want like to meet a threshold or a check, sometimes you might not get that. Sometimes you might. It's pretty excessive when they proc a bunch, but I think some RNG is good. So I sort of agree with what you're saying. It's excessive right now.
Bro, that feeling when like you're getting the crazy procs and you actually just, it's an easy part of the fight and you actually just hard focus the damage meter because you're just ascending. that shit is like an unmatched feeling in other games, to be completely honest with you.
It's fair.
Okay, so where do you think Demo stands for raid?
This is all. I'm the first DPS to go here. This is post nerf that came in 2 days ago. Chat, everybody.
Which I want to point out before you even speak. If chat ever makes a mistake in blaming, and I think you have been historically very accurate with your tier list rankings, I just want to say that. But if there's ever a disconnect between chat getting mad about a ranking and the person ranking it, it is a change that has happened that you have not seen in raid testing or beta dungeon keys yet. And most people in chat are like, I've watched keys for the last 2 weeks and this is what's been happening. But like, that's literally just old information. Like things have been nerfed since then. So telling chat preemptively, you might be behind the information, because usually the people saying this stuff is actually where you get the information from watching their streams or watching a stream of someone in their group. So
yeah, you can't even test the changes that are coming yet because they're not on beta or PTR. It's just pure speculation, boring like basic math. But so Demonology for the raid, I think before these changes came in a couple of days ago, you'd put Demonology in crazy style before the changes came in. Demonology, Arcane, and a couple other specs were just busted. Overtuned by 15-20% probably. Post changes, it looks to be like a 15-18% nerf Demonology. Super rough napkin math. I think it goes at A tier, probably on the higher end. I think it's probably still one of the better specs for the raid. It's a weird, like, I think a bit of like a undermine tier where you have some stat cleave, but you have a bit of spread cleave too. If it's like spread cleave council based stuff, I mean Demo's like not phenomenal at that, but like you can replicate that meat grinder like cleave kind of profile. I think it's probably like an A tier right now.
Okay.
Yeah, but the TBD, because it got blasted. Like, and there's a lot of RNG in the rotation. If the RNG is there and you high roll, it's gonna look really good. If the RNG is there and you low roll and it gets nerfed, it's gonna be like, well, what do you do? So,
yeah. I mean,
yeah,
it's hard for chat to like debate raid rankings anyway, because like so much has changed since you've seen raid testing, and basically the only thing people in chat could ever guess about the power of a class is by seeing it currently in Mythic Plus, and Mythic Plus's profile versus raid is like completely different. So
right.
So yeah, like you could have a class that's like really, really good at that, but then there's no fights where that shines, and then like it's just not as good in raid. Or there's timings that line up that are like perfect for your spec. All right, what about Mythic Plus?
I mean, it's weird because Demonology doesn't have like PI or Fort or Arcane Int or anything, like insane
Yeah,
utility,
no
but it
raid
has
buff
second
sucks.
kick now. It has second kick now, and it has AoE curses, which actually is more relevant than it may seem.
It also has Hellstones and the occasional gate.
Right. The utility's definitely taken a step up. I mean, this is the one where it's hard to say because the nerfs that are coming in, we have to see. A lot of them were like to our AoE and cleave profiles with RNG mixed in. I probably put it bottom of A tier with like a TBD on it. I think it's still good, but it's not as good as like classes that have a lot of damage and more utility that meshes with the group comp, right?
Yeah.
I'd leave it there and see what happens. I think it's pretty fair, honestly.
Let's do Affliction. How did it turn out after the pruning? If anything?
Affliction didn't. Oh, after the pruning, people love. Well, okay. Most really like Affliction having a unstable Affliction dot spender. Rapture's gone. Most like that. Some don't, but most do. You as your spender in single target. You spam seed and AOE, and I think it's really fun. I think they did a really good job cooking up a fun version of Affliction. There were some things early alpha that they changed. I think were a bit more exciting than we have now, but it's still pretty fun to play. It lost maybe a button or two, but it feels good. You have a button that's like CDR based, a cooldown CDR based on whenever you spend shards. It feels fun. It feels like whenever you're hitting buttons, it's doing things. You're working towards bringing your cooldowns back faster, and it just feels good. The cast times feel solid. It probably could use some buffs in certain areas, like Unstable Affliction probably could use a buff. But I mean, if you're gonna do that, who knows? But I think overall, the playstyle is really fun. I think AF's one of the specs you can look into to like, if you're looking at playing a caster, I think AF is like really fun and definitely worth considering playstyle wise. So
yeah. So basically, after the changes, you're a fan of the changes from the War Within to Midnight. You think they did a good job with the flip.
Pretty much, yeah. I wish Dark Lair still extended dots, but that's a debate for some other time, and it is what it is. But yeah, I think it's pretty good. Better than what we had the last few years for sure. Pretty fun.
Okay. Where does it end up in raid?
It's hard to say because it's based on like, I mean, obviously it's based on what the fight looks like. There's some spread cleave fights where it could be pretty good, but obviously numbers are the end all. So like 3 weeks ago, Demonology was really good 3 weeks ago. Demonology and Affliction both play the same hero talent, which is Soul Harvester. And they came in and they hit Soul Harvester really hard, like 2-3 weeks ago, which hit both Affliction and Demonology. When Affliction was good at that point, it wasn't like anywhere near how good Demonology was. And unfortunately, they probably should have hit more Soul Harvester towards Demonology and not both of them. Because like a month before then, they had buffed the crap out of Demonology for Soul Harvester specifically. I think AF caught some strays, basically. It was good, but it did not need to be hit as much as it was, I don't think. I mean, it's probably lower end of B tier, I'd say, at this point. Because you have Demonology being better in most spots, and it's sort of like we need to buff UA a little bit and see where it goes kind of thing. But it's definitely fun to play. It's not bad, but I think if you're able to replicate like that stat cleave meat grinder a good bit in M+, in raid, you'll see Demonology way more than Affliction will. So I think it's probably mid to lower B+ at this point. Or B, sorry.
Yeah, I have a mid of B.
Yeah.
What about Mythic Plus, or is it a Mythic Plus spec?
Oh, it's fun and plus. Yeah, it feels like Legion F a good bit with your spamming seeds, casting UAs. Who doesn't love spamming their seed? It's pretty good. And so don't laugh, Max. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's fun to play. Once again, like the nerfs hit it, and I'd put it probably higher into B tier, but it's not deep. I don't think it's demo level. There's definitely classes that are better. Like I think even post nerf Arcane and probably Unholy and demo are gonna be a better still.
Mythic Plus is weird because it's like Affliction. Let's just say for the sake of argument, Affliction was actually like an A tier Mythic Plus spec, but if it wasn't as good as Demo and you never played it in dungeons because it just wasn't the best Warlock spec, it would feel like a B,
Right.
So I feel like by default, the second best spec in Mythic Plus, like low key, has to be like a tier below, even though that's not really how it works, but like in reality, that's like how getting invited to groups work, I think.
Right. Plus, like really, as far as the hero talents are concerned, Soul Harvester feels infinitely better to play than Hellcaller. Soul Harvester basically has every 35 seconds a button you hit, which is reduced by casting UA or Seed that gives you 3 to 4 soul shards instantly, basically. Hellcaller doesn't have that. So you have like way more resource gen as Soul Harvester on demand. Hellcaller just says, I generate shards every so often. I think that if they're going to look at changing AF more in like 12.1 or whatever, it's just too late, obviously in beta. Probably some ways you figured out to give Hellcaller a bit of on-demand shard gen or something. It just feels like night and day. You're playing 2 different specs entirely. So...
Yeah, I wonder if that's the goal. Like, obviously, you'd never like to have one of your hero talents be way less fun than the other, but I think the idea of it feeling a lot different in general, like, is probably a good thing, right? Like, I think, like, would it be worse if your 2 hero talents felt exactly the same, right? But obviously it's not good that it isn't fun,
Right.
like you're saying.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Destro. How did Destro turn out?
Where's the coffin dance? I don't know. This spec is so it's the same spec it's been for the last 20 years. Chaos Bolt, Incinerate, Rain of Fire, all that stuff. The capstones, I think, fundamentally all took a step back from where they were in Dragonflight, or sorry, War Within. They're all sort of there still, but in different forms, and like not anywhere near as fun. It's sort of like we made changes just to make changes because of new expansions here, and they're all just like I don't know. It feels not very exciting to play. It feels the same as it's been for the last 20 years. Like Destro really didn't change at all. So I mean, like you might have gained or lost a button based on what ends up being good or bad in Sims, but it's the same. But if you're a Destro fan, great. If you're, hoping for something new in the spec, unfortunately, well, you're not really getting that. So I don't know. Like it's just, I hate to give that answer, but
Is it not fun to play, or is it bad, or both?
Well, it's Destro's always fun for like an hour or two in raid, and then you're like, I wish I could do anything else in life right now. So I've hitting the same 3 buttons for the last 2 hours, and I have 4 hours in raid left or whatever. And it's just like there's not much. I mean, it depends. I think when Destro is the best spec in every fight in a raid tier, it is not as fun of a raid tier as it could be if you're playing Demo Raft. That's opinion based, but I think it gets sort of old, bland, and generic. But it's also undertuned right now, which is a little like, I don't want to sound like I'm too biased or whatever there. But I think what it comes down to is the capstones were fun and exciting in War Within and stuff, and they all are still there now, but in a different form, and it took away a lot of the fun excitement of playing Destro. You don't have these instant cast, massive Soulfire procs anymore. You don't have your green Smolder on Demon spawning in every 10 seconds anymore. You just have a minute cooldown on a long cast, and your green Smolder on's gone, and you have like a mid-tier talent that's a capstone now you don't play anywhere, and basically every capstone is just a passive. It's like increases mastery, increases crit, increases whatever, and they're all 2-point nodes.
Yeah.
It just feels bad.
Really? That's in your spec tree?
A lot of them, the gates into the capstones are 2-point nodes. I think there's 3 we take that are 2 points. It might be 2. You spend like half your points getting through 2-point gates that are like increases crit. It's boring. Yeah. It's not very fun.
Didn't they get rid of like a lot of the most classes 2-point nodes in their spec tree just in general? Like they just destroyed them? Is Warlock just the holdout?
I don't know, because like the points that are 2-point talents in the capstones, like for Destro, used to be 1-point talents. They're made 2. It's Devastation and Ruin, like the skull on the far left and right there.
Am I looking at the wrong thing?
Yeah. No, you're good. It's like 3rd row from the bottom, basically.
Oh, I see. It like gates you into. Yeah, usually when they do that, it's like they don't want you to have too many capstones. And the reason that's there is to like get you from that. But yeah, it does feel bad. Okay, I thought you meant like the stuff at the bottom was too, which is like.
No, but it like leads into other ones that are just like passive, like I have 3% more mastery, or I have more mastery, or I have more XYZ. And they added some 2-point nodes on the top of the tree, like backlash and stuff. It just sort of ended up being a little like, we have what we have in War Within, but it's just a watered down version, if that makes sense. Which is a bit unfortunate. So we lost a lot of thematics, I feel like, as well. But
okay.
Yeah.
All right, where does it end up in raid? Is it ever played?
In its current form, I don't think so. There are some spread cleave fights that look pretty decent for Destro, but I mean, I was playing this on Salhadar last testing this in the message. Dude, I'm above the tank. Like, brother, I mean,
bro, Salhadar is legit like the most prototypical Destro fight. It's like Raden, right? Like you're just always hitting a boss and a big ball that needs to die. Like that's should be good.
That's what I'm saying. I should be good there, but it felt terrible. They buffed it a good bit the last 2 weeks, but they've buffed the filler spells, and the fillers are like less than 10% each, and they've been like 10% buffs. We need to buff Chaos Bolt, and not buff or just buff the fillers. I think this goes C tier, honestly. Like you can put it top of C tier or higher end of C tier, but it's not gonna see any play. I don't think at this point in the raid. AF is better. AF feels more exciting to play, and it needs help. We need to buff Chaos Bolt. Capstones are a later on thing. It's too late for those, but it just feels sort of mid, lesser than mid. And yeah.
All right, what about M plus?
So if you know the Psychic Link changelog meme,
yeah,
you might. Blackened Soul is approaching that. That is a ability for Hellcaller. It's basically like our Hellcaller hero talent that changes our Immolate to Wither. It gains stacks and ticks down and does damage. It gets buffed or nerfed every single other week, it feels like. It was buffed for I think like 22 weeks ago. It was nerfed by 30 this week. That's what fuels our big AoE, and it got nerfed by 30. Destro was doing a lot of damage in AoE. It was really good with Hellcaller, like up until this week on beta, but its single target's abysmal. So it's been the same way it is for the last 10 years. You bring it like for mass AoE, but its single target has been worse than what it has been the last few expansions. So after the nerf, it's hard to say, because like there's a lot of good AoE classes and stuff, but they also got hit. I don't think it's very good. It was the least played of all three specs in M+. It's probably like, I probably put it C tier as well, just because you have AF and Demo that are better in M+, I think. And yeah, I think it probably goes C tier.
Yeah, I mean, I
well.
think even without the elaboration, if it's the third best spec in Mythic Plus, it just makes sense that it's a tier below the second one too.
Yeah, so
All right, hell
there
yeah.
it goes.
Thanks for your time, bud.
Of course.
Yep, love you, bye. Shit on. All right, let me see if this Ret's ready. Get Ret out of the way, and then we can either do Hunter, DK, or Enhance. Although I think we would have to do Enhance pretty quickly because he has to go. Yo, what's up?
Hello.
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 Hello. Yeah, tell me how Ret's feeling. How is the feeling after like the Crusader strike change, the general prune? Although I don't think it got pruned too much, but like, what's the gameplay like?
Yeah, so I think last time I was pretty hyped on the talk. And yeah, the hype kind of died down. Ret just didn't get any good changes during the whole like beta cycle that we had. Like the design is still decent. It looks solid, but the tuning is horrible as always somehow. Obviously there's still hope, but given Ret's tuning history, it's just likely a repetition of what happened before. So the giga hype we had from the design kind of died down, especially because we didn't really get anything. Overall, there were some like good changes to how our Apex talent works. Now procs from Art of War. And they also like reintroduced Crusading Strikes back again, which is hilarious in hindsight because there was a clear reason why they wanted to get rid of it.
Yeah, exactly. I loved playing without it. Is it positive, or do you feel like it plays pretty bad?
It plays horrible.
Yeah.
It's hilariously bad. Like they added a version which I think was like either 100 or 50% slower attack, which just like you were literally hitting something every 3 seconds with melee attack. Like imagine that.
Yeah,
your character just doesn't do anything.
It really sucks that they got rid of it too, because like wasn't there logic behind it, or I don't even know if they stated this, but was it because you kind of wanted like a swing timer via some kind of add-on, and like they were
You did.
And so that's why they killed it, because they thought that would have been bad for default UI?
Yes, and then they reintroduced Crusading Strikes, and they made it a trackable buff, so now you have the same thing again, but with the default UI. So you can track it as a swing timer again, basically.
All right, well, that stinks.
Yeah. And also, like, they changed its value several times, so I know we talked about Psychic Link, Kalamazi talked about Psychic Link. I want to mention that again. They changed Crusading Strikes, I think, like 4 times in that time, or 3 times, which is just absurd, considering everything.
Yeah.
And right now, it looks to be the better choice, too. So we're just back to playing it again. Like, it's not even, like, the choice, for the roleplay gamers or just someone who doesn't want to think about much, just passively get holy power, strike enemies, whatever.
Okay, and then part of your viability I don't think dungeons this really matters as much, because I don't think Devotion Aura is something you need. But in Raid, it is. And do you find yourself, like, do you think Ret has a chance to be that, or do you think it has no chance?
I actually think with the recent changes to Holy Paladin, Ret has absolutely no chance of making it into a, like, competitive or optimized comp.
Well, what do you mean by that? Like the ones super recently that like, or do you mean or do you mean like the general changes to like whatever that cone ability they used to have that's now not a cone?
Yeah, like the design in general. Like Holy Paladin looks like it's gonna be in the comp. I know you can't say anything about that, but like for the general idea, I think Holy Paladin just brings too much into the comp that you want to have it for sure. At least over like Ret and Prot for sure. That's the point.
Okay.
And like the raid viability issue for Ret does not, like, it hasn't changed. They didn't address it in any way, or they didn't give Ret anything exclusive. Like Ret had the Unbound Freedom talent, where you give freedom to someone else when you freedom yourself, which was like the thing you used it for on Ansarek. Yeah, it was really good. But then they just gave it to every spec, or like I think to Prot at least.
Yeah, and then you don't have like, Spell Ward, right? And then you are. I think the one positive with Ret is
it's the only, I think the only, maybe now that's not true with Hunter. It's like, or one of the only, regardless, one of the only DPS you can bring that can bring an external. Because, like, if you don't play a Holy Paladin, you bring a Ret instead, you still retain potentially 2 externals if something's physical. And then on top of that, you're, like, gaining one most likely with whatever healer you replaced Holy with. But, like, there hasn't been a fight in recent memory where, like, having a bop is, like, crazy. And it's going to be hard. It's going to be interesting to see now with, like, the changes to how raid damage happens, like, how valuable externals even are, because things are just going to most likely be less one-shotty. So, yeah, and that's never the reason you bring one thing over the other, right? It's, like, a nice thing when the Ret is in. It's never, like, we need to have a Ret because of this.
Exactly. Like, for example, on my world rank, Blessing of Protection was insanely OP on Kai'Veza. That's also why I like personally like the playing Ret on that fight. I know you ranked the fight pretty low because of like what happened during the world first race.
Yeah.
But Bob was like insanely OP, and it felt really good on that fight, like specifically.
Yeah.
But obviously that's the exception to the rule.
Yeah, that was the single hardest hitting like thing you could be targeted by in like the history of WoW. Yeah.
Yeah, there should like honestly just be an option to get Aura Mastery or Blessing of Spell Warding for Ret, or even like all 3 specs. I don't mind that either. But just have like a talent on the spec trees of each spec that like buffs their formerly exclusive utility, you know? Like, for example, Aura Mastery for Ret is 5 minutes or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
Something like either anything in that direction would help raid viability by a lot.
Yeah, and then also your class had a second raid buff with Ret Aura, it was either in Dragonflight, and then they removed it, and then now like they low key gave another class like a stackable raid buff, which like kind of probably feels bad if you're Ret that got that removed, because that like insanely increased the likelihood that you'd play a second Paladin. Okay, so where do you think it ends up in raid? What's the power level looking like right now?
Okay, so tuning wise, you can either put it into C or like Midnight Default UI. I haven't like watched a lot of the healer talk, but I think it's just, it looks terrible. Like the damage numbers are just not there. Even if Red was like semi-decent, you wouldn't bring it over the other 2 specs. And in its current form, it's just the bottom of C tier. You don't have a D tier, but it's the bottom of the C, or the Midnight Default UI.
All right, what about Mythic Plus?
Yeah, for Mythic Plus, like most of Red's AoE in dungeons was coming from Templar, which got subsequently nerfed for Midnight, and there haven't really been any like compensation buffs or changes for it. And the funnel, which we talked about in the earlier talk from Execution Sentence, like isn't really that strong. It seemed good on paper. I know we kind of talked about it. But it doesn't really do that much. Like they also buffed it by 10% recently, which is basically doubling the damage it's doing. But it still doesn't do a whole lot, even with the double damage. Like it's probably gonna need another notch like upwards, but we'll just have to see. Yeah. And then Imperial. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Keep going.
No. They also recently nerfed a really strong cleave node for Red, which is Empyrean Power.
Oh yeah, the one that gives you the 3 Divine Storms?
Yeah, they basically completely nuked it for Cleave, and its value is now the same in single target and AoE, because before you would like get additional proc chances of your Cleave, basically. And now they made it so that only the melee swings from one target give you a proc chance. So it's 5% in single target and AoE, and before it was a whole lot more in AoE. So yeah, that is quite a stinker, quite bad.
So, do you think it's at the bottom?
I think the point that like you can give to Red is, as it was also in recent like seasons, the fact that you have an external, like you mentioned, sacrifice is really strong in M+. Like just giving it to a squishier target is just insanely good. And also you bring battle res, you bring DP, but like we'll just have to wait and see how good the utility actually is and what the meta comp looks like. Because if you need a battle res, then I think like Red actually has like at least a chance to get brought, but definitely needs numbers tuning. And I mean, just put it into C tier as well. It's just not good. Like it has more potential for M+ is my thought, but it definitely needs more numbers, and Execution Sentence just needs to do more damage. Or like do something else with the ability itself, because the initial hit, you know how execution sentence works. You just hit, and then it marks targets, and then the damage gets funneled into the execution sentence target. But the hit itself also just does like absolutely no damage, which I guess is fine if they just want to have like its marking function be the main thing. But it also means that the marking should just be reliable. And currently the area is kind of small, and you're basically waiting for like all stuff to be gathered quite close to get the funnel that you want. And they like, if they don't have it make strong damage, the area could just be slightly bigger, or could even make it, I don't know, spread the debuff with Divine Storm. So you like, whenever something gets into the pack, you get the extra funnel.
Do you think that do you think this is at least good enough to keep the Discord up, or you think that shit's going down?
We'll have to talk with Boas about that, but like, this is not new for Ret. Like, Ret has never, in a single time, Ret has never been good at the start of a tier. Like, legit never. And, or at least in the modern WoW history, at least. It has been buffed so much so that it's good for farm, like after, I don't know, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, something like that. But like, purely numbers-wise, it was never good enough to be brought instantly.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Experience.
I'm trying to think. I remember we used one in Battle to Zaralore, and it was good. And that wasn't like right away, though. That was like the second tier. Yeah, I think you're right. There's been a couple of times where we've played it in the second and third tier, but I don't know if it's ever been like good enough at the beginning of an expansion, at least in the last like 5 years.
You used it on Ansarek, but that was for its utility and not for its damage.
Correct. And I don't... Yeah, no, we played one on Ansarek. Yeah, it was the only way.
Yeah.
You either had to play Prop Paladin or Ret Paladin as the only way to like have enough freedoms with everything that was OP. So yeah, it was more of like a tech pick, but I also think they did like pretty good. They did like good in the intermission and stuff. And Warriors carried all the AoE and stuff, so it was okay to bring like a single target class. All right, sweet. All right. What's that?
Yeah, there are a couple more points, if you don't mind, like me taking like 5 more minutes.
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
Currently, and even in raid testing, Ret has situations where they have legit nothing to press for like up to 5 seconds when you're playing Crusading Strikes, and that's just awful for a melee.
Yeah.
You're just sitting there and doing nothing. It's just horrendous. They either need to like buff Crusading Strikes power or like speed, or just, I don't know, give you like additional procs or something. Like, it feels horrible to play. And then the hero talents like Herald of the Sun is now slightly less worse, but the design is still awful, and the whole hero talent just feels like an afterthought. It doesn't really do anything for it specifically, and as long as the bugs to Judgment and Hammer of Wrath are there, which I will get to right now, and the hero talent only buffs Hammer of Wrath, there's a lot of room like to fuck up the tuning, and it's just not going to be good. Right now, it just looks like we'll continue never playing Herald of the Sun ever, like we did almost the entirety of the War Within, unless they just randomly buff its exclusive damage components like Dawnlight or whatever, for zero reason. So Templar still looks like to be the default choice, especially now that they buffed Seal of the Templar to 25%, and they also buffed Divine Hammer again. And this also made them buff Divine Storm, which was necessary because it would have made us press Final Verdict on 2 targets, and that's just terrible. If you press your single target spender on Cleave, it's just awful. Like, you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's like a plethora of bugs, which I just want to like go over really quickly because I think it's detrimental. We don't have a repetition of what happened to Ret during the War Within, because we got our bugs fixed and then got nerfed while like at the same time. So there are like plenty of things that absolutely crush our damage. Something like the talent Judgment of Justice doesn't really increase the damage of Hammer of Wrath, including Divine Toll, Divine Resonance, Divine Execution, and Second Sunrise. Swift Justice does not reduce the cooldown of Hammer of Wrath, for example. It just doesn't do anything. Hammer of Wrath cast by the Paladin, the Divine Toll ability, Divine Execution, they all do not grant stacks of Sanctification, and somehow the Hammer of Wrath cast by Divine Resonance does. So there's like a whole lot of things that just don't work together, and they put different spell IDs into the abilities. It's just like, it's crazy. There's a talent, it's a capstone node for our class, Vengeful Wrath, that just doesn't do anything right now. It effectively doesn't do anything. It just doesn't work. How is that a capstone? Like, it's just crazy. But the other specs like are also affected by that. So yeah. And there are several other bugs. I just want to get the biggest one out of the way as well. Hammer of Light has a talent where if you press it, you apply judgment to your target. So the thought behind it is you get the extra damage from judgment, but it applies only a single judgment debuff, and it does not consume the judgment debuff, and the judgment debuff vanishes after 2 seconds, but it can still consume a pre-existing judgment debuff. So it only works if you press judgment before. It just doesn't make any sense.
That's not good.
Yeah. Execution Sentence I already talked about, but right now
Didn't
the
Execution
buff
Sentence
to
get combined with Sanctified Wrath, or the thing that was like the AoE version choice node?
with Final Reckoning, yeah.
Yeah, Final Reckoning.
That's yeah, exactly. Execution Sentence got buffed to 20%, but currently it's still at 10%. They buffed it, but apparently in patch notes only because it doesn't work in game properly. And it also incorrectly accumulates all magical damage done instead of the holy damage. So arcane, nature, fire, stuff from trinkets, from like special effects, items, whatever. It accumulates all of that instead of holy damage. So it's just very like weird. Yeah, but that's like I want to get it out there because people need to hear that. It's just a whole lot of bugs.
It's definitely really frustrating if you feel like your class could be good, but there's like unintended interactions or like things that are not working right. That would be the difference between you being good and not. I think it's a fair thing to do to use your time to do that. That's fair. That is it though. We gotta get moving. I gotta work.
Yeah,
on other
absolutely.
classes.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
You're good then. All right. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, love you, bye.
All right. Calling Wordup. Hello.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
what's up? Let me put this in chat. I guess I have to pin it myself because my mods are fucking. Okay, wait. People are typing too much. God damn it. There we go. Yo, so I had some people like initially be like, "Yo, enhanced pruning like didn't feel very good," or like it's one of the classes I think if you were to just judge a class by how much buttons they have purely based on the weak aura package that just shows the buttons you want to keep track of, I feel like enhanced might be the most in the entire game historically. So I was like a little scared when I started playing it on PTR. I was like, damn, maybe this won't feel the same. But I actually like really enjoyed, at least I have no idea how strong it is. That's what you're here for. But I actually really enjoyed the gameplay. I thought it like they retained a lot of Enhance's flavor. I hope you feel the same, but like how do you feel after the pruning that most classes?
I'd say thematically, like gameplay wise, it's really, really similar to how it was. Even going back like over the years for older versions of it, it still is the same kind of spec. They did manage to take what was honestly like a super bloated version of it in War Within and trim it and present something that was really good. They did a really good job on the pruning aspect. Like broad strokes, I think it's probably the biggest success story they have.
What did they do?
For it.
They just, you don't use Frost Shock anymore, right? Is that like what else is major?
They basically chopped all of the tertiary the things that are sort of sub level like important stuff like fillers and like secondary maelstrom spenders and stuff, and they just focused on having each button mean something all the time for whichever hero talent you are. There is a reason to have the button and press the button, and it's more clear when you press them and why, rather than having like 10 different buffs to track and like mid-fight gauging whether or not it's stronger to press A or B. It's pretty obvious when A is better than B and so on. So they made it clearer to understand without needing a guide or like someone in your ear telling you, which was really important, I think, with the whole UI thing going on.
Is there anything you're unhappy with still?
So there's like a little bias in this. There's a really, really big important bit I have to get out of the way first, is that there's a massive bug for one of the hero talents that's basically stopping people from playing it in Mythic Plus, where it spawns searing totems, and they do not care if you're in combat with something. They will shoot across the room and they'll pull everything.
Didn't they fix
So people
that?
are just not playing it. I've heard different things that has been fixed, but there's like a really long period of time where that bug was there, where there's been no data gathered about it.
Yeah, okay.
And that's the hero talent that's noticeably better than the other one, which personally, like, I'm okay with. I really like that one. There are people who like Stormbringer. I really don't like the direction they took it in at all.
Oh, interesting.
And
I really liked it before last expansion.
I really liked it last expansion, and this one they've sort of replaced quite a lot of the like calculated play in it, and they've replaced it just with RNG and a lot of it, and it's really weighted. It's not like it's numerically wrong. It's not as strong as Totemic, but it's just that feel doesn't click with me. But that's fine. I know there are people who do like it, and they'll probably still enjoy it. It's just there's like a tuning problem with it where I don't think that they can tune it single target ever, because there's nothing in it that's unique to that related to single target, which long term is a really big problem if they ever need to rebalance between trees.
Yeah. Okay. Enhance has been Enhance has been like the de facto Shaman buff outside of last year for like a really long time. Do you think that's coming back, or do you think they're going to get edged out by another class or another spec?
Well, Ellie's had a pretty rocky situation in beta. I don't think they're thrilled at what's going on, and they also got nerfed in the last pass, and I'm not really sure why. I think that alone would probably lean me towards saying that Enhance will get played, but there's a month between now and anything happening. And on that topic, Enhancement has seen almost no developer updates whatsoever since the very first alpha build. So I'm not sure if they're happy with where it is, if they know where it is.
I mean, it sounds like they are, right? Yeah.
It's there's every possibility that we start playing it and suddenly they go, oh wow, this is actually way stronger, or this is much weaker, or it's doing something that we don't want it to, and it's just slipped under. I'd like to hope that they are paying attention to that, but because there's been so little attention paid to it, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
where that's going to land.
I'm less concerned about a class's power not getting addressed. Even if you've gotten no changes, they might just feel like the gameplay's in a good spot. What's going to happen over the next few weeks is every week, even after the expansion is out, before the season comes out, you're just going to see notes that are basically just buffing numbers in either directions. Zero design or gameplay changes, just purely tuning. So if you feel like your class is below or behind, I feel like that has a high likelihood of being addressed if it's if it's an extremity, if it's an outlier.
Well, I'm more so, I think its numbers are right around a decent to good spec numbers wise. Probably in for a raid, high B, low A, maybe a little more, because its damage profiles are really versatile and flexible.
Okay.
Specifically for Totemic, which within the raid that we played in the tests, sans a few that were kind of your melee, so you don't get to take advantage of the targets that are around. It was able to just adapt to any fight with basically no talent swaps, but it's not there's any talents on the tree to swap around anyway.
I mean, that historically that's a good thing. It's weird.
That's a really, really good spot to be in if you've got that.
It's weird because you want options, but at the same time, the class with less options that's just always playing the same build is actually just really OP. Always.
Yeah. I don't see a reason design or profile wise that it would just fall off the face of the earth. It's in a better spot than it was in Manaforge, because Manaforge was very streamlined into just one thing, and that kind of showed when it didn't get played. It's much closer to the Nerebar and Undermine type of situation, and pretty happy with that. I'd probably say from a damage perspective it's in the low A. From the other perspective though, no, for Mythic Plus Mythic Plus kind of has its own barrel of problems where and I know that basically every DPS always refers to this as a problem, but I think defensively, Shaman is as a whole is in a serious state.
Seriously bad.
We already weren't very defendy in the War Within, but we were good enough that you could reasonably survive with some healer attention. But in the pruning, we lost defensives when we were already under the budget of what most other melee have. And healers also have more to pay attention to now. So they don't have as much time to babysit just one person, especially in Mythic Plus, which is a really big weakness. If Mythic Plus ever gets into that territory, it's about surviving, not about making the time. And then on top of that, we lost quite a lot of just control tools. We lost Thunderstorm, the knock-up, which really OP. That's just gone. We can't do knock away anymore either. We lost double stun. We don't interrupt with sundering anymore. So there's just less that we bring as a package, as a whole. In the notes there that you're looking at, they did buff our passive defense, which is good.
Which is, I think, extremely important, actually. So if your class in the history of WoW has ever gotten a passive DR, having more HP, which is basically the same thing, or especially now, and having more passive DR, I think that's so good, because clearly the raid damage intake is much more based on attrition instead of super bursty stuff. So I think this is not a small deal. I think this is pretty significant.
It's a pretty big buff, just broad strokes, which I think is them noticing that we have a problem. They did buff our self-healing and then subsequently nerfed it before it hit live, but they buffed it by a huge amount. I think they over doubled it at the time, and then they walked back on that to it it's more 20-30%.
Well, can you do healing surges on yourself now without consuming your Maelstrom weapon stacks and have it still be fat?
It's not as big as it was, but it's it doesn't consume any resources anymore, which is
Yeah,
amazing.
it's like which would you
'cause,
rather?
like, that-
Which would you rather have?
Yeah,
would you rather like juicing an entire 10 Maelstrom weapon thing but get topped, or like get healed less but you don't lose any damage from it except for the global?
Yeah, I think like that trade-off was good. It does add an extra step between you like doing the healing, but the trade-off of not sacrificing loads of damage to do so is worth it.
Yeah.
Like the ideas behind basically everything they did was good. There's like edges that needed to be sanded down between then and now that haven't been. And the healing thing has had quite a few bugs through it as well, where it's resetting the stacks, so it stops being instant if you don't do a 10 stack spender again. And with all of the UI things, you don't really have the space to track everything, so it's hard to know unless you dedicate space to that.
Yeah,
and then you could get caught hard casting it.
I set up a few specs that I normally play, like hit dummies a little bit, and Enhance still like had a cooldown manager set up that looks like what it did before the War Within, or before like Midnight. Like there's still like a decent amount of buttons on there, which feels pretty good.
Yeah, I think you could almost like wholesale look at an old one and a new one, and you wouldn't see much different in terms of
Yeah, it's basically like
how much you need to track.
Ice Strike and Frost Shock are gone, and it's and the fire one, whatever that thing is, like that's basically all it's.
I do want to just kind of like the last guy, just mention like a few really important bugs that people that have just always been there. We have a talent called Lightning Strikes, which is when you spend 10 Maelstrom, you reset. You get some Maelstrom back and you buff the next Storm Strike and Lava Life. That one isn't when you spend 10 like cumulatively. It's only when you spend 10 all at once, which is really awkward to play when we spend like a non-fixed increments of like our resource. So it disincentivizes you from spending at any point below, even though you're allowed to. And you can take a talent, you can avoid a talent that means that you can never spend 10 at once, which means you can never activate it. But you can still go through that talent, and it's like a pathing talent that you need to go through. And it doesn't work like any of the other talents that it replaced from the past. It's really awkward. You have to explain it to people because intuitively it should just count, and every 10 it goes. So that one's really important in the bottom left. There's a few class auras that just aren't applying to things. That one I think they'll eventually get. We have our wolves. They just despawn sometimes on their own. We've had that bug before, but they just stop being there. We can't really tell why. I think the main thing is it's related to if you don't talent Feral Spirit, but you spawn them from Stormbringer, or vice versa. They don't. It checks, and because you haven't got them, it despawns them because you shouldn't have them, but you do because you've got either or. So yeah, there's a few like really weird bugs that are hanging on for a really long time. Hopefully they do fix them though. And then there's just the class tree sucks for us, but I think that's shared with Ellie and Resto. Like we spend like maybe 3 points at the bottom, which is I would say generally a pretty bad situation.
Yeah. Did you rank Enhance and Mythic Plus at all before you did the bugs? I might have missed it.
No, I think damage wise it's got the potential to be like mid to high tier potential. But the limitations of like if the comp can't keep you alive, or you are exclusively just bringing damage and Sky Fury. Because I don't think a lot of our other utility is anywhere near what it used to be.
Yeah,
that's like a question mark that I'm worried about enough that like if say Ret Paladin isn't that popular and historically they're the guys who keep you alive, you're sort of nerfed by proxy of what the most popular comp is. So I'd probably only be comfortable in sticking it in like B solely because its damage is good enough to keep up with like other classes in that area.
Yeah, I also think like feeling weaker defensively or not having as many buttons to press on something that's going to do a ton of damage to you is more significant in Mythic Plus than Raid. I think they're going to really dial in Raid damage to where classes like that can survive, and there isn't going to be as many things you need personals for. But because of the way Mythic Plus scales, I find it very hard. I could be wrong. I find it very hard to believe they're going to execute on that. Like I think you're going to get to key levels where classes that have less defensives are going to feel that, and that could absolutely hurt you, where I don't know if that's going to be true in Raid. So I think that's fair.
I think in Raid it's less of a concern because there's more tools going around because you've got more healers. So if someone needs something and they bring the damage to warrant having the spot anyway, you can usually find a solution. But in Mythic Plus, you have to be doing an astronomically larger amount of damage than the competitor that you'd be replacing for them to need to adjust the strategy around keeping you alive. And it's happened once before for us in season 1 of the War Within, but our damage is not in that range at all. So I'd be more hesitant, not for damage factors, for just everything else factors, to like put it any higher than B.
Yeah, I think the one thing it has going for it, I'm not sure about the strength of Ellie and Resto, but I think like the raid buff is like really underrated. I think Sky Fury is like really good.
I think it's one of the best, if not the best. It's really close to.
It depends on.
You always want one.
It's one of those weird. It's one of those weird raid buffs where it depends on the other classes, right? Like some classes gain a lot more than others, right? But all right, W. All right, that's all.
I'd say like as a final thing that like we're very firmly more raid strong than Mythic Plus strong right now.
Yeah,
but that could change between now and then.
Yep. Chaos, love you, bye. I think that strat actually can't be beaten. I don't think you could ever lose with that. Just a quick little chaos leave. Okay, so I'm okay with people doing the like I want to talk about the bugs because like I think there's a decent chance that like a class designer might listen to this, especially if it's not just ranking for power and they're actually, you know, talking about the ins and outs of these classes a little bit. I think it's like really good information for them. They might also get that from these discords that I'm sure tell them this shit. You know what I mean? But I know it really bothers some of you that we do that. But I'm just going to guess here. I'm going to guess most of you are here for literally the power rankings that are saying that. Or you're just like, oh, just get to my spec. But I think a lot of those people are going to be serviced by just waiting till this is a YouTube video before early access comes out and literally scrolling to the end and just looking at the list. You know what I'm saying? Or watching, you're going to scroll ahead to your specific spec or class and then like listen to that and ignore everything else. But like right here on stream, it's obviously like you just can't wait. You have to wait till your class is here. I would just say like for example, if someone was like, I'd like to talk about a few bugs and they started talking for 30 minutes, that would be too much. I think that slows down the content. I probably wouldn't even include all of that in the video, but I think like a nice little 5-minute, you want to talk about some bugs, that's fine. But also if people don't want to do it and they don't feel like their class is super bugged, I think that's fine. Because like, I'm just going to make this up. I think mentioning the bugs on my stream in this video here, if it increases, how much it increases the chance that it will get addressed, it's probably non-zero, but it's like closer to zero than you think. You know what I mean? I still like some integrity of this content and not just being like a power thing, because I mean it's already kind of a meme with power because like there's like 30 different people ranking it, right? It's not one person, although I don't think one person would ever have the information to accurately rank all of these outside of the top guilds, at least for raid, and they're never going to do that. Not to mention this is going to change a bit. We'll have to update this because I'm doing this pretty early, but I wanted it out for early access, and I didn't want to do it during fellowship next week, so or in a few days, I guess, not next week. So we're gonna do DK next, which I'm like really excited about because I set up a few of the characters that I really like playing on beta. And DK, both Frost and Unholy, to me felt like really good. Like I liked the direction of both of them. Frost is like largely unchanged, but like the Unholy stuff was kind of cooked when it first came out. And I love the gameplay of Unholy and the class fantasy, especially with those nerfs recently. If you end up playing Rider of the Apocalypse, I feel like this class is it's just gonna hit crazy, you know. So I'm hoping he's saying it's good. But I think I'm like pretty sure that Unholy or just DPS DK in general is going to be like the first character I level and the character I'm going to play in season 1. All right, W, calling him. Yo, what's up?
Yo, how's it going, Max?
Yeah, it's going great. This is my favorite. You're my favorite person that I'm talking to. Not because of, well, that's going to sound crazy. Not because of you. I do like you, but also I really, really like DPS DK, and I'm hoping you agree and confirm all of my feelings. But purely gameplay, you can speak about. Let's actually start with like Unholy. The one that was like changed a lot. I think Frost is like largely pretty similar to last season. They got like a really recent rework. Although I do think their Apex talent is like one of the coolest in the game. But just Unholy, like how do you feel about the pruning most classes got and how do you feel about the rework?
So the rework's kind of weird. Like they reworked almost everything about Unholy, yet it plays almost exactly the same as it did before. Because you have the lesser ghoul buffs instead of festering wounds now, and you still manage those essentially the same way. So like the playstyle is pretty much the same, but it fits class fantasy so much more. You're just summoning absolute armies of ghouls, maguses. You know, you got all your pets coming around. It's honestly really cool. I like the design. I like the themes. I do feel like they really gimped the AoE gameplay aspect of it. And that's probably my biggest complaint with the rework.
Yeah, I felt that way too, where they were like, we're getting rid of wounds, but it's like, if you really think about it, you just definitely still have wounds. Like that, it's just a thing. Like,
yeah.
It's just on you.
Yeah, exactly. They just moved them to the player instead of the enemies, which is fine. Like, you don't have to track it on every enemy that you're fighting against. It's good quality of life. And it does add to the theme, like I said, with all the lesser ghouls you're summoning. But yeah, like gameplay is pretty much the same, but it's a good gameplay loop. I'm not going to complain about that.
Yeah. How do you feel about like the disease stuff and like pestilence exploding and all that shit? Because it's like something that isn't going to pop off the first time you use that on a pack because it hasn't had enough time to like really sit yet. But like I feel like if you are in a Mythic Plus pack specifically, or you're in raid and ads have been out for a while, and that second cooldown use is going to feel, I know they just nerfed it, I think like a couple days ago, but
They did, yeah.
I still think it like I love the idea of that.
So the disease aspect of the class right now is extremely underbaked. Like most of the talents for diseases are like, oh, increase your disease damage by 5%, increase your disease damage by 10%. It's mechanically, it's just entirely not there, except for pestilence, like you're saying. If you can get a good build up and burst on pestilence, it's really good, but it's also just like one button you're pressing every 45 seconds. So it's not like super engaging. You're not doing anything super, particular to extend your diseases an extra time, because pretty much everything you're doing is going to extend them anyway. So I just really feel like that gameplay is lacking, but the damage it does is kind of insane before the nerfs. We haven't seen how much it's doing after the nerfs yet, because they're not coming till Tuesday, but I still expect it's going to be pretty intense.
All right, sweet. Do you think Unholy raid buff is like a whole other Actually, let's just go there. How you feeling about that? Shit, I'm muted. Sorry. I don't even know how the fuck that happened.
All good.
Yeah, dude, I wasn't just like hard quiet. Let's talk about raid buffs for a second, which I know is
oh god, here we go again.
It's a nice topic for DKs. So last year, going into the tier was all about DKs have no raid buff, and hunters like kind of flew under the radar, and then hunters got sat for one boss, which by the way, only in the very first week, Hunter was like insanely bis in the second reset that boss was killable, and then their reaction to that was giving hunters a raid buff that's so good that you could never possibly sit them, and anytime there's a second target that matters, you're going to play two of them, and yet they're still hard sticking to the like, don't worry, we're going to make sure that ads are grippable and only grippable and by no other forms of CC. Is there any thoughts about that?
Oh, God. So I have a lot to say about this. I'm sorry if I ramble a bit beforehand, but
go for it.
The raid buff situation on DK right now, it's honestly abysmal. So you have this like excuse that they had back in Liberation of Undermine when they made almost everything immune to grips. We're like, oh, we're afraid of Abomination Limb. It's just way too powerful. We can't possibly make ads grippable.
Yeah,
so we made basically nothing grippable. And then come midnight and they add Abomination Limb back, but only for Blood. So now Blood has Gorfians and Abomination Limb available to them. So we're just sitting here in a situation where like, okay, Abomination Limb's too powerful, but Blood just gets it now. Like, what are you guys doing?
Yep.
And they're always gambling on that final boss, requiring grips, and that being the reason why you bring a DK or DPS DK in general. They did normalize the grip cooldown between DPS and Blood now, so all three specs have a 15-second grip cooldown now, but the utility of Abomination Limb or Gorfian's Grasp is still entirely in the realm of just, if you need grips, you bring Blood. They didn't even normalize like the AMS stuff either, so Blood still gets a better AMS. Like, it's all over the place, and it's really frustrating to try to convince Blizzard that grip is not a viable raid buff.
Yeah, it's just like how I just don't understand why the conviction is so strong that they have to be right about this, when like I feel like everyone looking at it is just like, bro, just do it, especially if they're willing to do the hunter thing. Like, that's crazy. Like DKs are frequently not brought to rain encounters because the grip isn't needed and maybe they aren't tuned really well. And it happened to hunters literally one time. And then it's not even like hunters, it was only for the race to world first. That's it. After the first couple of guilds killed it, I would argue that Marks Hunters were actually the single best class in the last phase. They weren't even like shit. They were just not good in the race. That's it. They weren't good enough in P1 and P2. And like that happened one time on one boss, and they're like, all right, you guys are getting the best raid buff ever. I just can't get it.
I don't either, man. Like, I get that having grip there to be able to get enemies to where you want them is incredibly powerful when it's designed into a fight. But you can't expect designers to design every single fight that way, And having a raid buff that's only, usable one or two fights a tier isn't really a raid buff. That's required utility. It's, it's similar to like old Hunter's Trap when you're looking at something like Battle for Dazara Lore, stuff like that. Like, it's just required utility to keep ads where you want them, not really a raid buff.
Yeah. All right. So all that shit aside, I feel the same way. Do you think we are? I'm gonna ask you to rate Unholy DK for raid, but I'm also just gonna ask you if you think that
DKs are going to be played in this raid?
First of all, I do think DPS DKs are going to be played in this raid tier because there's 3 separate raids. Just because of the fight designs in general, there's a lot of ad spawns, there's a lot of passive cleave that we got to be able to do, and Frost especially has a lot of really good burst cleave. And there's some stuff you can do with Unholy too. I'll get into that when we talk more about Unholy specifically. But I do think they're going to be brought to the raid for those grips that are probably going to be needed and the cleave that you're going to need.
Okay, so what about Unholy specifically for raid?
So you were talking about Pestilence earlier, and it kind of has to do with this. So there's a mechanic that Unholy has where it's spreading its Virulent Plague through Scourge Strike. Not a lot of people know this, but it spreads at the current Virulent Plague duration. So if you can build up a big Virulent Plague on the boss, when those ads spawns, you spread it to them and then hit your Pestilence, you're getting 50, 60 second consume basically instantly off the rip on those ads, and it's going to be insane.
Yeah. You think that's going to be strong then?
Almost surely, but I also expect it to get nerfs, and that's probably not going to be great because Unholy's single target and AoE are incredibly closely linked now. Like, all of the same abilities are used in AoE and single target. So if they have to bring it down in one of those scenarios, it's going to hurt the other. And Unholy's biggest weakness right now does end up being in, low target count cleave to the mid target count cleave areas, which is what a lot of the raid focuses on.
Yeah.
So if they say need to bring down its single target potential to not be overtuned, which I do believe it's overtuned in single target right now, it's really going to bring down its cleave and AoE potential, and it's really going to hurt it. So I'm kind of iffy about Unholy, but I do think Frost, if it's tuned well, which right now it's kind of undertuned, but if they get the tuning right, you'll definitely see DPS DKs in the raid.
Yeah, I know if someone listens to this, what I'm about to say, and they're like, I'll believe it when I see it, I think that's totally fair. But I just want to say that basically the only tuning that's going to happen from now and the next month, and there is a month until tuning will stop. And there's a heroic week, by the way. So if your class is truly dog shit, they typically won't, with no heroic week, they won't make changes until the world first race is over, so we're not all fucked on our preparation. But now they have an entire week to make those changes before we actually start Mythic. So I would be less concerned if your class is fun but feels like it's undertuned. I think that is an okay spot to be in. Okay, if it ends up you rewind, or a month from now you rewind back to this and you're like, okay, well, my class still ended up being shit. You were wrong. Why did you say that? You might low roll, but I think there's a decent chance they actually look at that, and I would much rather have a class that's really fun to play because I think there's a decent chance they'll be able to look at the tuning.
Exactly. Yeah, we still have plenty of time before the race, and I imagine they're still going to be doing tuning every single week up until then.
Okay, so before ranking either of them, talk about Frost for a little bit. You have Frost. I feel like largely plays this outside of the Apex talent, which I do think is really fun. I think it's basically the same as last season, but I think last season, outside of the weird travel time shit with the
Power Rune
weapon, which was really frustrating, and you had to kind of learn how to play the spec differently on different fights. I feel like the rework turned out really well, even though I was really sad to see Breath be gone.
Breath is still there. It's just way different. But okay, yeah. You don't get the extension gameplay like you did before. It's nowhere near the same.
It's a meaningless button. You macro it into something, it does damage. On a cooldown, it's nothing.
Yeah, I get you there. So Frost, like you said, it's basically the same as it was in 11.2 when it got its major rework. The only major thing it got was a minor Frostbane tweak that made it viable in single target because they added a single target damage component to Shattering Blade, I think it was one of the two. But basically there's now viable Frostbane builds, which does add a new gameplay element aside from the Obliteration and Breath Syndragosa builds, which could be interesting to see. You might actually see a single target Frostbane build, which I think we're actually running right now in pre-patch.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting. The talent tree is well designed. You have a ton of different options. I really like Frost right now, honestly, especially with its passive cleave potential. That's probably its biggest strengths in raid, between Breath, Remorseless Winter, your Obliterate cleaves, you have Howling Blades, all of that. It does a lot of really good passive cleave, which tends to be really, really good for this raid tier.
All right, sweet. How strong do you think Frost will be in raid?
With current tuning, I'm going to probably put it in mid B tier. It definitely could be stronger, but it's got the toolkit to be really strong if they hit the tuning mark. So maybe high B just in case they tune it up.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Frost has all the tools. It has like the perfect makeup of being a really sick raid spec. It's just if they get the tuning right. Like having all that passive cleave is actually just so broken for raid.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with Apex, which I completely didn't even talk about. Like, you can recall your Frostworm, which actually triggers all of the effects of all of the different things that Frostworm triggers. So you can, summon your riders with it. You can get extra exterminate stacks. You can even freeze the enemies because that's something that Frostworm's Fury does. So you can even use it as like this utility cooldown as an Apex, where you can freeze enemies in place for a couple seconds, help with ad control too. Like, it's so good, man.
Yeah. What about Unholy for raid?
With the current tuning, it's obviously overtuned in single target. I'm going to put it in like high A tier, like right next to Demo, because if the tuning stays the way it is, it's going to be probably broken on most fights, especially if we can make Pestilence work. If we can't, it'll be a bit worse because it won't have passive cleave, but it'll still have monstrous single target, so got to go in A.
All right, what about single target? They've been like a mythic, or not a single target, sorry. What about Mythic Plus? They've been like a Mythic Plus darling for the past expansion or so, right? They've been frequently good. Do you think that continues?
So I do think it's got some viability in Mythic Plus. Let's start with Frost, actually. Frost, as usual, it's just got a great kit for Mythic Plus. It's got all the cooldowns, it's got all the passive cleaves, it's got everything that you could possibly want. Like I said before, it's just a tuning thing. If they get the tuning right, it'll be insane. If they don't, it'll be mediocre, but it'll still be a good Mythic Plus spec. So let's probably put it like low A tier for Frost.
Okay.
When it comes to Unholy, though, Pestilence has a major issue with low keys, kind of similar to like old Bursting Swords did, where things just don't live long enough for you to extend your diseases on. You can't hit those big pestilences. So you have to go with like a Menacing Mega setup for Mythic Plus as Unholy for anything lower than like a plus 18. So I don't think it's going to be that good in lower keys, but in high keys, it could be really good.
I think it's fair to say
Giga extensions.
I think it's fair to say that the Mythic Plus tier list is almost certainly talking about the very, very high end. At least I think that's the context that most other people are looking at it. And also, you're so right about the Bursting Swords thing. I think there's never a worse key too low feeling than being like a Bursting Swords Unholy DK in the past, and just like everything dies before you can do any of your damage.
Yep. And that's going to be, same issue with Pestilence that we're going to see. But at least we have Outnumber and we have Reanimation along with Menacing Magus to pick up that AoE potential. The Maguses right now are probably a bit undertuned, but it's not like world ending. It's like they account for like 6-7% of our overall DPS, which is, it's okay, but for a capstone and 2 other points that you have to spend to get that, it's not great, but it does the job. But yeah, I mean, if they get the tuning right in high keys, I feel like Unholy will probably be right next to Frost, a good key spec, but probably not going to be usable in most weekly keys that people are going to be running.
Dude, you said 6-7 and everyone in chat started just
oh god
spamming.
I'm so sorry.
It's spam 6-7, but that's not even the annoying part. Like, some mod like banned all versions of 6-7 a while ago, so every time someone types it, it gets auto modded and I have to click allow for all of them to go through. It's completely cursed.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's tough. All right, where'd you say Unholy went? Sorry, I was getting 6-7.
Right next to Frost, A tier.
Ahead or below?
Probably ahead right now. It'll depend on tuning though, honestly.
All right, fuck yeah. I'm really excited. This is gonna be my main. I'm main in DK for sure. I'm so
yeah,
happy with how it plays.
It's fun.
Yeah, and it's also.
I didn't even talk about the Unholy Apex either, which is honestly pretty cool in itself. What were you saying?
I was gonna say we also haven't talked about the fact that the class is like completely unkillable and cannot be moved in a state where they nerfed defensives for. They did nerf like DK defensives, but like it doesn't matter. Like, I still feel like that class is just insanely tanky.
Yeah, it's basically unkillable, especially if you're Unholy. We swapped to Rune of the Apocalypse for our Rune Forge, which basically comes with a passive 18% DR on any target you're taking damage from. So
yeah, I didn't even know
it's disgusting.
I didn't even know that. That like makes absolutely no sense. Okay.
Yeah, I expect the defensive nature of Rune of the Apocalypse to get nuked from orbit, but they haven't done it yet somehow.
Yeah. Love you, bye, Chaos. Dude, I'm fucking on this shit today by not giving them a chance. New strat goes crazy. I literally clapped right now. Okay, so hello? Hey, so I tweeted I didn't really like Windwalker as much the other week, and I had some people, I like talked to Trill at the end of one of our damage testing things, and he's like, I actually kind of like Windwalker right now, so maybe I didn't give it enough of a shot, but I am going to ask you how you kind of feel about the gameplay of Windwalker going into this expansion.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you what you didn't like about it, but
Well-
I think the gameplay, like forward facing, is very similar to what we had before. But I'll let you talk. What do you not like about it?
Okay, so first of all, context. Played it on a dummy with a talent build someone gave me for 10 minutes, and I like logged off because I hated it so much. But it's possible like talents move around and stuff like that. But like it felt like you were casting Fist of Fury forever. Like it was just extremely low uptime. And then also there was like a build where you just didn't even press Fist of Fury at all. But I believe they nerf Fist of Fury, or they buff Fist of Fury recently to where that wouldn't be the case.
Yeah, the latest tuning on Friday is gonna fix that.
Also, they were telling me you don't use Chi procs on spinning crank kick in single target.
I mean, you might. It's just the problem with it's not really a problem, but how Windwalker plays this expansion is you are a Fist of Fury merchant. Like that's how you play it. Actually, now after the buffs, like it's insane damage. So you're playing for Fist of Fury resets, Fist of Fury cooldown, and just pressing it as much as possible. So I can see why you wouldn't like playing it. Did you play Shadowpan or Conduit?
Conduit.
Okay. So I thought I did all the raid testing, and I felt like the latest raid testing, I was playing like how you're supposed to play, I guess, in air quotes, and wasn't doing the RSK stuff, and it felt pretty good on like Voracious on single target. Like your burst damage on single target is like with Conduit is insane. It's really high, and it felt mostly smooth with like a lot of heart window uptime, so you're not channeling as long.
Yeah, maybe I was playing a character with just actually negative haste, but does it not feel like Fist of Fury is being, even though it's a ton of damage, does it not feel like it's being channeled for like a hell of a long time?
So there's a talent that increases the duration by 1 second. So if you're playing
I
that,
untalented out of that because of that, and it still felt slow. But maybe I just had like 0 haste.
Yeah, I mean haste is definitely like the best stat now. So but we'll talk about this. So Windwalker, like how it plays is similar to how it played like the beginning of War Within, kind of. There's a big difference. Like SCF is gone, so there's no pet stuff, and now you have to choose between Strike and Willing Dragon Punch, which people like and don't like. How do you feel about Weapons of Order becoming the main cooldown? Because I think
a small part of me missed the nostalgia of like Storm, Earth, and Fire. It's always been one of my favorite abilities, but it was also super bugged, and I can understand like moving away from it for that reason. But to me, it kind of felt the same. I didn't play it this season, Windwalker this season. I played it in Season 1, but like Weapons of Order being the main cooldown felt like you were just in your Storm, Earth, and Fire cooldown window, at least as Conduit. Like it just felt the same. There's just no clones.
Yeah, it just removes the pets. Yeah, I think it's fine. As a cooldown by itself, it's kind of lame, but it's still fine. So the main issue, I guess we'll go by the trees. The class tree, I feel like in this expansion is needed a lot more reworks. It kind of stinks. The two main problems, in my opinion, are Windwalker, or at least Monk, feels squishy because diffuse magic is gone as a defensive. So you have Fort Brew, which is kind of butt, and it only has 1 charge, which a lot of other specs have, or classes have 2 charges of their defensive. And I feel like personally, like Monk as a class needs a utility button. So for context, I played Evoker in Manaforge, and I played Evoker before that. And Evoker has so much utility. Even if we had just like one of the things, a similar like one thing, like a Zephyr or a Time Spiral or something that we could press in raid, that would be nice. Because going from Evoker, where I had like 16 jobs on a fight, to unfarm playing Windwalker and having like no job is crazy.
It's also kind of a vibe though. Like no one can tell you to do anything. You're just a lone warrior. You know. But yeah, I mean, all you have is like, I guess you have really good ad CC. If there's ever like, you know, like Forge Weaver, like you just have a lot of buttons that are good for that, but that's like a very rare value.
ROP is really good in this next tier. Like on Chimeras, it's really nice to have at least like 2 monks, so you'd have ROP every time for the ads. And then on latest testing for Saladar, ROP was like obscenely good for dealing with the kick ads. So I think the hero talent stuff is probably the highlight of this rework stuff. I think they did a really good job with all the hero talent stuff, because with Shadowpan now you can play 1 minute cooldown stuff, or you can play 130 or 120 or whatever it is. And then for Conduit, you can actually play 2 minute Conduit, which is sick, and then play 1 minute 130 Conduit as well, which is sick. And I think it's really good.
No, that's really, I mean, think about how your cooldown timings affected how you interacted with last tier, right? Unlike Nexus King and Dimensius, like having the ability to be a 1.5 minute class, be a 1 minute class, be a 2 minute class based on the fight is actually like so important.
Yeah, it's really nice. The spec talents I feel like are like the worst part. Like the spec tree that we got feels like a first strat. It feels like the natural next step of like the Dragonflight tree, but it feels like a step backwards in my opinion from the War Within tree. The big thing for me is like we have 2 passives that were made into talents, which kind of always sucks, but it doesn't matter as much if you have to pick it at the top of the tree. Like Sharp Reflexes, it's fine. But then Combo Breaker being a passive for like 10 plus years, and now you have to like talent into it, it feels really weird.
Yeah.
And then the tier 3 talents are all just kind of boring, and there's not a whole lot of build variety. One of the things I liked about the last season of War Within was that Shadowpan played like the left side of the tree, and then Conduit played the right side of the tree, so it felt very different when you played either one, and they felt both fun. And now it feels like you play the same talent build as either hero talent, kind of. And it just, part of the reason is just the tier 3 talents are kind of not that good, and they're kind of like low impact or low gameplay impacting, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, the monk buff situation is weird. It's not like a buff you want to stack multiple times. And there are other specs of monk that are really strong. Like, how good do you think Windwalker is going to be in raid?
From the raid testing that I did, I actually think monk is going to be really good. I think it's one of the better melees, because in the raid testing that I did, the latest one, and I've done all the raid testing, I was doing a lot of single target, and I had a good like priority ad damage. And I was playing with streamers. I was playing with Kalamazi and all them, so they had to be good because I was near the top.
Yeah, streamers have to be good.
Yeah, so I was blasting, and my burst damage was good. I feel like it'll be really good. The Ring of Peace thing is kind of nice. I don't know. I think it's probably one of the stronger melees in raid, if I had to guess, like damage-wise. And it only got buffed from like, if the tuning on Friday goes live, like it gained like the bare minimum like 5% single target. So
well, and relative,
it should be better.
The classes that were like really strong also got nerfed by a lot, so like relatively it would be better. Yeah, and they have Windwalker also, like, you know, their historical damage profile is like they do pretty good stacked cleave, and like with the Fist of Fury stuff that would be good for the raid, right? So they gain a lot from that. So you think it's really good?
I think it's really good. I put top of A. I don't know if I'd go crazy style because I'll get nerfed, but yeah, I think top of A.
Saying you won't go crazy style because it means it'll get nerfed. I mean, I feel like the way you'd look at raid is crazy style outside of tanks and healers are like you are bringing multiple of these because they're so strong. And I think historically, even when monk is good, it's actually really rare that you bring multiple. It's basically happened twice. It happened in Antorus and it happened in Gallywix raid.
It also depends on the guild too, right? Like you guys stacked it.
How many people even have
really
multiple Windwalker players, right? It's
pretty,
yeah.
So I mean, I think you could stack it, but I don't think it's that good. Maybe the damage is going to be really high, but like I guess I always say this: is it going to be a bad melee tier? Maybe for like depending on how the dragon fight works. Maybe not. I don't know.
Okay, so A tier. What about Mythic Plus?
So as a context, I have not done the most beta keys, but when I've seen before these Friday changes, I would have put it in B because it's kind of the AOE was pretty bad. These changes on Friday buff their AoE by like an enormous amount of damage. I think at the very least it's like a 15% buff in AoE, but for like Shadowpan it's like 30, 40 or something like that in AoE.
Yeah.
And these changes are also good on Friday because it equalized Conduit and Shadowpan kind of. Before there was a bigger gap, but now they're really close, so you can kind of play either.
Okay.
So I mean, we can't test it obviously on the beta because they aren't there. I wasn't gonna test it, but if I had to guess, like probably similar, like middle of A maybe. I think it'd actually be good. I don't think it'll be a meta pick because the utility aspect, you know, like a Fizz comp, a very specific comp for Windwalker to work within the confines.
Yeah, you want a warrior, and then also I think Windwalker, even if Windwalker's like really cranking in AoE, they always fall off to like no uncapped AoE, right? I feel like that's like gonna hurt them in Mythic Plus always.
There's two things I want to mention for design stuff.
Yeah.
One, real quick, Spinning Crane Kick needs a redesign because it is bad. One of the reasons why you're just Fist of Fury merchant is like Spinning Crane Kick doesn't do anything, and their solution to that so far has been just buff its damage over and over again. But like it needs to play into like they need to decide if it should be like AoE RSK or something. If it plays into the cooldown reduction loop of Fist of Fury or something, because currently it's on an island and it doesn't do much, so you can't really press it because it doesn't fall into your rotation, I guess. And then the Apex talents, I think the Apex talents are kind of weird because at the beginning of the development cycle, they wanted us to be crit, so they just made all of our Apex talents crit related. But then the first talent, Tiger Eye Brew, functions weird because it's like a timer that scales with haste that goes down. It's weird, but also because it gives you flat crit. It's like Skyreach kind of from Dragonflight, where because you have so much flat crit actually is devalued as a stat to get, which is kind of weird. And I just don't think our Apex talents are really that fun or interesting.
Yeah.
I think that's most of the things I wanted to cover.
Okay. Yeah, sweet. Love you, bye. All right, I'm fucking fading, chat. I'm probably gonna do like one more maybe, and then do the rest tomorrow and hope I feel better. Shadow? Yeah, we'll do Shadow. You around, my dude? Havoc time? Man, maybe we can do two. Let me see how I feel about it. Because, like, getting through, like, one spec at a time can sometimes be, like, kind of fast.
Yo.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, man?
Did y'all get pruned at all? Like, how does your class feel to play in Midnight?
Honestly, I think compared to a lot of specs, we did not get hit too much with the pruning bat. If anything, they hit on some good stuff. So Shadow got a few buttons removed that were kind of nice. Like we didn't need to have them all the time. So like we had Halo and Void Torrent for all of our specs, and they just put those behind the hero talents that play them. So that's kind of nice. We also lost our pet abilities, so like the Shadow Fiend or Mindbender actives, those also just became passes in that sense. So at least from like a button perspective, that got removed. But like utility wise, defensive wise, we really didn't get hit, you know, necessarily at all. There's some weirdness with like class tree choices, but you know, honestly, pruning wise, we kind of got for the most part ended up in a good spot.
Okay, and you guys got that one button got tuned again, right?
Oh boy,
Psychic Link.
Yes, this is a problem. I don't know when it's going to be a problem, but it's going to be someone's problem soon. You know, so Psychic Link is at the highest point that it's been a really long time, or maybe ever in this iteration. So what that means is our single target is ass. And so the way they're balancing our AoE is like, oh, because it's based on your single target, we're going to buff Psychic Link to compensate for that. So the reason why this is going to be a problem is when they realize that our single target is really weak right now, if they buff our single target and then they don't nerf Psychic Link, we're going to be disgustingly overpowered again in like Mythic Plus and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So they've kind of created themselves a tuning problem, and I don't, you know, it's not necessarily like one mod that they have to fix. They have to like adjust the class thing, and yeah, and you can tell over beta they've been trying to get the right balance, but it's clearly in a really weird state right now. So yeah, and again, Psychic Link is carrying our AoE, right? We really don't have anything else besides that currently. There's no other like AoE really spell in our kit, so it's kind of competing with some apparition stuff. But yeah, they got to figure out what they want to do with this, man. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I feel like Shadow Priest, especially now that they've made dot classes, like their dots matter a bit more, and I think Psychic Link kind of can be considered like dotting. And they've also designed fights for dot classes to succeed in the middle and later part of this expansion. That was like clearly an emphasis. The reason they used to move away from that, like they moved away from that in the end of, I think, Eternal Palace, really. Like Eternal Palace and Nyalotha was like the last time that was really strong. You had to they kept nerfing priests and they got rid of dots as a thing because it was just impossible to actually tune. It was like you either are like, if you're good in single target at all, which on some fights dotting doesn't matter, right? You are going to like, the class is just going to be way too strong anytime you add a second target. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, and they basically have this thing, right? Like dots can either be easy to spread or powerful. They can never be both, right? And you kind of have to pick what you want the spec to do, right? And they've been kind of floating between those two ideas for, you know, the last several patches. But you're right, they definitely have leaned into making dots a bigger part of the kit. They actually made a really fun talent, in my opinion, that choice nodes against Misery that just says, hey, Shadow Word Pain deals like 150% more damage or something. And what that means, because it's a choice node against Misery, is we actually care about casting our dots again, and like keeping uptime of dots is more something you have to think about than before. And like, again, you know, really make Shadow feel more like a dot spec, at least in raiding environments, which I think is really good. The problem is they haven't quite figured out how that works in Mythic Plus with like variable pack sizes, and I think you can tell they're trying to give us a path to be viable in that regard. But you know, kind of your point stands there with like, well, if you're really, really good on 3-4 targets, does that mean you're just busted in Mythic Plus when you can dot, you know, 10 or 12?
Yeah.
So they haven't really figured that out. And I think this patch that we actually saw some evidence of them leaning into shadowy apparitions as that gameplay loop. Cause I think community wise love seeing Ghost come out of the Shadow Priest. I think it's really fun and really fun to play with. So I think they could lean harder into that to get even more like apparition focused AoE or things like that. But they'd have to, I don't know, they got to do something with Psychic Link, either choice note it with something else like exploding shadowy apparitions or something, or I don't know. It's just in a weird, I think, kind of unhealthy spot. And in previous expansions, you know, there was an iteration of Psychic Link that was kind of like, oh, you took this on low target cleave, but it was never your mass AoE thing. And I think they could get the balance right if it had a clear identity rather than like propping up the whole spec. So I don't know. It's definitely in an awkward spot right now and a little, you know, precarious situation with tuning, but that's what we're going with for now.
All right, W. Where do you think they end up in raid? Are they the priest buff?
Oof. So again, if you crystal ball this, right, I think they're gonna have to buff our single target because it's one of the worst in the game right now, and it keeps getting nerfed. I don't really know what they're looking at. So if you assume they're gonna fix that problem, I think we'll be in kind of like a B tier situation, if not, again, depending on how they do the tuning with Psychic Link, right? Basically, as it stands right now, any fight that has ads, we should do really, really well with, assuming they live long enough. I don't think there was as much like damage modifiers that we could kind of abuse like we could in this last tier. So, pending tuning, I think they'll be in an okay state in raid. We have less choices now, which is going to be a little frustrating for people. They actually kind of nailed it in the War Within with hero talent balance. We kind of played both hero talent trees in almost every raid, which is kind of impressive because I don't know how many specs ended up in that situation.
I don't think that's true of like anyone else.
Yeah, so like on that, and it was very much like, oh, in this fight we like this play style, we're gonna play Archon. This fight we like this play style for cooldown timings or whatever, we're gonna play Voidweaver. They've kind of gutted Archon in Void form enough to where I don't think we're gonna have that same thing anymore, which is really a shame. The thing that made Archon good is just not a thing anymore. Like there's no like really long Void forms anymore, and there's really no identity with that hero talent. So I'm a little worried about that because I think that was really helping us in the War Within because we had a lot more like flexibility in how we play. So I think that's going to pull us down a little bit. So if anything, I especially looking at where some of the stuff is placed right now, I think current tuning, Shadow's definitely like high C, low B if you assume maybe they fixed tuning, at least in raids for that reason.
I think you can rank it for where it is now, and we'll just update this with changes.
Yeah, so yeah, I would go high C. Again, they can fix it, but it's just in such a, I don't know, they're definitely they're doing some weird stuff with tuning. Like our Apex talents in our tier set revolves around shadowy apparitions, but then they just nerfed the shit out of shadowy apparitions baseline to like quote unquote compensate for that. So our tuning is giga dependent on them figuring that out. And right now it's just, it's not great in single target.
Okay. All right. What about Mythic Plus?
So again, I think if you kind of follow this through, we have an insane cleave with Psychic Link right now. And our dots are powerful. Like especially with Voidweaver, there's a lot of things that are buffing our Shadow Word Pain, Vampiric Touch in particular. So even though being able to spread dots isn't necessarily easier, and Tentacle Slam is kind of weird, it has some issues that make it awkward. But I think in that, because dots are powerful, I think it's actually gonna be in a pretty good spot for a lot of people. At least, definitely in like kind of more, not like super high push keys, but like not weekly keys. I don't know, in that kind of middle realm, I think it's going to do really, really well still. So I would put it, firmly in B tier with how things stand currently. Especially kind of expecting like with shadowy apparitions and kind of the longer stuff lasts, the better we'll do. So, might be a little awkwardness in lower keys, but I think they gave us enough kind of levers to kind of make that work if people like the dot play style.
All right, sweet. Did you hear my dogs barking in the middle of that, by the way?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it happens.
Okay, yeah. Dude, I sometimes Discord like blocks it out. I know my stream did. Oh, there he goes again. All right, cool. Actually, wait. How do you feel defensively?
So they made Silence and Dispersion baseline for utility, which is good. Dispersion is still on the GCD, which just feels kind of eh. So assuming that you can react properly and press Dispersion, it's still a really good defensive. So in that regard, we're okay. And they kept most of our defenses from the War Within, right? So we still have our kind of main spender heals us, and then we get a shield from that. It's not quite as strong as it was in the War Within after the kind of tuning balance, but we are still doing a good chunk of self-healing. So that part's good. And we still have access to Fade being a defensive and Flash Heal being a defensive in our class tree. So we basically have, an on-demand, more or less, 20% DR, if you can plan for it, every 20 seconds.
How long
so in that regard, I think Shadow's actually in a pretty dang good spot from what that stands for. Now, we can't move for shit, so, there's that, but yeah.
How long does the DR last?
10 seconds?
Oh, wait. It lasts 10 seconds, and it's a 20-second
20%
ICD, and it's a 20% DR?
Yeah, bud.
Yeah,
well, Flash Shield doesn't have a cooldown, so you can do that. You can have infinite uptime on 10%, but then Fade has a 20-second cooldown.
Yeah, that's like, I could see, like, that sounds really good, and in a certain scenario it is really good, but it's kind of like when people are like, Moonkins can just go in bear form, but, like, obviously you just can't on hard fights, because, like, you're just AFK, right? So,
So, I mean, we have, Fade is 10%, which is still something, and we can press it often. So, like, for rotting damage, we're still in a good spot. And we have Dispersion if we have to, but, we can't, it's like Turtle, right? Like, we can't do anything when we're in Dispersion, and it's not really a true immunity. I don't know. I think looking at the gambit of other cloth DPS, I think we actually ended up in a pretty okay spot, with the caveat being, we can't really move out of stuff very easily. So, there's that.
All right, sweet. Love you, bye. All right, so we're starting the tier list again. A little bit of a jump scare since I last streamed. I got a haircut, so I look infinitely less homeless. So or boo or whatever. If you're watching this in the middle of the video and you just got scared, so there's that. And then we did make one move. We did Windwalker into middle of B because apparently someone made an oopsie. I won't really elaborate on that in any way. Also, we're making one more change, just for anyone who's coming on today. I still want you to be able to talk about your class, good and bad, things that are bad gameplay-wise, but don't do the, hey, can I have a second to just list off some bugs? I think it actually, like, strongly dilutes. Like, if someone's watching this video for a few reasons, they're basically someone, most viewers are probably coming back. They're coming back to the game, and they have not played it in a while, and they're basically wondering, kind of generally, is my class good? And more importantly, what has changed? And, like, what is it like to play? And, like, maybe just, like, a little update, I think. And then they listen to a few of those, and maybe it helps decide their main or something. What those people definitely don't care about is hearing about bugs. Who might is Blizzard. I just think that's a separate video. That's all. I don't think it's bad intentioned or whatever. It just slows everything down and ruins the flow of this. What I will do is I'll just do a video where I call very similar people to this, and I just let people list their 3 bugs with their class that are the most annoying. Keep it minimal, so the most important things are selected. And we'll make that its own video, right? And it can be targeted at exactly that information. I just think doing them both at the same time is just bad for all the reasons I've just said. All right, fuck it. I'm calling people. Calling this guy. Wait, is this just Havoc? Shit. All right, this is Shadarek, apparently. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, do you play Devourer, or is this just Havoc?
I play Devourer, but I don't fully focus on it, so...
Who would be a good person to talk to for Devourer?
Voodoo would probably be the best. I don't know if he's around, otherwise still probably me.
Okay. Okay, so let's just do Havoc then. So outside of the almost extremely broken, like, 1 minute Netherwalk bullshit that almost existed and then they got rid of it, how has your class survived what a lot of classes have been pruned or their gameplay has changed a lot? Like, does Havoc largely feel the same, or is it a little worse, a little better? Like, how does it feel to play Havoc?
So I actually really like the changes to the playstyle. They pruned buttons that just kind of got added on top that didn't flow with the spec at all. Like, they got rid of sigils, which is whatever. They just really didn't fit in. For Eldrazi Reaver, they simplified the gameplay significantly. Good ways, although they also just nerfed the crap out of it for some reason, so it's unplayable, but whatever. Felsguard feels very fun to play. My only gripe is they didn't change inertia, but, like, we're going back into inertia builds, and I don't like this iteration of it tied to Vengeful Retreat. Feels very awkward.
Wait, what's current inertia?
So it's when you hit Vengeful, your next Fell Rush or Fell Blade buffs you. The only button, those are the only 2 buttons that get locked out when you press Vengeful. I don't know why they tied them together. I guess just because it's on a 20-second timer and it's tie the movement buttons together, but it just feels awkward because Vengeful gives you your initiative buff, the 10% crit chance, and then you have to Fell Blade or Fell Rush for the 18% damage, and you want to overlap your windows, but it literally locks you out for a global. So it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I don't like. I'm just reading it. I don't. This is old news. Like, if you play Havoc, you already know this stuff. I loved those old builds with that. Like, in the I think it was in Dragonflight, and it just looks like I mean, it's very similar to, like, Breath, where I think, like, eventually for Frosty K, they just kind of gave up on that, and it seems like they kind of gave up on that for Havoc too by doing this, like, half-assed version of it. But yeah, so basically you're playing half-assed, not fun movement builds. Again, okay.
And then, like, they threw it onto Fellblade can also... They actually made it so Fellblade cancels your Vengeful movement now, but again, it puts it on a 0.75 or so lockout. So it's, like, pretty easy to play if Fellblade's up. And for Eldrazi Reaver, that was fine. No one ever complained because it reset the cooldown. For Felsguard, it doesn't, and now people have complaints. But in general, I actually like the playstyle. It feels very good and burst heavy around I-beam windows. They feel really impactful. I find for Felsguard, Demon Surge and everything actually feels good now. Eldrazi Reaver was obviously incredibly good in funnel scenarios and specific niche scenarios. It was just, like, broken, kind of same as, like, Arcane Mage could be. So they shot in the head, and capped its or soft capped the funnel, but then they just significantly nerfed the tree, and it just sucks at everything. I don't know why they did that. So that's where that's at. So we're just looking at Felskard. I think it looks pretty good in raids. It's a little unfortunate if you have fights with AoE because you have to give up a lot of single target to swap between AoE and single target. Yeah. And it's very costly. You have to swap.
Do you have
4
like at
talents
least a
alone.
few efficient points if like it's a fight where maybe it's not pure single target or pure ads, but it's like, okay, ads spawn at this duration and I need to be effective on it, but like the boss is still the most important thing. Are there hybrids, or is it like you kind of want to do one or the other?
For hybrids, you stick to the single target build. It's more that you have to opt into more AoE and give up a shitload of single target. So you pretty much always play pure single and raid. And then at M+, your single target just gets way worse, where you have to opt into all the immolation or talents.
That's gonna hurt them so much in raid. Like historically, especially the last 2 expansions. I mean, well, obviously the only ones with the new talent trees, but the classes that go into raid and are doing good single target in basically their Mythic Plus build are just I would love to see like a statistic on this, but I feel like they are in raid comps like 100% of the time. They are always super insane because like you'd like to say you'd like to have those choices. Like if you're purely gameplay focused, it is really cool if you actually do play with different talents and stuff. But like if you care about your power, it's actually just way more OP to just always have all of your tools and still randomly do your single target.
Yeah, 100%. Like that's very often how it feels, playing Devourer right now. It's like if you're going to play the difference between an M+ build or a raid build, sometimes it's one talent swap just to make Reap turn into Eradicate for AoE. And then you just have full power for everything. And then you swap to Havoc, and it's like, yeah, fuck you, lose 4 single target talents to take your AoE.
Okay. If you can picture a UI that from like the last couple expansions, like some popular ones, like, I mean, it's literally all UIs where you have like your buttons in the middle of your screen. Do you have around the same, less, or more buttons than you had in the War Within? On like the top important bar where your like offensive abilities that have cooldowns that you track are?
Less, but barely. It's pretty much just Sigil of Spite, which was only run for Eldrachi, and depending on the UI, Sigil of Flame. No core rotational, like actual good feeling buttons really got removed. Just those awkward sigils that just played on top.
Okay. How do you think they are in raid, and do you think, maybe this will be more relevant if we had talked about Devourer first, but do you think there's going to be a Havoc in the raid comp, which it kind of historically has been for every raid since it's come out, except for Castle Nathria?
So in raid testing for me, I felt that Havoc was actually pretty strong, and then it got buffed, just a 5% buff slapped on since then, and they reined in some of the OP stuff. So I think it's pretty good, and some of the fights felt like it fit its profile really well. But as of right now, Devourer is just so overtuned that the only case I'd see a guild bringing it is like someone that couldn't play Devourer rather than Havoc, and like at the top end, that's just not going to be a thing. So I don't really expect to see a Havoc. Maybe a niche thing on like 1 or 2 fights where the cooldowns line up really well, because Devourer is so specific with its cooldown timings, and it's just not the same, whereas Havoc has very large bursts on 2 minute. So it could fit in a niche scenario. That's about it though.
Okay, yeah, and also this has happened to a few other specs in WoW's history, where the recent history, where a new spec or class is released or reworked, that too, and those things are just always like astro broken. They're just like so fucking
it's going
insane.
crazy style.
Yeah, so like Devourer, if we just go by WoW's history, will most likely be that, which means that it might be an unfortunate season for Havoc because it's just going to be the worst DPS spec. Even though you are running into a scenario where it is changing your role. Like it has some melee elements, but it is absolutely like a caster. And there's going to be people that definitely struggle with that. Those are very different skill sets.
Yeah, it also depends what's going to end up being better. Because for Devourer, it's got one hero talent tree that has a lot of melee elements, and then one that has absolutely 0. But you are still mid-ranged. So like if it comes down to it and you're playing Annihilator, which doesn't have any melee to it at all, it's actually very mobile and really easy to pick up. Whereas if it does end up playing Voidsguard, which is currently what's like giga broken on pre-patch because raid fights are a joke and burst heavy, that one has like a lot of dashing and melee, and you're gonna need to know a lot about the raid fights and timers to make that one work. So I'm kind of curious to see how people adapt and play that.
Okay, yeah. Sweet. So how do you think Havoc will do in raid? What ranking would you give it?
I'm gonna put it pretty much top of B. I think it's actually like pretty decent and gonna do well. It's just gonna get entirely overshadowed by Devourer, and people are gonna look down on it because of that. But I think it's better than a lot of specs, a hell of a lot of them.
Great. Okay. And what about Mythic Plus?
Mythic Plus, I'm gonna put it bottom of A. It's got some very powerful AoE while having good prio damage at all times because you're just doing your single target rotation. I also think survivability wise, Havoc has actually gained more than it lost.
Interesting.
I'd mostly say that because Netherwalk usage is and always has been very niche.
Yeah,
and that's
extremely niche.
gone.
Yeah.
And now instead, Blur went from a 20% DR to 35. We have a discount Will of the Necropolis, take 10% less damage below 35%. Leech feels significantly more valuable with how HP bars have changed, at least in Mythic Plus. Raids been kind of hard to tell. And yeah, I just think survivability wise, it's actually gotten better, and it's always been susceptible to one shots in Mythic Plus, and I don't think that's really going to be an issue at all anymore.
Yeah, it might be not an issue for a few reasons. The defensive changes, but also they might not make things as one-shotty in Mythic Plus because everyone lost all their defensives, right? Like it could just be a design change.
And it's like if things were one-shotting you, I don't think healers can keep up to that regardless. So I don't really know exactly how this is going to play out when we get to, the highest end keys, but in general, I think Havoc has the tools for it if it was the same, but it's probably just going to be a lot more rot based. And in that case, I think Leech is just way better than it was. So Havoc's in a really good spot.
All right, great. I did get a hold of Voodoo, so I'm going to have Voodoo do Devour.
Perfect.
All right, love you, bye.
Okay.
I'm calling him. Hello?
What's up?
Yo. Tell me about the casty DH guy.
Yo, one sec. I gotta mute your stream. There's like 3 of you.
What the? Oh yeah, that's cursed.
All right. What do you want to know? I was literally cooking dinner before I got summoned.
I mean, what I'm usually starting a lot of these other things with is I'm asking people what the difference is from the War Within and Midnight, and obviously that isn't relevant.
The spec didn't exist before.
Yeah, it isn't relevant at all. So maybe for people who looked at it initially and stopped looking at it, I'm sure they cooked some stuff with it. Before even talking about any of the power, just like what's it like in your opinion to play this spec?
Honestly, I think who you ask is going to depend on the answer, but I think it's actually like super fun. The cooldowns, which is where most of your damage is like the surrender to madness kind of vibe where you're chasing extensions to cast more collapsing stars. We've done a lot. We being like the theory crafters, less so Blizzard, have done a lot of cooking to make the spec play how we expect it's going to play. So if anyone's played it on like pre-patch right now, you're basically casting Devour for like 30 globals uninterrupted to get into void meta. We fixed that come midnight, and you actually have a pretty fun resource loop where you're like optimizing going into void meta, and then once you're in void meta, optimizing casting as big and as many collapsing stars as possible. So it's pretty fun, and the visuals are like fucking insane.
That's super interesting to me for a couple reasons, but I think the main one is, okay, let's say like this spec ends up being pretty good and it revolves around your ability to do your void form, whatever your void form is called well.
Yeah, void meta.
There's been a few examples of abilities like this, literally Surrender to Madness, Breath of Sindragosa, and every single time where they reward you correctly for doing something slightly more challenging with damage. It's the most OP thing, and it gathers a ton of resentment from more casual players, and it always gets killed. Are you concerned about that, or do you think it's easy enough while still having enough depth to be like interesting in that way? Like, do you think it's like something that's free, or are you concerned about that?
So I think it's easy enough to get like a middling level with it, but I do think that the floor of this spec is like in the basement and the ceiling of the spec is like in the fucking stratosphere. Like one of the problems with this too is that the more stars you cast, the stronger the stars become. So a lot of your damage is keyed on like the later stars in the meta. Now, we're going to skip ahead a little bit here, but for viability wise, both hero trees are very good, but one of them is less focused on collapsing star damage. It has more like spread out damage throughout meta and like more upfront burst. And that one is probably going to be better because it's less keyed on just ramping up into these giant stars. And it's a little bit easier to do damage that way. It's not like super tough conceptually to understand the spec, but like if you're, I don't know, like gamer dad Jimmy who's 40-year-old comes home games, like the difference between you and like a top end player who super optimizes stuff is going to be night and day. And I don't know if I'm going to change it because the whole spec is built around that, but it's just something that you can't really get away with. Like,
I mean, so there's no, Breath of Sindragosa had always had Obliterate, and Surrender to Madness had the thing where you were just in your void form more often. Like, does this spec have an option where that's not a thing?
There's an option. It's not very good compared to the other two. Like,
I mean,
it's
this is
fine.
literally
Devourer
the
right
same
now
thing.
is
It's literally the same thing
What?
that's happened like 3 times.
Yeah. Devourer right now is really fucking good. And like, so like whatever you do is going to be fine. It has like you basically are bursting every 20 seconds with the other build that isn't about ramping your stars, but it's like night and day difference in terms of total DPS output.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think if this class ends up being broken, it will be broken for this patch no matter what. They're literally
Oh yeah, I
marketing
mean,
it
it's
with
shiny new toy syndrome. They're gonna make it crazy. For
yeah,
this
they're gonna
patch.
make it crazy, but I would be just pretty worried about that in the future. And maybe the best thing they can do is kind of do what Demon Hunter Havoc did for many years, which was as good as Momentum was, and people hated it. Just like I forgot to mention Momentum, but like Momentum and Breath, people who like hated that higher level playstyle. At least you could play like boring ass demonic I-beam Demon Hunter, and it was really good and sometimes better for so long. Like it was never
from what I've seen,
awful.
From what I've seen so far, people generally like. I think the thing with like Momentum, Breath, and stuff like that is that there is camps that don't like it and do like it. The entire spec is this. Like, there's not really a choice away from this, and people love casting Collapsing Star. Like you ask like 100 random WoW players, whatever Jeopardy style or whatever Family Feud, like most people really like their favorite ability is Collapsing Star, and the whole spec is built around casting Collapsing Star. Like it's the entire spec. So like while there is that option to not do that, it's kind of a weird, messed up thing that we've cooked up, and less so a desired gameplay thing from Blizzard. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
like,
no.
The whole spec is revolved around this. So
Yeah,
if they
like,
do end up going away with it, they'd have to completely change the spec.
Yeah, if you played Frost DK before Breath of Sindragosa got announced, you had an idea of what Frost was, and then you're like, I wish we could go back to this thing. But because it's being introduced with it, there is no other thing. And basically you're saying, if you're playing this class at all, you're not going to complain about it, because if you were complaining about it, you would have never played this class, because it's the whole
Yes, if you're complaining with this, why are you playing this spec? That's basically the thing. Like, because it was introduced with this, it's built around it completely. There's no Devourer without a Collapsing Star ramp, unless you're playing some weird build that we in the Discord cooked up for psychotic reasons.
All right, cool. How strong do you think they're going to be in Raid?
This shit's busted in Raid. I don't know what else to tell you. This shit is like crazy style, insane damage wise. Like it's super mobile. It has really strong damage profiles. It has 2 different damage profiles you can flex into depending on what you need. It's not as tanky as Havoc, but it's still really strong. It has Blur on 2 charges, which is 25%.
Has a raid cooldown.
It has Darkness, which we can take for no DPS loss. It brings Chaos Brand. It has the leech that Havoc has, but also heals like 1% per soul it consumes, so it like will never die to rot. It's a little bit worse against one shots, but whatever, who isn't? And it's like super hyper mobile despite being a 25 yards range spec. Like it's nuts in Raid, and the damage it deals. I guess like you could get disrupted and like miss a star and lose out on damage, but the upper end of the spec is crazy high.
Does that transfer to Mythic Plus?
It's good in Mythic Plus. I don't think it's about on par as like Demonology and Unholy, like Death Knights, like this stuff like that. It's like there's a world where it's brought in Mythic Plus, but with Vengeance being so good, it's not as like set in stone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
there's only so many slots.
Every good class runs into this problem where you could basically put their thing down a tier if it just doesn't happen to be the singular best spec of that class, because you just prefer the other thing.
On beta, we do in Mythic Plus like similar damage to like Unholy, to Demonology. So like I see where people have put those. So like A tier, I guess. But
you said Demon and Unholy. I just slammed it right in the middle of those two.
Yeah, right in the middle of those guys. The thing with Mythic Plus that's a little weird is that we have weird scaling where the more targets we hit, the more souls we generate, which means the more Collapsing Stars we cast. But all of our damage square roots, like we have like 1 uncapped damage source. So it's a bit of a weird push and pull when you like pull higher, but like the spec is just
isn't it also going to have, I mean, this thing on the right is purely talking about like the highest level keys, but I think another thing to mention, at least based on its design, I don't actually know this, wouldn't it be an awful key too low class?
So I mean it's probably, but the other build, the build we talked about a little bit in Raid, where you don't really care about Collapsing Star as much, that's the melee build. It's much more upfront damage focused. Like it's all about Void Surge, all about going and doing melee stuff. So for like an average key person and like a layman key or whatever, it's probably fine.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's like,
I'm just picturing getting to like that fat ass
low
Collapsing Star, and the pack's just dead, and it just goes away, and you go into the new pack. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I mean at that point just bridge, but like
yeah, but that doesn't happen.
Void Scar does okay there.
Oh, you just carried over is what people are saying. Oh, I didn't even know that's the thing.
Meta carries over, yeah. Meta outside of combat and in CC, meta drains slower. But I mean, if your Collapsing Star can, I guess they fixed it where it doesn't cancel anymore, but it does carry meta fairly well. But it's still like like if there's like a long run time or like you still don't want it to happen.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
You have anything else on
the
this
one other
spec
thing
in general? Yeah.
Yeah, the one other thing I wanted to mention, Shad brought it up, but we actually are playing melee talents no matter what happens in raid. So the melee talents themselves fucking suck. They're tuned horribly. They're absolute like dog tier bad damage. But there's a really strong talent called Devourer's Bite, which turns all the melee talents into a whenever the hell you want it 12% stacking damage amp. So the whole thing is built around, even for both trees, for Void Squad and Annihilator, and both hero talents are good for both Raid and Mythic Plus. They're both viable. You can play whatever the hell you want. They both use the melee talents, so there will be some jumping in and out, just based around like using those as amps to hit giant stars and stuff like that.
Oh, cool. I mean, I also think most people playing this are most likely melee players trying something different rather than ranged players swapping to Demon Hunter. And
we've seen a lot of both, honestly. Like I just from like my channel and from being in the Discord, we've seen a lot of like, oh, I used to play Shadow Priest, or oh, I'm a Warlock, or stuff like that, just coming over and trying it out.
Yeah. Okay. Sweet. All right. Love you. Bye. Owned. Dorki said, hello. I would like to call for a redaction. What would you like to redact? Did the tuning that got posted yesterday change your opinion on one of the tankermen? Drop Vengeance DH to B in Mythic Plus? I mean, that's the only one where it's would be dropping it. All right. Fuck it. Why? Shit's trash. No elaboration. Just, all right, fuck it. Calling the next person. I prefer... Oh, Bansherz said I'd like to go sooner rather than later. My go. All right. Ready now? I'm calling him. Calling Bansherz. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, I don't really know what spec you like care about the most or specialize in or want to start in. So which one do you want to talk about first?
Probably survival, but also hunter as a whole too. I play all the specs. I mostly just do Mythic Plus, but I also raid a little bit.
Okay.
So I guess first I want to talk about the raid side of things. You're definitely playing at least one on every boss with the Hunter's Mark changes.
Yeah.
So it's for how are you going to get this now? I do think you're going to probably play 2 in a lot of fights, so it's something to think about design wise for how you want to place your melee versus range. And then also the external defensive with Taeznak really potent, but it does have some bugs with it, but and they're also really tanky. So I think Hunter's a really good class for a lot of these fights with some heavy damage intakes.
I feel like Hunters, I'm just going to stop you right there. I just think in general, not talking about their throughput in any way, I think have maybe had one of the biggest come-ups from expansion to expansion of all time. They've been getting tankier for years now, honestly. I want to say 2 or 3 years ago, they were maybe bottom 3 tanky classes in the game for DPS. And then I think they've been kind of climbing those ranks to recently being decently survivable. And their defensive buffs, their raid buff going from being not good enough to be played on Dimensius to being, I don't know, it's an extremely good raid buff, but it's also stackable on targets, which is fucking crazy. Or on different targets, obviously. And then also they give them an external. That just doesn't happen to classes going from one expansion to the next. So I think it is obviously the throughput needs to come with it. You can have all the utility in the world and you do no damage and you're mad. But I think hunters are in a very good spot to succeed.
Yeah, I agree. So I guess we could start with survival. I feel rotation wise, it feels after the pruning, it still feels like it has a decently fun rotation. You're the TLDR for the whole rotation is you hit kill command and then it gives you 2 stacks of tip of the spear and then you spend that on 2 damage globals and then you hit kill command. So it's a walt. It's kill command, global, kill command, global. And it's kind of fun to spend those and rotate through. Just a lot of CDR involved. Hero talent wise, they're both very good. And they also have different weapons that they prefer. Pack leader is very focus starved and you can either dual wield or 2-hand right now.
Mm-hmm.
And dual wielding gives you more focus because you auto attack faster and each auto attack gives you some focus. And so pack leader likes that. And then sentinel likes 2-hander because your offhand doesn't scale your abilities. So sentinel, you're playing a 2-hander all the time. You do 4.5% more damage that way. But tuning wise, they both look pretty good. I think sentinel is slightly better for single target and pack leader slightly better for keys. Profile wise, they have a good sustain profile, intermittent burst with 45-second cooldowns and 1-minute cooldowns. And out of the 3 specs, I think it's the strongest damage wise. Problem for raid is that it is a melee, which could dock a point. I'll rank it, assuming that you're gonna play it anyway.
I mean, that's a very real thing. There are hunters in very top guilds, as good as the guilds get, I'm pretty sure, that would get exposed if they had to play melee. Not be unable to do it, but they would not be at the level as other melee players as far as just you guys realize if you've ever played in melee and then like a new spec or whatever becomes relevant and like some players are playing melee, it's so obvious when someone doesn't really know how to move in melee. That would be like a problem with survival. It's very rare that survival is a spec you would even play like in a raiding guild, at least just purely speaking about raiding. I think it was End of Shadowlands. Was that the only time I think in recent memory where it was like, at least in top guilds, people played survival over the range specs? I mean, your survival sounds like main, right? So like that's when other has that happened?
That's the only time. I mean, there was actually a point that wasn't in the race, but in the 0.5 patch of the War Within season 1, survival got really, really good, and I think it was the best spec on Queen Ansarek, but it was like after the race had ended.
Yeah.
It was really, really good on that fight. But other than that, no.
Yeah, so I just think it's like so weird. I think there's actually maybe even have been tiers where even during the race, survival was as good or slightly better, and it still wasn't played, right? Because people just aren't used to it, right? So I'd be interested to see how that plays out if survival does end up actually being better.
Yeah, so with all that, if you're just talking about like raw damage and what it can do, I'd put it in low A for raid. And then you would dock a point potentially if you're like a range only kind of guy. And then in M+, I would say melee kind of have an advantage because you have like a shorter kick. It's really conducive for melee to play keys for the most part. And so I just put it in like mid A, probably like.
Do you have one of those
right after Frost DK?
Do you have one of those good talent builds where you can kind of cleave while doing single target, or do you have to make a lot of concessions to do that?
Yes. A lot of our damage revolves around like bomb. So like bomb just does more damage to your target, but then cleaves everything around it. So my pure single target rotation involves that. And then it also involves raptor swipe. So like I'm just hitting my target. It does more damage to my target, but it's also hitting like everything in front of me too. And then one of my best single targeted buttons is boomstick, and it also just cleaves everything in front of me. And it's like a very wide range. So it's pretty good at that.
So good, dude. I swear, when you like don't really pay too close attention to a class, it's just so funny what random abilities names they have. Like I'm thinking about when I made up a couple years ago that Enhanced Shaman had like Totem Slap and a bunch of other like stupid sounding like parody names. The fact that you just said like Boomstick and Raptor Swipe, it's just insane that that's real. But okay, sweet. I mean that's good. What about are you concerned about like utility in Mythic Plus with Hunter?
So they did remove we had bursting shot, which is like this long knock, and then we also lost our knock up trap and our knock away trap, and that was really good. So like my Mythic Plus group normally doesn't have a DK. I usually like fill in like as the DK role in a lot of these last seasons, and so I was like the DK. Like I would just knock casters in, I would knock archers in, and because of that, I feel like it's kind of rough. And then we like by losing our knock up, we lost that like AoE stop that we used to have.
Yeah, I mean, according to Blizzard, their design now should be that you don't need as many AoE stops in packs because of the way they've changed casts and the fact that you can't, or you shouldn't be able to track that stuff anymore, even though you just absolutely can. So maybe that won't be as much of an issue because of that.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. Okay, right. So that makes sense. What about BM?
Yeah, so for BM, historical, really flat profile still has that. They changed your cooldown. You only have one cooldown. It's a 30-second, and it's not super strong. So your profile is like you have like this hump every 30 seconds. Dark Ranger has like a taller peak and a lower valley, but they're still kind of very flat. This is also people meme on BM. It's like the easiest spec in the game. There's been variations where it's a little harder, but this variation I think is the easiest I've ever seen BM. Like it's very, very simple.
Yeah, that's fine. I think BM hunters are used to it by now. No one goes into BM and expects like a Breath of Syndragosa variant where you have to really try. It just is what it is.
Yeah. Hero talent wise, they both seem very viable. I think Pack Leader is slightly better for raid. Dark Ranger is slightly better for keys. In the last raid testing we did, BM was just absolutely destroying on everything, but I got nerfed 20% since then. So I would say in general, if I was ranking it for raid, I'd put it like mid B. It's on the lower end damage wise, but like BM always has like that OP, like it could just do any mechanic. And like if you like Midnight Falls has like, I don't know if you want to talk about the raid, but like there's like Ferox Seeds kind of stuff, and we're thinking of having like 2 mages, 2 hunters for that. And so it's probably going to be a really good BM fight.
I just want to say one thing about that I would advise a lot of guilds. A lesson that I've learned in the past. Anytime there's a mechanic as important as Ferox Seeds, I would start much closer to, and also if the boss was hard, Gallywix bombs. I would start much closer to who are my best players than what class would be the best for this. Just as a small thing. I just think that like one class to another isn't that big of a deal to where you wouldn't just want to have someone that you think would be the most reliable person to be holding this extremely important responsibility where if you ever mess up, everyone dies. Like that just has to be the 4 best players in your raid without question, unless their role for some reason can't do it.
True. And then for Mythic Plus, damage wise, it's a little weaker, so I put it like high C probably.
Okay. High C for in Mythic Plus. Got it. Like the drink.
Yeah.
Okay. Marksman.
So again, it just got tuned quite a bit. It had one of the strongest bursts in the game, I think, before this. With the nerfs, it did hit the burst quite a bit, but I think it's still pretty bursty. The rotation is definitely a lot simpler as well. One thing is that they made aim shot have a like much longer cast time, which while I was playing with it, you kind of get used to it pretty fast, but it is something that definitely like you'll miss the old cast time, but over like 15 minutes, like you kind of just get used to it. One of our hero talents for MM is just dead. They like reworked it to try and fix it because it had like really high variance last tier. And so they did something to like combat that variance, but now it just kind of killed the hero talent. So we're only really playing Sentinel. Design wise, it has really good 2-target, and it also has extremely good AoE bursts with it has the 2-target Hydra talent where it just like cleaves the closest thing to your target that's like 70% value, and then volley doubles that, so you'll trick shot and Hydra that thing, and so you have like really strong 2-target AoE bursts, which is really good for a lot of the fights like Aversion, Chimera, Salhadar Orbs. Like there's just like a lot of these strong 2-target parts. However, with the nerf, its damage wise isn't as oppressive anymore. I would say in raid it's like, I would say it's one spot to the left of BM. I would say it's slightly better. It does have that burst, so like some fights, you know, burst can be really beneficial. Sometimes it doesn't really matter, in which case you would just swap between the two, I think. And then for keys, I would say it's low B. I think it has good AoE, but also it's target capped as always. In the right comp, if you're taking advantage of like maybe you're all target capped or something and you know need that burst, you could play around it. Could be pretty strong, but that's where I would put it.
All right. Anything else about Hunter in general that you find important or want to mention just as a class? Also fine if no.
No. Well, okay, wait. So actually, I guess there is one bug. I know you don't want to talk about bugs, but it's with the pet sack, and it just like kills your pet because damage reductions on your pet don't work on it for the pet sack. And so what I was thinking like before the tier is like I would like hit defensives to make my pet take less damage while it's pet sacking so it doesn't die. But right now, if you're in Mythic Plus and you pet sack your tank, your pet will just die instantly, so it loses the DR value, and then you have to res your pet. So it's like kind of weird.
That's basically they have to make that not, even though it's like lore, like your pet is literally sacrificing for it, your pet has to take damage. There's so much random shit in this game that will kill your pet that anytime you actually have to resummon it and it has any cost to that whatsoever via your time or some kind of resource, it's just that can't happen. Or you just can't have the ability. It's one of the other. That's a good point. Even regardless of bugs, I just think like if that ability involves you rezzing your pet ever, they need to redesign it. All right, cool. That makes sense. Love you, bye. All right, that was fast. All right, Shindigg for Rogue.
Hello.
All right, tell me about Rogue. Are you happy or not? You get over pruned, under pruned, or just right?
Probably over pruned would be my takeaway. As somebody that's played Rogue, I feel like all of the Rogue specs just feel a lot worse to play. But like I think if you're in the perspective or like from the
I think you might have cut out for a second. You still there? Oh no, he's dead. Well, or he vanished. That would be more relevant. He said my power went out. Damn, you got a phone, my slime? All right, see how this goes, he said. All right, this is going to be fucking amazing.
Hello.
Yo, you're back. Yeah, you don't sound bad at all. You sound good.
All right, sweet. So, we're doing this one off the dome then.
Yeah.
Outlaw all the specs, I would say over pruned. As somebody that is like newer playing Rogue, however, I feel like it's a good thing, right? The specs are easy to get into. I've also heard from a lot of people that have like been playing the spec, playing Rogue for the first time. They're actually like enjoying it a decent amount. But yeah, as somebody that's been playing Rogue, the rotations feel a lot worse.
Yep. So an unfortunate casualty of them trying to make the game more accessible, but obviously whenever that happens, it's going to lack depth, and people that have mastered it or really enjoyed it will feel like they're missing some things. There's surprisingly not that many specs that feel that way. Like of all the people I've talked to, it's actually kind of rare that you're like, damn, this shit kind of sucks compared to what it used to be. It's mostly positive. So in a way, it kind of sucks even more if you happen to be one of those people, because it did not happen to everyone, right? You feel singled out.
Yeah, I think that is pretty much the case for Rogue right now.
All right, shit. So you were talking about Outlaw.
Yeah.
What do you think Outlaw is gonna be good?
No, not really. Here, I'll rip through Raid first. Where I think about the specs kind of live for Raid. Sure. Outlaw damage profile wise is pretty much the exact same as what it was in the War Within, or it's very similar. And at no point during the War Within was it ever a progression spec. It kind of, it's like the same issue sort of plague it, where you don't, relative to the other specs, you don't have cooldowns. Downtime really hurts you a lot more, relatively speaking. So it's just in a tough spot. I think rotation, yeah, it's like a little less enjoyable too. I just don't see it getting played. Plus the fact that like it's the only non-dagger spec. So like if you're preparing one of the other specs and like all of a sudden there's a fight where Alaw's really good on, like I think in Forge on Soul Hunters, Alawa was the best spec to play during progression. It's hard to like, often you just don't have the gear for it unless you're like only playing that one spec. So I feel like it's unlikely it gets played. And I don't know, I put it in like C tier.
Year, we wanted to try Outlaw and Soul Hunters, and we like bricked one of our rogues characters because we had to have him craft.
Yeah. It's tough. Like I think there are some fights where it can be good, but like it's like 1 or 2 fights in the raid. It's not the entire raid, and most notably not the end bosses. So I think it's unlikely it gets played.
Well, what tier would you put it in?
C.
Oh, did you say C? I must have missed that. Sorry.
At some point, maybe. But
oh, yeah. Okay. No, you probably said it. I just missed it. Do you want to do all 3 of them in raid and then talk about all 3 Mythic Plus, or just talk about Outlaw and Mythic Plus first, then just do it spec by spec?
Let's do all raids. So let's jump to
Sure.
let's say Assassination next. Assa has a very similar damage profile to what it did in the War Within raid, like very similar. And rotation is actually quite similar. I think of all the specs, it's probably the most similar to what it was previously. So honestly, from like a gameplay perspective, it's actually like pretty much what it was, and maybe like a feels craft point of view, feels the least bad to play of the 3. But kind of it sort of has, as a result of that, has sort of the same things that it's good at and same things it's bad at. Has execute phase or execute talents. So there's a fight where that's meaningful. Assassination can be quite good. But it also can't really target swap, or you can't really swap targets because all your damage is slow, and your cooldowns are tied to your target. So that requires that either the boss is pulled on top of like whatever adds need to get killed, or if there's a big nasty mob that your raid has to swap to. As Assassination Rogue, you're really hoping that like you're the one class that can just stay on the boss while the rest of your raid team solves that mechanic or kills that big guy, which I think from a progression POV is kind of tough. Because you're not really able to contribute nearly as much. So it typically doesn't bode well, and you kind of have to rely on the spec being tuned really well. I remember doing raid testing, and like this was one of the earlier raid testing sessions. I wasn't there for all of them, so take this with a grain of salt. But I remember thinking to myself, like, damn, there are a lot of fights where the raid is needing to like swap targets, or there's some kind of like ads we have to cleave down, and they just can't be pulled on top of the boss. Like I think of the big dude that stands on the side of the cliff with his like 2 hind legs on the ground. Yeah. Those ads that spawn that often like you have to pull them to the wall, but they're like kind of outside of the range of your cleave as a melee. I don't know how that's going to work. Maybe there'll be a way you can like pull them on top of the boss, but that felt like super awkward. And so I was just thinking like, damn, how is Assassination going to be played during this? So it seems kind of tough. I would put it in C tier. There is a world and a niche that fills right with execute, but I don't think it looks super promising.
All right, not starting strong. Hopefully Sub picks that up.
Yeah. Sub, so gameplay is like, oh my god, bro, they took away everything. This spec is like a shell of its former self. It's so simple, so easy to play, which I don't think is like a bad thing. Again, I think it's like nice for people that are newer to the game to like have something to kind of play and get comfortable with. But there's like not a lot going on. I do think it's probably the most promising of the specs for like in a progression setting, because like the War Within, you can kind of like hold your damage for specific moments. And so if they're like ad spawns or damage amp, you can like hold damage for that specific moment, and you lose the least relative to their specs, which can be beneficial. Yeah, just like there's kind of like a big nothing burger outside of that. Like the rotation is very simple, nothing super notable. I think it is a little more promising than the other specs, so I'd put it in like B somewhere. But
I think that's how it's been recently. That's like really sad. I feel like Sub has always had just an extremely unique identity as a DPS class, so seeing it reduced to that, it's happening to classes now. But it's sad to see.
Yeah. So I'd say for raid, nothing like super exciting. For Mythic Plus, I have some hot takes, but before that, I did want to say the existence of like buffs and just group buffs having as much effect as they do on your damage just so dramatically affects Rogue. Like for instance, Fury. I think just having that buff alone is like 8% increased damage for sub rogue and like 6% for the other rogue specs.
He said win.
So if you
for
just
in
have a
chat,
shaman in your
even though
group,
he
it's like
cut out.
1 tier higher than you would otherwise be, which makes like pugging feel really tough. Like, oh, I'm joining this group to do Mythic Plus key for like my weekly vol or whatever, and there's no shaman in it. I guess I'm just doing no damage for this dungeon. Like, it feels kind of bad. That goes into a conversation of like group buffs and all that. I don't want to go diverge too far off into, but I wanted to at least mention it.
No, I mean, there's a lot of gripes to be had with the existence of raid buffs and Mythic Plus at all, because you said like it's annoying to which buffs are in your group, but I think you could also have a gripe with you are one of the classes that is bringing one of the weakest raid buffs to a group as well, right? So like you're also kind of shut out from some groups where imagine your viability difference if your class could bring something like Mark of the Wild. Your chances of being relevant in the meta would increase by like double or more, right? So
so
definitely shit.
Not bringing anything, and we need specific things, so not ideal. I'll start with Outlaw again. Outlaw is kind of interesting. So I think Outlaw feels a lot better to play in AoE or Mythic Plus specifically, because you gain access to a builder with Blade Flurry. This is also true in the War Within, but with like the class pruning, the additional builder I think makes a much more dramatic difference than it did previously. So feels pretty good to play. And in a recent tuning pass, a recent version of tuning on the beta, Outlaw single target was like really strong. Really strong, and your prow damage was like really good, which felt kind of good. It felt like Blizzard was throwing us a bone, being like, hey, we know that you guys are target capped, you're gonna lose other classes whenever the pools get big enough, so let's make it so you do like Kajiga single target damage. And that was nice, and Outlaw was pretty strong for a while, but then they nerfed that version of Outlaw. They nerfed our single target, tried to bring our AoE damage up a little bit, but the trade-off wasn't like we just net lost damage. So the thing that we were good at, we are now no longer good at. We don't do good single target. We don't do good prio. And we also now just don't do enough or good enough AoE. So Outlaw right now is kind of in shambles tuning wise. But there was potential there with that iteration. I thought it was pretty fun to play. There was sort of a skill expression to the spec too, trying to maintain uptime and make it from like one of your drone rush windows to the next. There's an interaction where pressing AR buffs your roll. So you kind of want to take that buffed roll from one adrenaline rush window to the next, which is like a 3-minute window, which requires you to like constant uptime and do your rotation correctly. That interaction felt kind of rewarding, but yeah, in the current state of tuning, it's like not great. But the potential's there. So I would say like C tier if they could maybe bring that form of tuning back.
Dude, rogues are so down bad. This is crazy.
And we're gonna keep going in that direction with Assassination Rogue here. So this is maybe a hot take for Assassination Rogue. I think if you ask a lot of other Rogue players, they may not feel the same way. But Assassination Rogue, I want to throw that thing in Midnight default UI.
Wow. Only one other spec has been put there so far. All right, explain.
Yeah. Okay. So you might not remember this, but back in the War Within, when we did the last spec ranking, going into Season 3, I put Assassination Rogue in like S tier, like the best of the best. Okay. So the fall off has to be studied. All right. It's insane. For starters, one of the things that made Assassination Rogue really strong in Mythic Plus was its prow damage. In like Season 1 and Season 2 of The War Within, it had some of the best funnel and prow damage in uncapped AoE. You would obliterate the target you were hitting. And that was in large part due to an interaction with your hero talents. 3 weeks into Season 3 of The War Within, Blizzard pushed a hotfix to fix an ability that was not that interaction, but broke that interaction, which immediately took the spec from like a S tier to like a B tier. Basically, you lost your prow damage. So that pretty dramatically hurt the spec. And has remained consistent up until now. So you don't really do great prow damage. Second thing I would say is that our bleed spreading is really clunky at the moment. So one of the changes Assassination Rogue got going into Midnight was they changed the way that we spread our bleeds, which I actually think in Raid is a good thing. It leads to a slightly smoother gameplay profile. But when there are enough targets, it's really awkward and slow. It's back in the War Within, when we were spreading our bleeds, we used to be able to spread them to like 3 targets at a time. That got changed to 2. So it's slower. And also, a lot of our damage right now is tied to our bleeds. So so much so that the way you spread bleeds right now is through a builder. And if there are enough targets in a pull, it is actually correct for us to keep pressing our builder regardless of the number of combo points we have.
That
So we
is
could be at
so
full combo
bad.
points,
That's so bad.
and it's still correct for us to keep using a builder. Yeah. It is like, so first pull Algthar, you run in there, and you're just spamming your builder for like half the pull. Like,
that is actually illegal design. That is so bad.
Now, this can be fixed with tuning, so like hopefully that gets addressed. But yeah, that is not ideal. The last thing I'll touch on for why Assassination Rogue has fallen off so hard to do with our energy regeneration. So that's kind of one of the identities of the spec has been like managing your energy resource. In Raid, at least, this was true for the War Within. In Mythic Plus, you had a talent that would basically give you infinite energy and like 4 or more targets or something. Going to Midnight, I guess they want to make energy a meaningful resource in like all forms of content. So they absolutely like nerfed that talent, which means that our energy is now like, we're going to run out in all kinds of situations. In fact, our Apex talent is kind of like revolved around or energy management. So that's like supposed to be a core part of our gameplay now. The problem is that the abilities that we press and the damage we do, it doesn't feel impactful enough to warrant like holding energy for. Like you'll try to like pull energy correctly and then use your damaging globals at the optimal times, and you do like no damage.
Yeah, of course. The only time something like pooling is a good design is when the payoff is like, wow, it was worth me doing that because I'm fucking owning, or this is a huge dot at the right time or something. But like, no, it's I mean, if there's no power from that, it turns out pooling is just being AFK, and it just feels like shit.
Yeah, 100%. So you just at the moment you just go into like a pool Mythic Plus, you're like pressing, you're spamming your builder perma, and then you run out of energy. So that's like the gameplay loop. It's good.
That's actually fucking so bad.
Yeah. So anyways, Assassination Rogue can stay down there. I think some of these issues can be fixed with tuning, so again, hopefully that improves, but that's where it is right now. And then Sub Rogue, last spec, slightly better as was for Raid in Mythic Plus. Firstly, damage profile, you do pretty good damage at the moment right now just through like black powder spamming. Rotation is again really simple, but actually give credit to one of the hero talent trees, Deathstalker. Rotation feels kind of fun to play. You alternate just using your AoE finisher and your single target finisher based on the state of your hero talents. Kind of reminiscent of I know you play Fellowship, playing Mara and like alternating between your like AoE and single target finisher and getting like damage benefits from both. It reminds me of that, and it's kind of fun. So despite being like a pretty simple class, it's good to play. But that's only one of the hero talent trees. The other hero talent tree, Trickster, is like a kind of lot more lacking. So just, I don't know, nothing super crazy. You have mercy damage. At the moment, it's tuned to be like pretty decent right now. Hopefully one of the hero talent tree rotations though is pretty fun. So I would put Sub Rogue in like B somewhere.
Okay. And also, I think for Assassination too, I don't think a lot of your take was that you thought Assassination was doing that bad of damage. You just think the design is so bad that it needs to be ranked there. Is that correct?
Yeah, 100%.
I think that's fair.
There's also a point that I didn't cover, which is like positioning of talents is really awkward too. Like one of the sort of like the talent design of Assassination Rogue right now is like you have talents that buff your poison damage and talents that buff your bleed damage. And throughout all of the War Within, you can kind of like move talents in either direction depending on what types of damage we're doing, depending on the tuning, whether you wanted like more of your bleed damage or more of your poison damage. You can kind of do that in Midnight, but with the existence of Apex talents, we kind of lack a lot of talents to get like the bottom third of the talent tree on the spec tree side. So you kind of don't have the freedom to like move your talents around as much. And let's say you wanted to play like a bleed talent build. With the location of some of the talents on the tree, you're forced to take talent nodes that do literally nothing for you. One example I can give is like, if you want to play a bleed damage build, you have to drop Dragon Tempered Blades, which is the talent that gives you 4 poisons. But in order to get the talents that buff your bleeds, you have to take a talent called Amplifying Poison, which you literally don't use at all as bleed build. So the location of talents is also kind of like weird. It's just in a hairy spot.
Yeah, that sounds horrible. All right, thanks for your time.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, love you, bye. Damn, I even gave him a chance too. Thought I was cutting it off too early the last couple ones. I gave him a fucking shot and he missed it. Actually, maybe phone lag. No, it's not a thing. It's not the 90s anymore. Okay. Calling preheat. Hello.
How's it going?
It's going it's going well, making it through. All right, so you specifically are an Arcane Lord. I know that the pruning has
I think the initial statement was like the pruning was not kind to you, but then I know that like a big issue with Arcane was like if they're gonna not have these weak aura packs showing you all your buffs and shit, like Arcane would have had to change. I don't know. Where do you stand on all of that?
I actually thought the war within Arcane was very intuitive and easy, even despite. So I made the Barrage Helper, right? I made that weak aura that pops up and it's orange and pink and purple and tells you when to barrage based on 25 different conditions. I made that to help people to just make it easier to track a bunch of buffs in a consolidated way. I didn't make it because the buffs were hard to track, right? For the most part, it was like, this buff,
so this was
singular buff in this condition, then fire it. Yeah, I'm the reason weak auras are gone. I'm sorry.
That's funny. All right, how did you think it ended up actually, though?
I think overall the rework, you know, from my perspective, I think it makes the spec a lot worse, a lot less fun. I think a lot of Arcane mages, like current player Arcane mages, and this kind of echoes what Shindigg was saying with Rogue, right?
Yeah.
Where I think a lot of the current players for Arcane are not just used to the complexity. Some of them preferred Arcane because they wanted that complexity, right? I think the nuclear launch code is like the central theme of that. Is I think people liked a complex opener that resulted in like a big boom, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately they kind of deleted all that. Like Arcane is like the guide is 4 lines long. It's extremely simple now. There are 2 capstones that kind of cause one of your spenders to cover what the other spender does. And so as a result, you just don't use the opposite spender when you're running one of those capstones. And then they also added the spell Arcane Pulse that's like an AoE version of Arcane Blast. And before it was like really slow and sluggish. And then on Tuesday this week, they lowered the cast time half a second, and now it's like way ahead of Arcane Blast and damage, and now we're using it in single target, you know? It's just not very well balanced from that perspective.
Beautiful.
I would call out like the hardest hit though, defensives by far. Alter time's amazing, our barrier's amazing. They do not cover our needs defensively, and in the, you know, kind of using the War Within and Dragonflight as a litmus. I know Midnight is coming off the one-shots a little bit, so maybe that won't be so bad, but I think, like, I really think they should have added a stam talent to the class tree to help out and kind of shore up our vulnerability to rot.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually interested if you are, like, do you agree with the opinion going around right now that mages are super squishy?
Absolutely. I think, and the worst of it is like before all of our defensives were premeditated, right? We had to know damage was coming ahead of time and prepare for it, which is like pretty thematically Mage.
Except
down
for Fire,
it, you know,
arguably with Cauterize and stuff.
Yeah,
and
Cauterize
also,
definitely stood out.
Can we meet halfway a little bit? Mirror Images is like preemptive, right? Like its uptime was high enough, I think, where not preemptive. Like it's kind of just passive DR, but not really.
It was like our anti-rot and kind of just a layer of DR. You're absolutely on point. I would say Mirror Images was the hardest loss for us because it was a kind of passive DR that we had that kind of shored up that weakness in health.
Yeah.
Overall, I think the the defensive nerfs were justified in some vein, and I think you and I talked about this the last time we talked back in before Mana Forge, and like we expected this, right? This is something we commented on where it was like, yeah, we know the nerf's coming, but it was just, I think, a little bit too heavy-handed. And I think like Frost Mage is probably still all right because they have the 2 charges of Barrier and Ice Cold as like their unique spec defensive, right?
Yeah, it's massively more defensive.
Yeah, and Fire has Cauterize, which like cheat deaths are in general kind of OP, right? I think Arcane's probably the shitty end of that.
Yeah,
stick,
you're
right?
only your saving grace is you're hoping that Blizzard does a really good job at what they said they're going to do, which is raids are going to do damage differently to you now than they have in the past, and losing all of this won't matter as much because it's like a battle of attrition, and like if you're just one of those classes and your raid's health is slowly going lower and you have less passive DR than someone else, you're just going to get more smart heals, right? You're not worried about living from 100 to 0 in 4 seconds every time there's a raid mechanic going out. But also,
I think it's like super fair to just be like, okay, well, I'll believe that when I see it, because that's just not
Yeah,
what great fights have
exactly.
looked like in a long fucking time. So, yeah, I don't know if you would necessarily feel safe.
It's hard to imagine raids looking different than Farak and Tindril at this point, right?
Dude, also, another thing, you're talking about like, okay, we talked about how mage defensiveness needed to get nerfed. Sure, but were they the only class? No. I would argue that mages and DKs last season, DPS DKs, were probably on a similar tier of like, you're not really going to be able to kill this class. If not, DKs maybe even being stronger.
I was about to say, I would take that further and say DKs have been ignoring raid mechanics for like 8 years now, right? Like, I don't even think it's remotely close if you look at like long-term state of the class, right? Like mages have gone up and down, right? Shadowlands, we got altar and mirror images were buffed, and it was like mages started to take over defensively, but like I feel like DK has been in a stable state of dominating defensive.
Yeah, exactly. Like DK doesn't have blink, but they also can't be moved, and they have a hero talent where if you press the thing where you can't be moved, you also just get on a fucking mount for 10 seconds. Like yeah, and not to mention all that, should they have been nerfed as much? I think they arguably got stronger until they nerfed this new rune. So like, yeah, that's just like the fact that both of those things can be true means that like, if there's one person, this isn't true. If there's one person deciding the defensiveness of the game in general, they miss some stuff, but obviously it's different designers on different classes and some things are not all built the same, but yeah, I think it's fair to feel singled out.
Mm-hmm. And I think for Arcane Mage in specific, a lot of it comes down to hero tree too. They nerfed the crap out of the Spellslinger defensive trait, which like made your barrier stronger when you used it at lower health. But then Sun Fury, they added a new ability that makes your barrier's effect last for 8 seconds after your barrier expires. And for Arcane, that means 25% DR on magic, right? It's like really fucking strong. But right now, Sun Fury is like significantly, I think it's like 10% behind Spellslinger at the moment. So like, we're not even going to be able to tap into like the defensive power of the hero trees because of that. I also think like Mage in general got completely ransacked on the talent tree for our class tree. So like we have talents in there that actively make our spells worse that are just you're never going to see anyone run improved remove curse or anything like that.
Yeah.
And I would say like compared to the War Within, this is probably the biggest backslide I've seen in spec design since Legion to BFA.
Yeah. Okay. Is Arcane going to be played in Raid? And do you think do you think it's the mage spec? How good is it?
So tuning wise, I think Arcane, we just took a 20% hit this week, right? So that's gonna definitely affect the ranking here. I would have said before in Raid, probably top of A. I think right now, probably top of B, maybe under Demon Hunter, under Havoc, that is. I think the reason for that is Arcane is still going to bring really good burst and really good funnel, and I think those in a general sense are two of the really strong profiles you see in raiding environments.
Correct.
Yeah, and another strength as well, and I should also mention in the War Within we're losing shifting power, which is going to also negatively impact defensives and timings for Arcane. However, one thing we're gaining with Spellslinger being strong, Arcane is actually competent at split cleave. So Arcane can, you can line up your orbs in such a way that you get really good second target damage from a mob that is potentially 35, 40 yards away. And I do think that that's a valuable potential there that Fire and Frost can't bring currently. I think if you go off tuning, for last I saw, Frost is probably going to be like your general, like if every fight were Patchwork, we would run Frost, right? But I think you'll probably see Arcane and maybe even Fire if the numbers shore up a little bit better on certain encounters with certain timings. I think it could actually end up being a pretty diverse mage tier.
Cool. I mean, I feel like most tiers are like, mage is like one of the most diverse classes, I think. Like they just play a lot of different stuff, at least through an expansion, that's true. Okay, what about M plus?
I think for Mythic Plus, it's funny saying this, and chat's probably going to completely roast me because in the last month, you look at any stream of beta play, Arcane is absolutely dominating. But like I said, we just ate a 22% nerf Tuesday, and while there's still some APL work to be done that'll shore that up, right? Probably going to end up being like 18, 17 at the end of the day. that's still a significant drop in damage, right? Mages as a whole, we lost a lot of our defensive kit. We're one of the lowest health classes, tied with Priest, who bring Power Word Fortitude in smaller groups, so they end up still having more HP than us. And Mages lost a ton of utility as well, right? We still have some niche tools like Ring of Frost and obviously Frost Nova and Dragon's Breath Supernova have their uses, but losing Blast Wave was our low cooldown stop that just really helped. And yeah, so I'm a little bit more down. I think for Arcane, probably top of C, bottom of B. I'm thinking. I don't think it's going to be the best Mage spec in M+, that's for sure.
Well, okay, so I think there's some logic to that. Like, for example, you're saying low B. If it isn't the best Mage spec in Mythic Plus, it automatically can only ever be A, because I just don't think it's just so rare that two specs being in the same tier is like actually reality, because you're just gonna like take the better one in groups a lot of the time. So it might like feel like it's a tier lower. So I think that makes sense. I mean, I'm not super familiar with Mythic Plus tuning, but at least the logic would make sense. We'll have to see where the other Mage specs end up.
Yeah, from what I've seen, at least Frost looks pretty strong numbers wise, but Frost is also a very common case where numbers say one thing and math says one thing, but the reality is a lot worse. So we'll see how that plays out. All right, love you, bye.
Okay. All right. So Colin Preheat. Yo.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. Yo, grats on being a dad.
Thank you.
That's
It
fucking
is
hype.
great.
That is nice.
Yeah, dad hype is real.
Are you like stronger now?
Yeah, I'm stronger, I'm smarter, I'm faster, I'm better. It's crazy. You should try it.
Holy, well, yeah, I mean, maybe at some point. I'm not opposed to that. Pop out a little guy.
I'll be honest, everyone told me that, oh, it's so great, it's so great. I was always like, yeah, I don't know about that. But it really just like completely rewires your brain. I feel like my brain got stuck in the oven.
Yeah, that's
and now
one
I'm fully
thing.
cooked.
That's one thing that people say, and it like sounds, I like completely believe it. Like when people are like, yeah, my entire priorities in my life have shifted immediately. And I'm just like, that sounds fucking ridiculous, but also like I don't think you're making it up.
In the Doctor Strange movie where he like the lady like does the thing on his face and he like gets blasted into another universe and he's like flying through space and time. That's basically what happens.
Yeah. All right. Let's start with Fire, because Fire was one of those specs where I think at the beginning of like the pruning, it was just like, what the fuck is going on? I think it was like Fire, Resto Shaman, and Demo Lock were all like just fucking ruined when they first posted these patch notes, but I haven't caught up with it since like that initial like negativity. So like where did Fire end up like gameplay wise?
Yeah, so the initial alpha Fire, I mean, you've seen it, right? It's been memed to death. Basically, it's like the example of Midnight Bad that people like to use. So whenever I talk about Fire, I'm going to reference it a lot. It is doing a lot better than it was initially. So you might be surprised to hear that. Fire's actually really interesting in this case, because if you take away the uptime parts of it, right, like that it had in The War Within, and you just focus on the talents, it's mostly the same as it was initially when they released in alpha, but it was just honestly terrible. The gameplay was awful. It was, all the feedback was very negative on it. They've done a bunch of small tweaks to it, stuff like Fire Blasts, having more of those, more Fireball crits with overflowing energy, re-adding Scorch, repeated buffs to Pyroblast, flat cooldown on Combustion 60 seconds. Like there's a lot of stuff in there that they've changed, but the talents themselves, like the overall design is actually very similar. And the end result is that it plays so much better than it was initially. And I'm actually, you might be surprised to hear this, I'm very positive on Fire. Like,
oh, interesting.
It's pretty good spot now.
In your opinion, you said better than it was initially, but is it more fun to play than it was last expansion?
Yeah, so that's the crazy part, right? Like all of these changes, if we look at how Fire is right now, the way that they've tweaked the gameplay and the talents, they give us a lot of what we were asking for. As it stands right now, I would say this is like a return to form for Fire. There's more emphasis on Pyroblast. Combustion is like a real cooldown now. It's not like this uptimey spec. And I think a lot of people, if they enjoyed Fire before The War Within, coming back and seeing it now, I think they're actually going to like the gameplay so long as they can get past what I would call like the overwhelming negative opinion on Fire that kind of persists online due to how bad that rough draft was whenever they first gave it to us in alpha.
Yeah, I mean that's just how like discourse goes though. Like that was when all of, like everyone that's ever paid attention to WoW was paying attention to those changes, and then they didn't pay attention from then until still not now, by the way, not until season 1 are they really gonna be able to actually find out for themselves, because they don't keep up with everything in between, right? They pay attention to the big thing, and they pay attention to when they're actually going to be playing it in content that matters. So like that isn't going to be dispelled until like the season 1. Basically, people are just going to be like, it's terrible. There's no way around that.
I will say, if you're like really into how Fire was in season 3 of The War Within, you might be a little disappointed by the changes, but I think most players will actually find that the changes are better, and I even consider it to be better. And I loved the uptime version of Fire too. Like I like all these different versions. This one I would say is actually a step up from what we had previously.
All right, cool. What do you think about how do you think Fire is going to be the Mage spec and raid, and how good do you think Fire is going to be?
So for context, there were a couple really massive bugs for Fire that were fixed yesterday. Okay, so the number, and just to give like a number, right, 15% damage is how much was missing from Sun Fury. So that's like an astronomical amount. Like if you're watching anyone play Fire up until like today, basically, or yesterday after the change came in, you're probably gonna have like a pretty negative impression of it. With all of the dust settled and seeing the numbers now, it's really hard to say because we don't have raid testing again, but just from like playing it on the beta and trying to get a feel for it, thinking through like how the raid encounters work, I think Fire is actually in a really good position for the raid. Like Porm was mentioning, Mage defensives in general are kind of bad. One thing it has as kind of a disadvantage is it doesn't have the 2 charges of Berry, doesn't have the 2 charges of Ice Cold that Frost Mage has. And if it really comes down to just like survival, you're kind of, Cauterize is really good, right? But I think if you plan out how the fight's going to go, it can be way more useful to have those extra charges. So I think damage-wise in this raid, it's really going to be a mixture. I think a good mage coming into Midnight like probably should be able to play all 3 specs, because there's likely going to be 1 or 2 bosses where one spec is better than the other one, just because of the nature of how the damage profiles are. So
that's positive.
Essentially what I'm trying to say is like, if the fight is mostly just kill the boss, have execute damage, because Fire does have execute damage, mobility, Sun Fury Fire is very mobile. You can play Scorch. You spend like only 30% of the time in combat actually having to stand still. The damage is actually pretty good. It's not like overpowered. I don't want to oversell it, but it's pretty high. I think it could see some play as like the raid spec, but I guess we'll have to see where the tuning ends up in the end.
Okay. Sorry, did you say a letter there?
Oh no. Okay, so we're ranking it.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, let me look. Okay, this might be like controversial, and people always say I sandbag this, but I'm gonna put Fire in low A, like the very bottom of A, for raid.
That's not sandbagging. Oh, are you saying like fuck everyone that says I'm a sandbagger? I'm putting it where it should be.
No, I'm just saying like I think like this is my real assessment of it. Like I think it could very well be the spec that you just play, across the raid, and I think it deserves this rating. I'm not gonna doom on it, because the numbers, even though we've seen so much, in Sims and in gameplay, it just wasn't where it needs to be. I think it deserves the A, honestly.
Okay. All right, cool. What about Fire Mythic Plus?
Okay, so in Mythic Plus, Fire can do pretty well in like big AoE scenarios, but when it comes to like what you're actually looking for and pushing like higher keys, it doesn't really have much prio damage like at all. Like Frost and Arcane are way more prio damage than Fire's going to have. Arcane has a bit of funnel, Frost has a little bit of funnel, but mostly you're just kind of attacking one target, and it ends up being quite good. So even though the overall damage can probably be comparable, in reality, you have less defensives, and Cauterize, sure, you have that, but the damage that you're losing in order to like Flame Strike is just too high. So I'm gonna probably put this one, I think in Mythic Plus, honestly, I might put it at the very bottom of B.
Okay. All right, talk about the Frost changes coming into this expansion.
Okay, so with Frost, they changed the mechanics behind the spec completely but the rotation is actually very similar to what it was before, which is kind of interesting. So Shatter gameplay is no longer based on combos. Instead, you just build up like this freeze debuff, and it's going to stack on the target, and then you can cash it in for shatter damage. So it's kind of similar to bursting wounds, but not nearly as impactful. So I don't want to like, hammer that comparison too hard. You're kind of paying attention to it, but there's definitely like things that are higher priority than like using your shatter damage. So Blizzard's been experimenting with like a whole bunch of different ways to do shatter. We've seen like versions where shatter is completely broken. We've seen versions where it's completely useless and you just ignore it. I think they're starting to approach like a better value for it, where it feels like you still care about it, but also it isn't just like oppressive in your rotation. So just for context, this is like a debuff that you build and you cash it in with Ice Lance primarily. There's other talents that can do it too, but it's mainly Ice Lance, and also Comet Storm is like an AoE shatter spender. So this leads to kind of interesting gameplay, right? Because there are situations where you might want to set up during downtime. Like let's say, you have mirror images out, you're being really careful not to slow the wrong mobs while the tank is gathering the pull. If you can start building shatter or like free stacks on the mobs as Frost Fury, let's say, or Frostfire, you could set up a pull where like all these mobs have freezing on them, right? And then you pop all your cooldowns, you do your Ray of Frost, and then you drop the Comet Storm. It's like boom, blowing up all of them at the same time. So like that aspect of it feels really fun. This is something that like the old design of Frost could never do, right? Like there were combos that you do, but you never had the ability to just like set up all these ducks in a row and then just knock them all down at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, also there's like downsides of specs like that though. Like for me, you mentioned the wounds thing with Unholy. One of the most fun things with Unholy ever was like Festermite wound build, where you would just like build up wounds on a bunch of targets, and then when you popped, it just went absolutely stupid. But like also that was so frustrating because like whenever it didn't work well, or you were in too low of a key where you didn't get all of your damage off, or like that payoff didn't feel good considering the like setup for it, I feel like that's a really hard line to walk as being like the main way to do damage.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. One of my biggest criticisms of the current Frost design is that it doesn't really feel rewarding enough whenever you're playing it. And this is especially true in single target. In AoE, there are scenarios like I just mentioned, but this is like kind of a niche thing. Overall, I'd say like it's like the midnight effect, right? Like there's a lot of specs where you're doing things, it's simplified. There are, ways you can optimize your damage, but you're not really getting the satisfaction of like the big hit that you used to have with like old Glacial Spike or like other versions of Frost. It feels very, like the damage profile is like very flat overall. So I kind of wish that the gameplay felt more rewarding. Also, when it comes to pruning, not a huge fan of how Glacial Spike just replaced Frostbolt. I know a lot of people have like differing opinions on this, and it probably makes sense for pruning to do it this way. But unfortunately, like the current implementation of it's just awkward, right? There's like situations where you'll like be precasting your Frostbolt, or sorry, your Glacial Spike as the boss is about to be pulled, and it'll just like turn into Frostbolt and like interrupt your casts because you're like entering raid combat, which is just really awkward. But with the tweaks they've been making to Fire and Frost since Alpha, like I think they're heading in the right direction. So both of these versions of Mage, I would say, are probably better than the old version. It's just that there's still some rough edges.
Okay. How good do you think Frost is going to be in raid?
So if a raid boss is like consistently 2-target cleave, Frost is going to be really good on that encounter, and there are a couple bosses that are like that in the raid. One thing it really doesn't have going for it though, it doesn't have any execute, right? It's also like single target damage is pretty high. It could just be like the spec you play across the board for most players. But I think if you're really cutting edge on like the prog and things like execute matter a whole lot in these cases, I could see it being a little bit lower. Also, it has better defensives than Fire. So I'm gonna have to say for the raid rating, I'm gonna put it at the very, very top of B. And that's simply because I think that with the encounters, the fact that it's so like flat with its damage profile, I think will work against it. But I expect to see it on many bosses. Like I think there are going to be plenty of bosses where you play Frost, and especially the first week, because the Frost tier bonus, by the way, it does like basically nothing. Okay, your whole tier bonus is Frost, gives you 4% damage. So if you don't have the tier bonus, like you're gonna be probably playing Frost, right? Like for Fire, it's like 9.4%, way better tier bonus, right? So I think it's gonna be really good in like those early weeks as you're getting geared up, but maybe as you get higher up, it might start falling off a little bit.
Huh. Okay. And then you said in Mythic Plus you thought they did like better overall than Fire, so I'm assuming it's gonna go into A.
Yeah, so I think in Mythic Plus, Frost is probably just the spec to play when it comes to Mage specs, because it doesn't have like the funnel of Arcane, but it has like very high single target damage, so it's like very good prio. In AoE, it does better than like, you know, Arcane and Fire, like up to 2 target. At 3 target, things get a little weird. There's like some shuffling around between 3 and 5. Of course, all the specs kind of change positions there, but I think in Mythic Plus, Frost is probably, let's see, I'm probably going to say like the very, you know what, let's go low A on Frost for Mythic Plus, because I think it actually does have, like the invis skips it have are really good. It does have some of that utility still. Sure, it's pruned, every class is pruned though, and yeah.
All right, W. All right, that's all I need.
Sweet.
Bye. Hello?
Yo, what up?
Yo, how do you feel about Moonkin gameplay in the expansion compared to the last one? I know they made like a ton of changes, right? Like they tried to move away from the whole like rotating. What's it like?
Yeah, they got rid of the rotating eclipse thing. Now you actually have to. It's like a manual button that you end up pressing. The manual button is kind of carried by Apex talents in terms of like how good it feels to press, but like realistically, it's still kind of like a maintenance buff, and there's like 75% uptime on it. They wanted it to be more impactful, but I think it feels better personally. Moonkin was a specialization that I think in the War Within, it actually was like really heavily pruned going into the War Within. And so I would say one of the specs that actually got more things added whenever a lot of specs got things removed. So I think it's actually increased in complexity in a way that I actually find to be pretty fun. Mastery got reworked. So now you no longer have to actually dot targets. Now it's just like flat damage. So that like reduces your ramp time on AoE, which in theory should allow you to be able to AoE on fights like Forge Weaver or like Lumathar or something.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Also, we got better defensively whenever most.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you about, because like the defensive thing has been probably like the biggest singular shift in between classes.
Yeah. So Renewal got removed, which was like a 20% like heal on yourself, but now you have Heart of the Wild, which basically you would like shift into bear form and press Heart of the Wild, and then you have 30% HP gain for 20 seconds after you press it. So that's a pretty real defensive, all things considered, and you don't have to sit bear form for forever to have it.
Yeah, I think that's the best of making use of that, because I think for a while, like saying Moonkins can just always be in bear form is like, okay, well, like you can't, because you have to like do the fight, but having you only have to do it once, but then you get 20 seconds of value, and 30% HP is definitely really strong. Like that's like
you're still susceptible. You're still susceptible to rot damage, which, you know, there's a lot of rot damage in Midnight, but I mean, it's, you know, it can't get really that worse. I think it's actually fine. I haven't really encountered anything through Mythic Plus testing where I feel like I'm any squishier than any other spec. I think it's mostly fine defensively.
That's good. I think that's the first time in a long time where Moonkins haven't felt like one of the squishiest classes. I feel like all of last expansion, actually, Moonkins were like just a major liability for dying.
Yeah. I mean, build-wise, I think that this is actually one of the more interesting builds. Like, I think this is the best that balance has actually personally felt in a long time, even though a lot of it's actually pretty similar to War Within with the talent trees. Where like a lot of the talents are like 1% damage gains, but we talent into a decent amount of procs that, I mean, whenever we were playing like last expansion, everything was very, like you would do the exact same thing every single pull. And just having 2 additional procs now that you're playing around, I think makes the spec feel a lot better. There's like a couple of weird things, like, you know, there's a bunch of talents that are 1% damage gains, but like, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I actually enjoy how Moonkin plays right now. I think it's quite a bit better than it has been in a while.
All right, great. So gameplay improvements, but what about power? How strong do you think it'll be in Raid? And do you think it will be the Druid buff?
Yeah, so I don't think it's actually good is the problem. I mean, it's gotten buffed like 3 beta patches in a row now where it's just constantly kind of getting aura buffs. I hope that they actually only continue to aura buff the spec because I actually like the build that we're currently playing. Okay, so basically, I've done a lot of Mythic Plus. Raid is really hard to guess. I think the single target damage, at least from what I'm seeing in Mythic Plus, the single target looks really bad on the spec. Now, I'm looking at the other stuff in C, and I think it's, kind of comparable single target to things like Shadow Priest. I think it's a little bit better than maybe like Ret Paladin on single target. So I'd probably be inclined to put it in like C. Now, there are a lot of AoE fights in the raid, but as it turns out, there's some specializations that do twice your single target sometimes. And so that's kind of hard to really figure out like where you're supposed to be. Because tuning's kind of been all over the place this beta cycle. It's something that's been a little bit weird, where they've been a little bit late on tuning. So, but yeah, I would probably be inclined to put it in like C for raid.
Okay, man, that's pretty solid. Well,
Yeah.
I guess it's near the bottom, but I mean, some people were like hella dooming on Moonkin. But
I think it's better than some of the stuff that's in C, but I think it's definitely worse than most of the stuff that's in B. I think like the single target drawback is like pretty severe. Like in theory, we should be able to AoE a little bit better in raid. So I think that if we got aura buffs, it could actually, be a more competitive spec for sure.
Okay. And then what about Mythic Plus? Sounds like you think their AoE is pretty good.
Well, I actually think it's probably C and Mythic Plus as well. I mean, I'm looking at the stuff that's also in C. I think it's worse than pretty much everything that's in B. I think it's just a little bit undertuned more than anything else, which a lot of Shindigg was just like dooming Rogue to death. So I'm not that mad about Balanced Druid. I just think it's a little bit underpowered.
Yeah, I think a lot of his case is he's aware that Assassination is doing more damage than where he ranked it. He just thinks the design is so bad that he's putting it there until it's fixed. I can respect that.
I think I'm like on the other end where I'm like, okay, design way better. I've seen worse. I would be down for a couple of aura buffs and it would be fine. Like I don't need much else.
I mean, that's a better place to be in than a lot of other situations, I think. You'd rather have the gameplay be fun and then the tuning just be like an aura buff away from fixable rather than things being like fundamentally fucked. And defensiveness is like, I think defensiveness is going to be a huge fucking problem in the game in Season 1, actually. Like the variance between like how tanky some classes are and how squishy some classes are is bigger than it's been in a very long time.
I mean, I think that Moonkin suffered from it was so hard to actually AoE in raid. I remember just like Forge Weaver and Lumathar prog. It was like you can't even kill the tank of webs on Moonkin. That was really cringe. And like these these Forge Weaver ads need to die so fast, and you really couldn't AoE them. And now you're probably going to be able to do like 60 or 70% of your AoE potential without dotting them, as opposed to like 40% or 30%. So it's definitely, there is a chance. Like it would be better in like a Styx Bunk Junker fight now. Like if they revived that boss somehow.
They were goated on Styx Bunk Junker.
Yeah, well, it'd be better. So
it'd even be better. Even nice. It was the only fight that raid. They were so bad they never got considered being brought for any other fight, but you wanted like multiple on Styx. So
yeah, that was good.
All right, love you. Bye. See ya. You're done. He still had more to say too. He hasn't even left the call yet. You still there, man?
Yeah, what's up?
See ya. Oh, dude. Holy shit. Get out of the call, kid. Get out of my lobby. Hello?
Yo,
so do you you said you could chaos rank Ellie, but do you play Ellie?
Yeah. It's something where like I've been playing Ellie for 3-ish expansions now.
Oh, that's okay. That's not a fucking vibe rank. You just know what you're talking about.
For the most part, yeah. I've done less testing for this beta cycle than I have for previous expansions, but still enough to know at least what's going on.
Okay.
It's kind of a weird vibe right now with Ellie because with the War Within at that half patch in Nerebar, we got that like insanely good rework, and the spec was honestly the best it's felt for as long as I've been playing it. And then going into the War Within, like we're keeping that cool version of Ascendance. It's just it doesn't pack as much of a punch, and we don't have Ascendance procs anymore, so it kind of loses that excitement of getting that proc. And now it's just you play Farseer for pretty much everything. The Stormbringer buffs that we got recently could be cool, but I don't think it's going to be better than Farseer. And it's just kind of a bland style. Like even looking in just like the messages from the last time we talked, I had talked about Flame Shock spreading. That's kind of one thing that I was most disappointed in seeing these initial changes, because we got Flame Shock spread with Voltaic Blaze, something that Enhancements had for a while, but then they took away the thing that we wanted the Flame Shock spread for, which was Primordial Wave. So that was kind of a weird change for me. But I mean, I know a lot of people are still enjoying it. The Spec still does good numbers, at least in Mythic Plus. In Raid, I'd say it's like, for Raid, I'd probably put it right next to Enhance, if I'm being honest. I don't think it's spectacular. I don't think it's bad. If you want Sky Fury, I think you could play really any Shaman Spec.
Okay. What do you think defensively though? Like, where do you think Shamans have ended up on the defensive train?
In the defensive train, so I mean, we lost Stone Bulwark Totem, which was just a 3-minute cooldown shield totem. So like, that's kind of shitty. But we also got Earth Elemental. It's for 30 seconds now instead of a minute, but it's also half the CD that it was, so it's 2.5, I think now. So like, it's not terrible. And then Astral Shift is the exact same thing.
I'm just gonna. I think if you had the choice between a 5-minute, 1-minute long thing versus a 2.5-minute, 30-second long thing, it's not even close. The 2.5-minute thing is like I'm gonna go ahead and say it's like probably twice as good. Like I bet you would, because like you're not gonna die both times, and it's just like up more often, and you never actually need defensiveness for a minute. Like I don't know, I think it's just better.
Yeah, and they did add a talent, kind of to counteract, or I guess push back on that thought. So we had a talent called Primordial Bond that whenever we had an elemental out, we had a 5% DR. They took that away and replaced it with when you summon Earth Elemental, it no longer taunts things. So, like, kind of a decent trade-off, kind of irrelevant for Raid, good for M+. You have an extra defensive in trash that's not just going to be murdered in a second.
Yeah.
So that's all right. We did just get a Brimming with Life buff, which is the max health passive node tied to Ankh. So that's neat. We got I think it was 20%, or no, it was 2 times the health gained for Nature's Guidance, which is really nice. And then if you're talented into the Farseer tree, you also just get that buffed. I don't remember exactly what the buff is. I don't have the game open right now. But we got some decent changes, and a nice quality of life one is I can't. It was like something imbuements. It was whenever you press Lightning Shield, you also cast Earth Shield, and then any weapon imbuements. So Flame Tongue weapon for enhance, you get the other ones. For Resto, you get Earth Living. So it's decent QOL, but the spec itself is kind of bland in comparison to what it was in The War Within.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just a lot of things taken out that kind of made Ellie what it was.
Yeah, that's sad. I've actually, Ellie is one of the more fun specs, I think, that I've played. It's like my favorite range spec, actually, has always been. How do you think they'll do in Mythic Plus, though?
I think in Mythic Plus, the damage profile is good. Well, good enough. I don't think it's spectacular. It does good single target. We kind of lost all sense of priority damage that we had in these most recent seasons, with them removing Echoes of Great Sundering, and the fact that we play Farseer, so you no longer play Elemental Blast, you stick with Earth Shock. So it's either just all AoE or all single target. But with Farseer, it's pretty, when you get into the lower target counts, it's pretty nice. I'd probably put it right below Havoc in A, because Sky Fury is really good, and then the numbers are still good even after the nerfs. And I think there's some viability for both hero trees in M+. It's just going to be dungeon dependent.
Okay, sweet. All right, that was much more than a little vibe ranking. That felt pretty good. All right, love you, bye. Owned. I'm gonna try to get through these. I don't know if I have a warrior today, so we're going to vibe rank these as a chat. Okay, one at a time. We're gonna vibe rank, and then don't worry if you guys are like a warrior or whatever. Before the season comes out, we're gonna revise this multiple times, and I will make sure to actually talk to someone who does these things. Yeah. So for number 1, we will start with Feral. We're not gonna talk about gameplay or fucking anything. How good do you guys think Feral is in Raid? Just type things, and if it's like really confusing, I'll do a poll, but usually people end up around the same thing. Save some time. Takes a full minute for the poll to go off. Definitely C is the average. All right, put it right in the middle of C, W. All right, letting them stop. All right, now Mythic Plus, though. Mythic Plus for Feral. Seeing ABC, ABC, ABC. Some people are saying worse, Midnight UI, dog shit, A. All right, there's too many things. We have to pull it. All right, it's up. That's funny. It's literally B is the leader, and then Midnight Default UI is second. All right, fuck it. We'll put it in B. Call it a day. So it's C. Oh, yeah. See, that's why polls kind of suck. And using the average that you see in chat is actually more accurate. We'll just put low end of B. Leave it at that. Because I think some people are also probably just being chaotic. Okay. Evoker. Evoker in Raid. Seeing S. I think S means crazy style, right? I'm seeing mostly A's and S's, but definitely more crazy styles and S's than that. So we'll put Og in crazy style. Og in Mythic Plus. Also S. Cool. Cool. Devastation in Raid. Chat. Seeing a lot of A's, mostly A's. Few S's, few B's, mostly A's. Let's call it an A. All right. Devastation in Mythic Plus. Mostly B's, few C's, few A's. A little bit more A's now. Still mostly B's. Let's go B. All right. Warrior Gamers. Arms Warrior in Raid. Midnight Default UI. Okay. Arms Warrior Mythic Plus. Oh my god, it might even be worse. Still looks default Midnight UI. All right, fuck it. All right, Fury Warrior in Raid. Mostly B's, few A's. Fuck it. Wait, who rated Evoker? Chat. All right, Fury Warrior Mythic Plus. AB. Also, ooh, a lot of more A's actually. All right, fuck it. I actually trust chat. I think in Raid you guys are making it the fuck up, but I think in Mythic Plus you guys are much more knowledgeable because I think there's just people streaming beta Mythic Plus keys pretty often. So like I feel like you guys probably have a pretty good gauge of that. And chat's never wrong. All right, so we'll revise this in a few weeks, but pretty average looking split. And it's all objectively correct as well. All right.